What happens when Riley's senior year takes an unexpected turn, and she finds her destined mate to be the school's notorious bad boy, Adam Parker? And how will her relationship with her best friend Emma evolve? Want to know how Riley and Adam's romantic adventure unfolds? Subscribe to our channel to catch every thrilling moment. Chapter 1. Riley. Wake up, it's time to go to school. Just 5 more minutes, I mumbled and put the sheets over my head. Today was my first day of senior year and I was not happy about it. You see, school isn't exactly the best place to spend your senior year. I always thought that my senior year would be filled with adventures and traveling around the world. But my best friend Emma thought otherwise. At least I would get to spend my senior year with her, so that made my day a bit better. Riley, if you don't down here this instant, I won't leave any pancakes for you. I mean it, Emma shouted. Oh, did I tell you that she was practically my mother? Well, she kind of is, but I know she's just looking out for me. Okay. I'm coming. Just don't eat the pancakes. I got out of bed and zombie walked to the bathroom. When I saw myself in the mirror, I looked like shit. My curly hair was a complete mess and it was everywhere, literally everywhere. I sighed and got in the shower. When I was done, I brushed my hair and my teeth and put on some jeans, a flannel shirt and my black Vans. As I made my way downstairs, I could smell the pancakes already. Something smells good, I said to Emma as I made my way to the kitchen to grab a plate. When I grabbed my pancakes, I sat next to her at the table. Oh my God, they're so good. I was practically stuffing my face with Emma pancakes. My God, she makes the best pancakes in the whole world. Ryan told me to put a bit of vanilla extract. Said that it gives them more flavor, she said as she took a bite of her pancake. Well, Ryan is right. Speaking of Ryan, where is he? I said to her as I took a sip of my orange juice that Emma gave me. He's on his way here, Emma said as she put her plate in the dishwasher. Ryan is Emma's mate, or better known as Alpha Ryan, which would make Emma a Luna. They've been together for as long as I can remember, and they still look at each other as if it's the first time they've met. I was always jealous of Emma because she found her mate and I haven't found mine. She always told me that one day my mate would come, and that I would be just as happy as she is, but I'm already 18 and still no mate. I can't help to think that maybe there is no mate for me. I was snapped out of my thoughts when the door opened and I heard Emma squeal in excitement. I put my plate in the dishwasher and made my way to the door. Hey babe, Ryan said as he gave her a kiss. I missed you, Emma said as she gave him a hug. I'll look at the cute couple, I said as joined the hug. Hey Riley, long time no see, he said as we all broke from the hug. Hey Ryan, genius idea of putting vanilla extract in the pancakes, I said. We went to the kitchen once again and Ryan sat down while me and Emma gathered our stuff for school. Thanks, you guys ready for senior year? He said. Well, I don't know about Riley, but I know I am. And we have to go now if we want to make it in time. Are you gonna go with us, Riley? Emma said as she took the keys from the jar. Yeah, just let me grab my phone real quick, I said as I ran upstairs to grab my phone. I went downstairs, grabbed my backpack and went out the door. I grabbed the keys from Emma to lock the house and soon we were on our way to school. Chapter 2. The familiar gates of our school were now visible. Ugh, I can't believe we're back to school. Ryan parked his car and me and Emma got out of the car. I'll pick you guys up as soon as you're done, Ryan said. Thanks babe, Emma said and went to the other side of the car to give Ryan a kiss. Well, senior year, here we come. You ready? Emma said as she looped her arm around mine. Do I have a choice? I said. Well, I have a feeling that it's gonna be a good year. And maybe this is your chance to find your mate. She looked at me and wiggled her eyebrows. I chuckled at her reaction and went to the front door of the school. Me and Emma made our ways to our respective lockers. I got out my books and made my way to my first class, English. As I sat on my seat, all of the other students were with their mates. Oh, did I mention that this was an all-wolf school? Well, it is. My wolf started to whimper as we saw all the happy students with their mates. The bell rang and Mrs. Kendrick started the class. The day went by in a flash and it was already lunch. I got my sandwich, paid for it and sat with Emma. So, how's your first day of school going so far? Emma asked me. I didn't have any classes with her, so that sucked. Good, Mrs. Kendrick didn't give us any homework, and the other teachers didn't really do anything, I told her as I took a bite of my sandwich. What about you? I asked her as I took a sip of my water. Oh, you would not believe who is in my history class, she said. Who? I asked. Adam Parker, she said as she mocked, fanning herself. The Adam Parker. I asked her with wide eyes. Adam Parker was the school's bad boy and nobody, and I mean nobody messes with him. Rumor has it that he lives in one of the biggest packs with his dad being the alpha. I've never met Adam Parker, but if there's one thing I know about him is that he is trouble. I know it's unbelievable. I thought he was kicked out of school, she said as she took a bit of her salad. The only girlfriend that Adam Parker had was Alice, the school's bitch, which kind of makes sense consider that they're both on the same social level. They weren't mates but they liked to fool around a lot. After a few months of them dating together he broke up with her and all hell broke up loose. The whole school knew about it, even the teachers, and ever since then every girl that dared to even look at Adam, Alice made sure that their life was shredded to pieces. Hello, Earth to Riley, Emma said, waving a hand in front of me, snapping me out of my thoughts. Huh. I said, do you think that maybe this year Alice and Adam are getting back together? She asked. I don't know, but if they do it's gonna be a madhouse, I said and picked up my plate and went over to the trash can. And just like that I bumped into someone and half my sandwich went straight to her shirt. Oh shit. Ah. Look at what you've done. Alice screamed at me and tried to take the sandwich off her shirt. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, I told her. I gave her a napkin that I had in my pocket, but she slapped my hand away making my wolf whimper. Don't touch me, you filthy bitch. And with that she went running to the bathroom, her minions behind her. Well then, once a bitch always a bitch, right? Emma said. Yep, the bell rang and once again me and Emma parted out ways to get to our last 3 classes. My wolf got excited once she realized that soon we'll be able to be in the comfort of the bed. I went to my chemistry class and drifted in my thoughts before the teacher came. At least Alice wasn't in my chemistry class, and because Karma loves me so much Alice came in and took her seat at the front. Thank God I was sitting in the back. In each table were 2 seats so everybody had a partner. Since it was an odd number I didn't have any partners. Who knows, maybe that partner could have been my mate, but I guess I'll never know now. The class started and I looked at clock. Okay, just 50 more minutes and then it'll be 2 classes. Chapter 3. It was my last class and I looked at the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 raining. Finally my first day of school is over. Everybody hurried out of the classrooms and went to their lockers. Emma was already waiting me by my locker. I walked up to her and hugged her. Not bad for a first day of school, huh? She asked me when we finished hugging. She leaning against another locker that was next to mine. I guess not. But it could have been better if it wasn't for the whole sandwich fiasco. I told her I started taking out my books and putting some in. She sighed. You know how Alice is, I'm sure it wasn't even that bad, she tried to reassure me. But boy, I knew what was coming. And just like that, the devil was making her way towards us. I closed my locker and took Emma's hand and started walking. Hopefully she wouldn't notice us, but it was not like that. Hey! Alice screamed. Emma and I stopped and slowly turned around. Alice walked up to us and looked at me straight in the eye. I'll have you know that this shirt cost me $70, okay? And you decided to ruin it with your stupid sandwich. She screamed, making sure that all of the students in the hall could hear her. Well, maybe you shouldn't have bumped into her, Emma said. I nudged her arm and she looked at me. I gave her that don't do it look. I bumped into her. I bumped into her. She was the one who bumped into me. Listen here, Riley, you're going to pay for what you did, she said, pointing a finger at me. I was silent the whole time. I knew what Alice was capable and I knew better than to mess with her. But now I was in big trouble. She gave me and Emma one last look before she left. Emma scoffed. Why didn't you let me say something, Riley? Because we both know how she is, Emma. I don't want her to ruin my life. Hell, I don't even want anything that has to do with her, I told her. Emma sighed and said to me, I'm gonna go to my locker, okay? I'll text you when Ryan is here. I told her that I was gonna go to the office to pick up some papers. Hi, I'm Riley Johnson. I'm here to pick up some papers that were left here for me, I told the secretary. She was young, had long blonde hair and some freckles. Yes, here you go. She gave me a wide smile and I said thank you. I got the papers and checked my phone. Ryan was already here, so I made my way to the door. I was gonna to the front doors, but Alice was there. No way in hell that I'm gonna through there. I texted Emma to pick me up in the back of the school. I started walking down the hall and soon the doors were coming into view. As I rounded around the corner, I bumped into someone, making the papers fly around and my books fell to the floor. Please don't let it be Alice, please. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I bent down and started picking my books and papers. My wolf picked up a scent which indicated that I bumped not into a she but a he. God, this was embarrassing. The papers were all over the place. It's okay, I heard him say. I didn't look up to see him, but his voice was soft yet deep. My wolf started to get happy, thinking that maybe he could be my mate. Calm down, girl, he's just helping me with my books. My wolf glared at me and ignored me. I picked up the last paper and stood up. Here, these are yours too, he said. He had his hand out with my papers. I still didn't make eye contact, but when I grabbed my papers, my fingers brushed against his hand. And there it was, that feeling that I was dying to have for so long. I looked into his eyes and my heart started beating fast. My wolf started to jump around and gave a howl. Holy fire truck. He pushed me up against the wall, making my books and papers fall again, and looked into my eyes. I knew he felt the same spark as I did. I'm his mate. And he was trouble. Mine, he growled. And the next thing I knew, everything went black. Chapter 4. I woke up on something soft and silky smooth. My wolf picks up a scent that I don't recognize. I turn around and when I try to sit up, pain shoots through my neck. I hiss and when I touch it, it hurts even more. The door opens and in come Adam Parker. And it hits me. Oh my God, I'm in Adam Parker's bed. I slept in Adam Parker's bed. I'm in Adam Parker's room. What am I doing here? I ask in a low voice. He comes over and sits on the corner of the bed. He sighed, looked at me and said, how's your neck? I furrowed my eyebrows in confusing and then I remember what happened. How he's my mate, how he marked me, and now I'm here. I touch my neck and look at him. He's worried about me. Well, it still kind of hurts, but it's bearable, I said. I look down and see that I'm still wearing the same clothes I wore the day I bumped into him. The bed shifts a little bit and I look up to see that he's more close to me. There's a shower in there, he says, pointing to a door which I guess is the bathroom. You can take some of my old clothes, they should fit you, but I'm a guy. We both chuckle. Thanks, but I think I'll just go home and pick up some of my clothes, I say while putting a strand of hair behind my ear. He looks at me and in a deep tone he tells me, you can't leave. This is your new home and you're staying here. I now realize that I'm in a new pack. Once he marked me, I can't be in my old pack. Oh no, Emma. I can't leave Emma. She's my best friend and I can't lose her. What do you mean I can't leave? I'm pretty sure that I can go to my house and pick up some clothes without dying. I say in an irritated tone. Great, my first day here and I'm already having an argument with my mate. Just great. You can't leave because I'm your mate and I say you can't leave. He says and crosses his arms. Plus you're gonna be more safe here than there. He says there as if it were some kind of murder house for wolves. There where my best friend helped me on everything when I had nobody, so I'm sorry if you don't like it there, but I'm going. I say and get up from the bed, ignoring the pain in my neck. I feel a hand on my arm turning me around, making me face to face with Adam. I said you can't leave. He said, his eyes turning a bit black. Of course he's mad. Or what? You're gonna pull the mate card again. Please, I can do what I want whenever I want. I said, crossing my arms this time. He was gonna say something, but the door opened and in came a guy who looked about our age with blonde hair and blue eyes. Hey Adam, there's some Priley. I turn around and see that it's Tyler. Tyler. Me and Adam say at the same time. I've seen Tyler in school, but I've never talked to him. He and Adam have been best friends for as long as I can remember. What are you doing here? Tyler asks me and I realize that he probably doesn't know that I'm his mate. When I don't say anything, he looks from me to Adam and from Adam to me. And then he gets it. Oh, Tyler says. What are you doing here, Tyler? Adam asks, standing next to me. Your dad wants you to go to the meeting that they're having in the conference room, Tyler says. I look at Adam and he rolls his eyes. Stupid meetings, he mutters. He scratches his neck and sighs. Tell him I'll be there in a minute. Tyler gives him a nod and walks out, closing the door behind him. Adam turns to me and then walks over to what I'm guessing is his closet. He pulls out a shirt and a jacket and walks over to me. This should cover you, considering you're small, he says. Hey, I am not small. I'm 5 feet 0 inches, I'm average height, I tell him, a little bit annoyed. Yeah, and I'm not a wolf, he says with sarcasm. I roll my eyes at him. The bathroom's over there, like I said, and here are some clothes. He hands them over to me and his hand brushes mine, sending those familiar sparks. I take the clothes and look at him. Don't go anywhere, he says in a hushed tone. My God, no wonder girls go crazy for him. My heart flutter as I heard him say that. Can't promise anything, I say in the same tone as him. He stares at me for a moment and I'm hypnotized by his eyes. He then goes out the door and I hear something being locked. I run over to the door and turn the knob. Adam, you can't keep me locked in here. I scream as I keep trying to open the door. There's some snacks in the nightstand and a bottle of water, he says through the other side of the door. Adam, open this door right now. I scream, pounding the door. Sorry, princess, but I got a meeting to go to, he says, and I hear his footsteps as he leaves. You want to play games? Fine, let's play. I go and take a long shower. I put on his clothes and my wolf picks up his scent immediately. Oh, he smells so good. I walk out of the bathroom, take a chair and position it so it was facing the door. My plan was to wait for Adam so I could give him a piece of my mind when he got here. He can't just lock me in here. What if there's a fire? I sure as hell don't plan on dying just yet. I grab the bottle of water and sit on the chair. Waiting. Chapter 5. I started falling asleep on the chair, but I promised myself that I couldn't sleep. Not yet. Adam is in no position to lock me in his room. All I had to do was just wait for him to finish with his meeting and I'll talk to him. Plus, meetings shouldn't take that long, right? My eyelids were becoming more heavy and decided to stand up and walk around. I looked at the clock that was at the nightstand and it read 12:00 a.m. My God, how long have I been waiting? I went to the bathroom to put some water on my face, hoping that it would wake me up. When I walked out of the bathroom, it was then I realized that Adam's room was huge. He had a king-size bed, a walk-in closet, and a bathroom that was just like a normal bathroom except fancier. His room was painted in a dark wine, which made the room look comfy. He had wood-tiled floor and a door that led to a mini balcony. It was simple but elegant at the same time. I stopped pacing around the room and decided to sit down. I ate all my snacks and I had half of my bottle of water. My wolf was really tired and she was begging me to close my eyes for just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, Riley. Just 5 minutes. Sometime during the night I felt someone picking me up and putting me down on the bed. I was gonna protest, but I felt the softness of the sheets and I found myself drifting off to sleep. I woke up with a ray of sunshine coming in from outside. My eyes fluttered open and I felt arms wrapped around me. I tried getting out of his grip, but he just wrapped his arms around me even tighter. He let out a low growl and my heart fluttered. Now's not the time, Riley. Remember that you're mad at him for locking you in his room. My plan was to try to roll in the bed so he would lose his grip on me. I made one last roll before I fell off the bed and made a loud thump sound. Ow, I said as I turned around and rubbed my forehead. Riley, Adam said in a sleepy voice. His head appeared on the edge of the bed and his eyes squinted a little bit from the brightness that was entering the room. His eyebrows furrowed in confusing as he saw me on the floor, probably wondering how in the world I ended up here. What are you doing on the floor? He asks as he rubbed his eyes. Oh, my God. If it wasn't for him locking me in his room, I would be dying to get back into bed with him and fall asleep in his arms. But no, he just happens to drive me crazy. Well, I was waiting for you yesterday after you locked me in your room, I said, crossing my arms while still lying down on the floor. We both know you weren't gonna stay if I didn't lock it, he said as he rolled his eyes in annoyance. Really? He's annoyed at me. Oh please. You still haven't answered my question, he said, keeping his eyes locked on mine. What question? I do know what question he's talking about, I just need to stall so I can have more time to think about what excuse to give him. What are you doing on the floor? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Oh, well, since it's your bed, I didn't want to ruin your good night's sleep, so I slept on the floor so you could get high. Fell okay, I said and sighed. Right, he said while getting up. He walked over to me and helped me get up. He was still holding my hand when I got up and I was looking into his eyes. He quickly took his hand away from mine, once he realized he was still holding mine. I gotta go, but I'll come back with breakfast, okay? He said as he changed his shirt from yesterday to a sweatshirt. I was awestruck when I saw his abs. He definitely works out. He saw me looking at him and smirked. He walked closer to me and I froze in my spot as he whispered in my ear. Don't worry, princess. There's more where that came from, he said in a low and husky tone. He chuckled and I was pretty sure he could hear my heartbeat speeding faster and faster every second. I was still frozen in my spot when he walked out the door and I heard something being locked. I was out of my trance and I went running to the door. He locked me in again. Adam Parker, you are so going to pay for this. You hear me? I said as I banged the door. I'll be back soon, princess, was the last thing he said. You better bring me hash browns, Adam Parker. I wasn't sure if he heard me or not, but hopefully someone would have heard and that person would tell Adam my need for hash browns. Chapter 6. After waiting for 30 minutes, Adam walks in with food. I didn't realize I was hungry until I smelled the aroma that came from the McDonald's bags. I was currently sitting on the same chair I was yesterday. I stood up and crossed my arms as he set the bags down in the nightstand. I got your hash browns, he says with a smile as he holds out his hand with my hash browns. I look at it and my stomach growls. As soon as I was gonna take it, he retrieved his hand and took a bite. Aghast, did he just? No, he did not just mess with my hash browns. Damn, these are really good. He says, of course he just had to do it on purpose. He sees the look on my face and laughs. What's so funny? I asked with gritted teeth. You face, he says while taking another bite from my hash brown. He takes out another bag and he tosses it at me. I catch it and look inside. Oh, the beauty. The beauty of the hash browns await me. I see not one but two beautifully crispy golden hash browns waiting for me. I look at Adam and see that he's taking out our breakfast and sorting out which one is what. You bought me 2 hash browns. I ask in disbelief. He turns around and faces me and gives me a questioning look. Yeah, he says slowly, trying to understand why I would question that. You didn't eat dinner yesterday, and I didn't know if you ate something before that, so after you told me about bringing you some hash browns, I thought it would brighten your day if I bought you 2. He states as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, was all I managed to say, shocked at his words. Thanks, I say, and I take a bite from my delicious hash brown. You're probably thinking, what's the big deal? It's just hash brown, but this has nothing to do with hash browns. This has to do with the fact that Adam thought about me. Adam is not the type of guy to be caring about girls. He doesn't get involved with girls after Alice. Millions of girls have tried to change his mind, but he just doesn't want to get involved. That's just how he rolls. I'm snapped out of my thoughts when I hear Adam's voice. Okay, so we have eggs, bacon, sausage and bread on one plate. On the other we have pancakes with bacon too and apple juice. I also brought coffee in case you wanted some. There's syrup for the pancakes and butter for the bread. He tells all of this while pointing to the plates that have their components. I take the pancakes and he takes the other plate. In the mini balcony outside there's a table. We take our food and drinks and decide to eat there. As I take a bite from the pancakes, I immediately remember Emma's pancakes. My wolf whimpers at the thought of Emma. I miss her too. I say to my wolf. I already hate half of my second pancake when I decided to ask Adam something. Hey, I was wondering when I could go back to my house to grab my clothes and stuff. He looks at me and lets out a long sigh. Riley, you have to understand that it's not safe for you to be walking around. He says with a concerned look on his face. Is he worried that something might happen to me? I nod and go back to eating my pancakes. I still feel his eyes on me and I look at him, meeting his beautiful eyes. I'll take you tomorrow so you'll have your clothes for school on Monday. Ugh, school. I only have one more day of freedom before I'm back in that hell hole. Thank God I'll be walking with Emma. Wait. Emma. Shit. I haven't told her about Adam being my mate and how I'm staying at what I'm assuming his house. Before I get up I look down at my plate and decide to finish it. Hello, I can't let pancakes and hash browns go to waste. We eat in comfortable silence and we finish at the same time. He takes my plate and all the trash and throws it away. He walks back to me and asks, do you want to take a look around? Yeah, sure. I say and give him a small smile. We leave and see a giant hallways that goes both left and right. It's painted a light brown and the floor is white. We went down the never-ending hallway and give a bunch of turns. It's not his house, it's the pack house. And boy, it's huge. As we keep walking, people give me strange looks as if I'm some alien that came from the sky. It's not like they've never seen a guys with their mates. I wasn't looking where we were going and I accidentally crash into Adam's back. I regain my balance and I see that there's an old man standing in front of us, glaring at Adam. Adam looks a lot like him. Adam, where the hell were you yesterday? You didn't come to the meeting like you were supposed to. He said with gritted teeth while crossing his arms. I look at Adam and I see that his body is tensed up. I was busy, Dad, he says. I look back and forth and see the resemblance. He does look a lot like his dad. They even have the same signature pose. The crossing arms. Bai's doing what? Looking for girls to sleep with. I felt a sting in my heart as his dad said those words. He looks at me and then back to Adam. Oh wait, you already found one. He says looking at me. My wolf starts to get mad but I force myself to shut up. What did you just say? He said to his dad, taking a step closer to him. I was starting to panic as I saw how he and Adam looked at each other. It looked that they were gonna fight. I made the biggest mistake when I chipped in. I'm his mate, I said, slightly blushing. Chapter 7. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for Tyler saving us. Alpha. They're waiting for you in the conference room. Lightwood Pack is already here. I'll be there in a few minutes. His dad said, not leaving Adam's gaze. He turned to look at me and then to Adam. At least she doesn't look like a whore, he said, and then left. I could sense that Adam was mad. He was giving off that energy. He stayed frozen in spot. He was breathing heavy before he took a deep breath and turned to me. Let's go, he said in a deep voice. I didn't know where we were going, but I'm guessing it was a place where he could let off some steam. We were walking through the woods. I decided to break the silence between us. You okay? I ask, looking at him as we walk. He takes a deep breath before he answers me. He's just hard to work with, he says, looking at me, and he stops. I turn around to face him. He's mad because I don't go to those stupid meetings. He rolls his eyes. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. It's always the same thing, trying to teach me his ways, trying to make me be like him. When he's gone and I'm alpha, I'll know how to be a good alpha. I have my ways and I do pay attention to people. It's not like I'm gonna forget about the pack house and let them all die, he says, and I believe him. The look on his eye says it all. His father doesn't trust him. At all. Have you talked to him? I say, taking a closer step to him. He scoffs. 1,000,000 times. But he doesn't listen to me. Never has, never will. He leans against a tree and looks into my eyes. I'm sorry he said that to you. I should have said something. I shouldn't have kept my mouth shut. It's okay, really. Even though it was not okay and I was totally pissed off when his dad insulted me, I knew I couldn't say anything either. But I don't blame him. His dad is the alpha. Even he has to show respect towards him. No, it's not, he says, snapping me from my thoughts. I can't let people go around calling you names. He leans away from the tree and steps in front of me. I now see how tall he is. His beautiful eyes hold so many stories. I still have a lot to find out about him, but I'm willing to wait. He locks his eyes on mine and I find myself being hypnotized by them. I look down and ask him the question that's been going on my mind for the past 2 days. Why did you mark me? I ask in almost a whisper. I don't want to make eye contact, so I keep my eyes glued to the floor. Because you're my mate, he says, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. No. Why did you mark me? I say, still not looking at him. He takes another step closer to me and my heart starts beating fast. He puts his hand on my cheek and my heart flutters at the action. He makes me look into his eyes and I realize how close we are. Close enough that if he lowers his head just a few inches more, he's going to be kissing me. Once again, I'm hypnotized by his eyes. You don't go unnoticed at school, Riley. You're different from other girls. You have your own little world. You could care less about Alice, yet you never say anything to her. You don't care about shopping. You care about whether the chemistry test is on Tuesday or Wednesday. You're nice, you're smart, you can have 1,000,000 problems going on with your life and you put others first instead of you. And you're so beautiful, Riley. You're so beautiful and you don't even know it. As I hear him say all these things, I can't help but think that this is dream. It's like I'm waiting for someone to splash water on my face and see that it was all just a dream. But it's not. I'm here in flesh and skin and Adam Parker is standing in front of me, cupping my face with his hands. His thumb stroking my cheeks as he says all those things to me. I know I'm blushing like crazy and all I can do is just stare into his amazing eyes. He glances at my lips and I unconsciously bite my bottom lip. He smirks a little and starts to lean in. I find myself closing my eyes as he gets closer to me. I can feel his minty breath on my lips. Just a little bit closer. Adam. Our heads snap in the direction of the voice. Tyler. Thanks a lot, Tyler. You picked the best moment. Adam takes a deep breath and retrieves his hands. I instantly miss the feeling of his hands. Tyler approaches us, ruining our moment. It's your dad, Tyler says to Adam. He sighs and scratches his forehead. What does he want now? Actually, he wants to talk to Riley. I'm taken aback at what Tyler says. Adam's dad wants to talk to me. As far as I know, I haven't done anything wrong. I look at Adam and he looks at me and then we look at Tyler. He wants to talk to me. I ask Tyler, I'm not sure I heard him well and I'm pretty sure Adam feels the same way as me. Confused. Tyler nods. He said something about wanting to talk to her alone about how things run here. Adam gives him a questioning look and Tyler starts to fidget. Is he hiding something? Fine, Adam says. But I'm going with her. Tyler nods and Adam looks at me and I give him a small nod, indicating that it's okay with me. And soon we made our way back to the pack house. Chapter 8. Me and Adam were currently waiting in what I can guess is the conference room. There was a huge table in the middle of the room and chairs were aligned in front of the table. There was a chair in the middle, me and Adam sat on each side. A door opened and Adam's dad came marching in. He sat in the chair that was in the middle, looked at Adam and gave him a smile. "Hello, Adam," he said in the most cheerful voice. "Dad," Adam said in a serious tone. Then he looked at me. "You must be Riley, don't think we've officially met," he said, extending his hand. "I'm Jack," Adam's dad. I took his hand and shook it. I was still pretty confused as to why he wanted to talk to me. "Adam, could you leave me and Riley alone for a few minutes?" Jack asked. Adam looked at me and I looked at him. I shakes my head slightly, saying no. "No, whatever you have to say her, you can say it in front of me." Adam leans back in his chair and crosses his arms. He looks at me and I mouth a thank you. Jack looks back at me. "Okay then. So Riley, it's come to my attention that you're Adam's mate and that you're currently living here," he says and crosses his arms. "Is that correct?" he asks. "Oh, yes, that's correct," I say nervously. Jack looks into my eyes as if he were trying to figure me out. "Where did you live before you came here?" he asks me. "I lived with my best friend Emma," I said in confusion. "Does she have a mate?" "Yeah, Ryan," I say honestly. I don't know why I was so nervous, he's just asking basic questions. I mean, I'm his son's mate, who wouldn't want to know about his mate? "What's the name of your old pack?" he asks. "Moonlight pack." I feel a pang in my heart as I think about them. I miss Emma and Ryan. I haven't gotten a chance of talking to Emma about all this. Come to think about it, where is my phone? I'm snapped out of my thoughts when I realize why I was so nervous. "What about your parents?" he asks, and when I don't answer he gives me a wicked smile. I start to panic and Jack keeps pressuring me to answer. "Why don't you live with your parents, Riley?" He keeps asking the same questions over and over again. "Where are your parents? Why don't you live with them? Do you still talk with your parents?" I start breathing fast and heavy because it feels as if my lungs aren't getting enough air. Adam notices and he gets up from his chair. "That's enough, Dad," Adam says in a stern voice. "I'm just asking her a question, Adam." And it all starts coming back. The flashbacks, the pain, what I've been trying to forget for the last 13 years, what I've been trying to run from. And suddenly I can't breathe. "Well, clearly it isn't just a question," Adam says and rushes over to me. He takes my hand in his and intertwines our fingers. "This interrogation thing that you're doing, it's over. Come on, Riley. We're leaving." I get up and leave, my breathing still fast and heavy, and I was starting to get dizzy. "Adam, I can't breathe," I said as I squeezed his hand tighter. My wolf started to whimper. I tried to control my breathing, but it just wasn't possible. My mom, my dad, my life. I lost it all. It's not that I had to run away and start a new life. I wanted to run away from my past. I wanted to forget about all that and move on with my life. I tried to push my thoughts away as Adam finds an exit to take me outside. I'm still pretty dizzy, and when Adam bursts open the door, I take off my hand from his and run down the steps. I fall on my knees when I get to the ground and start coughing when I finally get some air. Adam gets down in front of me and my breathing is finally under control. "Riley?" Adam asks, his voice filled with concern. I didn't realize I was crying until he wraps his arms around me, pulling me close to him. I start crying uncontrollably, letting it all out. He traces his arms up and down my back while saying everything's gonna be okay. After what seems like a while, my sobbing calms down and now it's just sniffles. I lean back to wipe my tears with the back of my hand. Adam cups my cheek with his hand. I meet his beautiful brown eyes. He strokes his thumb against my cheek. "You okay?" he asks, a little bit worried by my sudden outburst. I nod, looking down, and see his shirt damp from my tears. "I'm sorry," I say, looking down at the ground. "About what?" he asks. "Your shirt, it's now wet." He lets out a small chuckle. "I'm pretty sure you're more important than my shirt." I let out a small laugh and once again met his eyes. "Let's go back inside, okay?" he asks me, and I give him a small nod again. He helps me get out and intertwines our fingers. We opened the door to our room and I told him I was going to take a shower. He gave me another shirt of his and I went inside the bathroom. After I was done, I went to the bed and got under the sheets. Adam crouched down beside me and started stroking my hair. I'm gonna head out for a while, okay? I'll be back soon. He starts to get out, but I grab his wrists and he turns around. Please stay, I say. He gives me a small smile and says okay. He goes to the other side of the bed and lays down next to me. I turn around to face him and get closer to him. He wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me closer to him. I bury my face in his chest and he starts to stroke my hair again. I close my eyes and let sleep take over me. Chapter 9. Mommy. Wait for me outside, okay baby? She said, clearing the hair out of my face while tears ran down her face. I look at my dad. I could see the anger through his eyes. He looks at me and shows nothing but pure disgust. Mommy, what's going on? I asked and start crying. Don't worry, everything's gonna okay, she said as she took me in her arms and ran her hands up and down my back. She pulled away and wiped my tears with her thumb. Wait for mommy outside, okay? She said, giving me a sad smile. Don't leave, please. I couldn't control my sobs anymore. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face as I held my mom's hand. Riley, she said in a hoarse voice. I'll always love you no matter what, remember that. Promise me that you'll be happy. She took my hand and gave it a weak squeeze. And that's when I heard it, the flat line of the machine. No. I screamed and sat up on the bed, breathing heavily. Riley, hey, it's okay, Adam said as he wrapped me in his arms. It was just a bad dream, he said as he ran his hands up and down my arm, trying to calm me down. Tears threatened to spill, but I blinked them away. I didn't want to start crying again, and most certainly I don't want to explain as to why I was crying. I don't want to tell Adam about my past, not yet. The fact that he might leave consumes my mind ever since his dad asked about my parents. He's going to understand, he loves us, you know that. I told my wolf I knew that, there's no doubt about that. But it's so hard to talk about it after years of trying to put those thoughts away. I calm down and I untangle myself from his warm embrace. I look into Adam's eyes and see that they're filled with worry and concern. Riley, what's wrong? He asks and he cups my cheek with his hand, stroking my cheek with his thumb. I'm sorry, I say, barely a whisper. I grab his other hand and give it a small squeeze. Just a bad dream. But it's not, and he knows I'm lying. But right now I'm tired and last thing I need is another set of questions. I look down and I can feel him debating whether or not to ask me if I'm really fine. I look into his eyes and once again I'm hypnotized by them. God, I love his eyes. His beautiful brown eyes. I could stare into them all day, and I still would be hypnotized by them. And his hair, the way it looks like he just rolled out of bed. His dark brown hair that always looked good, I bet it's soft too. Try and go back to sleep, okay? Adam says, and I notice that it's still dark outside. I give him a small nod and lay back down on the bed. Adam pulls me into his arms again and I feel his warm embrace already making me feel better. God, he smells so good. He starts to draw circles in my back, and at this point I'm sure that I'm not going back to sleep, but I sure as hell don't want this moment to end. I feel so safe in his arms, like nothing can happen to me as long as Adam is by my side. I'm snapped out of my thoughts when Adam talks to me. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? He says, almost whispering. I know, I say. It's just I don't want you to feel like you can't talk to me. I want you to know that you can trust me. I trust you. It's just a bit hard for me to open up. I say. I'm worried about you, Adam says, and I smile into his chest, my stomach filled with butterflies. I'll be fine, I say, and nuzzle my head into his chest. My eyes start to feel heavy and try with all my might to stay awake. One part of me doesn't want to fall asleep because I'm scared I'll have another nightmare, but another part knows that I'll be safe because Adam's here with me. Close your eyes, princess. Nothing bad is going to happen as long as I'm here. He continues drawing circles on my back, and I let sleep take over me. Chapter 10. I wake up to Adam's arm pulling me closer to him. I flutter my eyes open and I instantly smell his scent. I smile as I realize that I'm still in his arms. He buries his head in my neck and my heart starts to pick up the pace. I lift my head up a little bit and kiss his neck. Well, someone's awake. Adam says with his sleepy voice in my ear, and my smile gets wider and my heart starts beating uncontrollably fast. Morning is all I can say without melting. Morning, princess. he says and kisses my shoulder, sending fire throughout my body. I don't know how at this point my heart hasn't leaped out of my chest. It's a miracle, really. I yawn and untangle myself from Adam, and I immediately regret doing it. My feet hit in cold floor and I stretch. I turn around and I see Adam smirking at me. What? I say and furrow my eyebrows in confusion. I look down and see that Adam's shirt rode up and he can see my panties. I quickly put my hands down and try to lower his shirt, which is now my shirt, and stare in shock at him. I grab a pillow and throw it at his face, but he quickly blocks it. Adam, I say and throw another pillow at him. What? It's not my fault the view is great. He says, smirking at me. He throws a pillow at me and it hits my face. Well, I obviously wasn't expecting it. I grab the pillow that fell to the floor and put on my game face. Oh, you're on. I say and throw the pillow at him. He tries to block it and I quickly grab 2 other pillows. There were 5 pillows in total, and for me to win I just needed 3 pillows. He gets up and grabs 2 pillows. He's on one side of the bed and I'm on the other side, my back facing the mini balcony. He stares at me and I stare back at me, trying to figure out my plan. I glance at the bed and notice that there's 1 pillow left. 1 pillow left. The pillow I need to win. I glance up at him and he glances up at me. We both need that pillow. He looks behind me and looks back at me. Riley, look. It's a mockingbird. I look back and to my dismay there is no mockingbird. When I look back at him he throws a pillow at me and laughs. He's so close to grabbing that pillow. I react fast and throw both of my pillows. A risk I had to take. That throws him a bit of guard and quickly jump on the bed and grab the pillow. Oh no you don't, Adam says, and I start laughing and start running around the room. Well, there's wasn't much to run around, but I did figure out that I could hide in his closet. I glance behind me and throw the pillow to his face. Just when I was going to open the door, Adam's arms wrap around my waist and he twirls me around. I'm still laughing and he puts me down. I turn around and meet his eyes. We're both panting and trying to catch our breaths. You cheated, he says, his hand still on my waist. Technically, you cheated. There are no mockingbirds here, I say, and wrap my arms around his neck. Well, it worked, didn't it? He says in a low, husky voice. I didn't realize that when I wrapped my arms around his neck, my shirt, yes, it's officially mine, rode up a bit and now his hands were touching my bare waist. He was stroking his thumb across my waist and once again his touch sent sparks. If I die of a heart attack, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be because of these little moments. I was still staring into his eyes and this time he broke the silence. We should get ready, you gotta look for your clothes, he says and takes a step away from me. Why must you do this to me? Why must thou step away from this special moment to look for my stupid clothes? My wolf missed being in his arms. But I needed my stupid clothes. It was Sunday, which meant that it was Emma's day out with Ryan, which also meant that tomorrow was Monday class. I grabbed my jeans from when I first got here and looked at the clock. 12:00 p.m. Adam walked out of the bathroom already dressed. Ready to go, he says. I turn to him and nod. We have exactly 3 hours. Emma's out with Ryan, so we have until 3:00 p.m. before they come back. I put on my shoes and we walked out the door. We walked out of the pack house and get inside a car. Adam's car, I assume. So where's your pack house? He asks as he turns on the engine. Oh, me and Emma don't live in the pack house, way too crowded. I say. When you get on the main road there's gonna be a stop sign. Turn left and keep going straight. There's gonna be an ice cream parlor and in that street turn right. A couple of houses down and we'll be there. In 20 minutes we get to my house. We get out of the car and I look for the spare key hidden under a flower pot. I open the door and see that the house is still the same. Organized to perfection, not a hair out of place. Wow, nice house, Adam says, looking around the house and looking the photos we have. Thanks, I say, proud that me and Emma kept this place clean. I'm gonna go upstairs to grab my stuff, okay? I say. I hear him say okay, and I enter my room. I look around my room and it hits me that I won't be living here anymore. It's different for me. Adam's from another pack, and when he turns into an alpha I'll be a Luna. I can't be their Luna if I'm in another pack. For Emma it's different, Ryan's from the same pack. So she doesn't have to leave her pack. I grab a spare backpack I had and start to put all my clothes in it. I grab Emma's blue duffel bag and start putting my shoes, toothbrush and all that stuff. I look at my dresser and I see the picture I have of my mom and dad before everything crashed and burned. My eyes began to tear up, but I quickly blinked them away and put the picture inside the bag. I look around my room one more time to see I have everything. Once I'm done, I sit down in my bed and see that my room is now empty. I won't live here again. I won't wake up to Emma's threatening voice of her eating my pancakes. I won't hear Emma and Ryan make out while I try to eat in peace. But a smile creeps up on my face when I realize that I'm starting a new adventure. With Adam. I'll wake up to have pillow fights with him. And hopefully he'll cook me some pancakes too. I decide that I'll tell Emma about all of this tomorrow. I know she'll understand and hopefully she'll be happy for me too. I grab my bags and I go up to the door. I look at my room one more time before I head downstairs. And that's when I heard it. A high-pitched scream. Chapter 11. I looked towards the direction that the scream came and a loud crash was heard. I dropped my bags and headed downstairs. That's when I found Emma with both her hands over her mouth, trying to muffle her screams with wide eyes. Emma! I shouted in terror. Could someone have entered? That's impossible, only me and Adam were here. Wait, what's Emma doing here? She's supposed to be out with Ryan. Where is Adam? And my questions were answered when I heard Ryan's voice coming from the kitchen. Riley. Ryan. Ryan had a grip on someone's shirt and when I looked it was Adam. Oh my God. Adam. Riley, don't. He broke into our house. Emma said as she grabbed my waist and tried to hold me back. I kept trying to get out of her grip but she had a strong grip on me. Let me go. You don't understand. I watched as Ryan was ready to throw a punch at Adam. Meanwhile, Adam was trying to push back Ryan. He's my mate. I screamed, hoping that it would stop all this commotion. Emma's grip on me loosened and so did Ryan's grip on Adam. Adam took this opportunity and shoved Ryan off him. Get the hell off me, man, Ryan stumbled a bit. Still trying to understand what I just said. I walked over to Adam and I noticed he had a busted lip and a cut on his cheek and his eyebrow. Are you okay? I asked with concern. I kept checking his face for more bruises. Yeah, I'm fine. He said through gritted teeth looking behind me. I looked at the direction that Ryan was looking and I saw Emma shooting daggers at me. What the hell do you mean he's your mate? Emma said with gritted teeth. I glanced at Ryan and he definitely had more bruises than Adam did. His left eye was starting to get black. He had a bloody nose, he had a cut on his lip, and what seems like a scratch on the forehead. Can we talk about this in my room in a few? I want to get Adam cleaned up. Emma shoots me and Adam a glare before leaving with Ryan, muttering something about a band-aid. I turn to face Adam and I see that he's looking down at me. I sigh and grab his hand, leading him to the bathroom. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. We enter the bathroom and I start looking through the cabinets for a first aid kit. Sit. I point to the toilet seat and he sighs, running a hand through his hair. I find the kit and I take out some alcohol towelettes and some antibiotic. I take a towel and wet it with warm water. I stand between Adam's legs and I start pressing the towel into Adam's cuts. He hisses and puts his head back. Sorry. I mutter and give him a sad smile. I thought you said they weren't supposed to be back at 3. He says while I clean his busted lip and turned around to clean the spots of blood on the towel. They weren't. I say and go back to him to keep cleaning his cuts. I grab the alcohol and press it into his cuts. Ow, 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 he says as I press the towelette. Sorry, I keep saying. Can you wait for me in the car? I need to talk to Emma and it looks like she won't let me out until I explain. I say as I grab the antibiotic. Do you really have to? He says in a low voice. His hands find my waist and as I put some antibiotic he pulls me a bit closer to him. My heart starts beating fast and my breathing gets hitched. His face was only centimeters away from mine. He eyes glanced at my lips and I bit my bottom lip. He smirked at my action. Yes. I say stuttering. I think she can wait just a little bit longer. He says in a hushed tone, still smirking. And before I know it, his lips are on mine. His soft lips are on mine. Holy fire truck. 1,000 fireworks went off and I felt sparks all over the place. His arms were wrapped around my waist and mine were around his neck, pulling him closer to me. Butterflies were erupting in my stomach, but I was pretty sure I had the whole zoo there. Our lips were moving in sync, desperate for one another. It was like a piece of puzzle being put together. Adam lifts me up and puts me down in the counter on the bathroom. He stands between my legs and I lift my head so he can have better access. I wasn't planning to end the kiss anytime soon, and from the looks of it Adam wasn't planning to either. I hear a pound on the door and we break the kiss, catching our breath. "I'll be there in a minute," I say, trying to sound as normal as possible. Adam leans his forehead into mine and I subconsciously close my eyes. "Don't take too long, Oklahoma," he says in a hushed tone, his thumb stroking my cheek. My whole body is in fire with his touch, and my wolf was practically jumping around in happiness. I nod at him since that's all I could do. I was still in cloud nine. I lifted my head up a bit and kissed him. It wasn't desperate like the first time but slow, making it last every second. I pulled away and smiled. I opened my eyes and I found him smiling at me. "I'll meet you outside, okay?" I say. We leave the bathroom and he heads to the door and I got to my room. Emma is waiting for me and when she sees me stands up, waiting for an explanation. "Before you explain what's going on, where the hell have you been, Riley? I tried calling you but you're not answering your phone. You haven't been home since Friday. We were worried sick, Riley." Emma's voice is filled with concern and I feel guilty. I know I should have tried to reach out to her, but it was all too new to me that I didn't thought of Emma first. I wasn't thinking that my best friend could have called the SWAT team just to know if I was alright. Meanwhile, I was too busy being wrapped in Adam's arms. That guilt soon faded away when I started thinking about what happened a couple of minutes ago. I told Emma to sit down next to me on the bed and I started explaining everything to her. How I found out Adam is my mate, to him buying me breakfast, how his dad called me a slut when we bumped into him in the hallway, when he almost kissed me if it wasn't for Tyler. I didn't tell her about how his dad started questioning me, and I also didn't tell her how I broke me down and had that dream. And now I was breaking the news to her that I wasn't gonna live here anymore. "You're leaving," Emma said with a sad voice. "I'm not a part of this pack anymore," I say, looking down. "Riley, we're your family. Me and Ryan have been here for you ever since day one. And now you're just gonna leave." She screamed at me. "Emma, it's not like that. This was definitely not how I thought things were gonna go. You and Ryan have something special going and it feels like I'm holding you guys back. Now I found Adam. I've been waiting for this for 18 years and I finally found him." I tell her, hoping that she can understand. "I don't want you to leave," she said, and tears ran down her face. I hugged her and she hugged me back. I ran my hands up and down her back, calm her down. Once she was calmed down, I grabbed my bags and headed downstairs. Ryan was sitting in a stool at the kitchen. I knew he heard about our conversations, wolf hearing. He gave me a sad smile once he saw me. "I'm gonna miss you, buddy," Ryan says in a cracked voice as I give him a hug. "I'm gonna miss you too," I say and pull away. Emma goes to him and leans on his side as Ryan wraps an arm around her waist. I said my goodbyes and walked out the door, keeping the spare key if I need something. I knew that they were gonna be there for me no matter what. I walked down the steps and toward the car where I saw Adam leaning against it. He smiled at me. 18 years, huh? I playfully slapped his arm and rolled my eyes. Stupid wolf hearing. We got in the car and we were making our way back to the pack house. It was slightly raining and I leaned my head against the window looking outside. Adam took my hand and intertwined our fingers. I glanced at me and smiled. He looked at me for a second and smiled back. He gave my hand a small squeeze. With Adam by my side, I knew everything was going to be okay. Our journey has just begun. Subscribe to our channel and follow Riley as we explore more unknown secrets together. How does Riley feel when she receives a gold heart locket with a picture of her and Adam from the night of the full moon? And how will their relationship progress from here? Want to know how Riley and Adam find love and belonging in the world of werewolves? Subscribe to our channel and miss none of the heart-pounding moments. Chapter 12. We get to the pack house and we walk back to the room. I put my bags on the bed and lay down on the bed. Adam lays down beside me and I put my head in his shoulder. We stay in comfortable silence for a while before Adam speaks. "How did it go with Emma?" he says. "Good, she's not happy that I left, but she understands," I say. He starts running his hand up and down my arm. "Who's the dick that punched me?" he said, his voice filled with annoyance. "That's Ryan, Emma's mate. They've been together for a long time now." I saw and I start thinking about the first time Emma came running at me gossiping about Ryan. I sit up on the bed and I decide to unpack my stuff. I was gonna get up when I heard Adam whimper. "What?" I looked back at him to see him with a sad face. Literally a sad face. He pats on where I was lying just now. I giggle. I have to unpack my stuff. Do you have to do that now? He says, pouting. Yes, I said and chuckled. Unless you want to help me. I say, hoping that he'll say yes. He sits up on the bed and thinks about it. Fine, I'll help my poor princess. I stick my tongue out at him and he gives me a small laugh. I get up and made my way to my bags. Where do I put my clothes? I say while giving him the duffel bag. You can put them in the lower drawers, those are empty. He says while going to the bathroom to put my shampoo and all that in there. I put all my clothes in drawer, and when I lean on drawer and I see Adam frozen in his spot, I walk over to him and wrap my arms around his waist. What are you looking at? I say. He turns around and gives me my picture of me and my parents. I grab the picture and stare at it. My nerves took over me and suddenly I forgot to speak. Are they your parents? He asks me in a soft voice. I look at him and back down at the picture and give him a sad smile. Yeah, I say, running my fingers through the frame. I knew I was going to tell Adam about my past one day. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. What happened? Adam asks. I know he means about the day that his dad asked me about my parents and I had a panic attack. He knows something happened and he's not dumb enough to think that it didn't. I was 5 when my dad left us. It was at my birthday party. Well, it really wasn't a party. It was just me, my mom and dad. They had a heated fight and my mom told me to wait outside. She was crying and I never saw her cry. Later that night he left. He didn't say goodbye or anything, he just packed his bags and left. At that moment I didn't know what was happening, and when I asked my mom she just told me that he was going to be back soon. Suddenly the memories started flooding back to me. Mommy, where did Daddy go? I rubbed my sleepy eyes. Mom wiped away her tears and pulled me into her lap. He'll be back soon, okay baby, she said as she ran her fingers through my hair. I rested my head on her shoulder and I started getting sleepy. Mom started crying silently as I fell asleep. Every day I would wait outside for my dad, waiting for his car to show up or for the sound of doorbell. I would do my homework on the front porch and when I was done I would wait for him. My mom knew what I was doing and I think I was hurting her more than she already was. The fact that I would wait for him somehow broke her heart. Soon she started to get sick. She would have to stay home because she was vomiting all day, or she just didn't have enough energy to get up. At that time I was about 10 years old. It was starting to get dark and still no sign of my dad. At this point I started to think that maybe he wouldn't come back. I pushed those thoughts aside when my mom called me. Honey, come sit down, she said, her voice a bit tired. She patted the spot next to her on the couch and I went and sat next to her, facing her. Honey, there's something I need to talk to you about, she said in a calm voice. What's wrong? I say. I couldn't help but start to panic a bit. Was something happening? Were we moving? Did she talk to Dad? Has she even heard about Dad? As you know, I haven't been feeling well this last couple of weeks. The results came back and it came positive, she said and her voice cracked a bit. What are you saying? My breathing started to get heavy, and I was pretty sure that the color drained away from my face. I have cancer, Riley. I couldn't hear anything after that. The whole world suddenly stopped and I could only hear the same thing over and over again. I have cancer, Riley. I have cancer, Riley. I have cancer, Riley. My mom was trying to say something to me, but I couldn't bring myself back to my body. It's like I was watching myself being frozen on the spot, looking at my mom as she tried so hard not to cry in front of me. She had treatment for 2 years only. The first few months were great. She felt like she had the energy to get up. She would make some breakfast and she would go on her day as if nothing was happening. But at some point it was like as if someone popped that happy balloon and she got bad. The treatments weren't working anymore. The doctors tried to give her some pills to brighten her day, or to even give her a quarter of her energy so she can at least eat something. Mom, you need to eat something, you can't just not eat, I told her as I tried to give her some soup. Riley, I'm not hungry. Just let me get some sleep, okay? She said, pushing the spoon away from her. It's 12:00 p.m. already. At least eat something, even if it's just a little bit. I tried putting the spoon in her mouth, but she pushed it away again. I told you I'm not hungry, she said in a weak voice. I put the spoon back in the plate and watched as she fell asleep. My eyes began to water and I put the plate back in the counter. I went to the bathroom and splashed some water on my face. I gave myself a pep talk and I walked out. I went outside into the hallway to get some air. I watched as the nurses would walk into a room, talk to the patients, and head out with a clipboard. They would go to the doctor, and then the doctor would go inside and talk to the parents of the patient. I went back inside and I heard my mom having trouble breathing. I walked over to her and I was right. I ran out the door and called the nurses and screamed for help. They made me wait outside until they could figure out what was happening. I knew once the doctor walked out that something bad had happened. He told me that the cancer had now spread out throughout her body, and there's nothing that they could do. I walked back inside the room and I couldn't help the tears that streamed silently down my face. They knew that it was best for her, but I didn't know if I was ready to leave her. She's the only family I have left. Don't leave me, please. I couldn't control my sobs anymore. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face as I held my mom's hand. Riley, she said in a hoarse voice. I'll always love you no matter what, remember that. Promise me that you'll be happy. She took my hand and gave it a weak squeeze. And that's when I heard it, the flat line of the machine. My sobs turned into screams and the nurses came rushing in. I was still holding on to my mom's hand as I saw her spirit leave her lifeless body. I didn't want to let go, not yet. The nurses were trying to calm me down and trying to get me out of the room so that they could do her job. It took them a while before I gave in and I lay on the hospital floor crying my eyes out. And that's when I met Emma. Her mom took me in and we just kind of clicked. I was 12 years when that happened. I started to get adapted to my new life and soon I learned to put the past in the past. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to. At some point we sat down on the balcony while I told Adam about all this. Adam watched me intensely, hearing every word I said, letting me pour my heart out. A few tears escaped, but I quickly wiped them away. He stood up and made me stand up too, and then he pulled me into a hug. The thing about Adam is that in moments like this where no words can be spoken, he does small acts of kindness that put me at peace. That me feel safe and alright. I wrapped my arms tightly around his waist as he wrapped his around my shoulders. I'm so sorry, Riley, he says in a low voice, and I know he means it. He's not just saying sorry about my parents. He's sorry that I've been having to deal with this on my own. He's sorry that this happened to me. We stayed like that for a while, wrapped in each other's arms in silence. Chapter 13. It was daylight and now me and Adam were getting ready for school. I hate Mondays so much. We left in Adam's car and made our way to school. I leaned my head against the window and I couldn't help but start thinking about how me and Adam aren't on the same social level. He's popular and everybody loves him, especially girls. And I was just me, just another girl in the crowd. Was I still gonna meet Emma for lunch? And what about Adam? Is he gonna go his way or stay with me? I was snapped out of my thoughts when Adam squeezed my thigh. What's wrong? He asks. Nothing. I say. Just thinking. I lean my head back against the window and I watch as every second we get closer to school. Unfortunately, we reach school and it was time to enter hell. I look at the window and I see people looking our way, pointing and probably talking to their friends about how I'm in Adam's car. With him. Alone. I started to panic a little bit. I figured Adam noticed because he took my hand in his and I turned to him. Hey, you know nothing's gonna change, right? He says, looking deep into my eyes. You're still mine and nothing that they say or think is gonna change that. If anything happens, you just scream my name and I'll punch whoever needs to be punched. He says, and I give him a small laugh. We both get out of the car. I take my backpack, close the door and take a deep breath. Once again, Adam takes my hand in his and we walk through the front doors. As we're walking down the hall, people turn to us and starting whispering to their friends while looking at us. Adam stops abruptly and he turns to everyone. Is there a problem here? He practically shouts and everyone goes silent. They look at Adam with terror before they turn to their lockers. We reach my locker and he leans against the locker next to mine. I open my locker and start changing my books. Don't you have to change your books? I ask while searching for my English notebook. Nope, on Friday I didn't change for my last 3 classes. He says and I give him a confusing look. Why not? I ask, practically shoving my head inside my locker. Jesus, where the hell is my English notebook? I had to be at a reunion. What are you looking for? He asks. My English notebook. I can't find it and it's not in here or in my backpack. I say. You mean this notebook? I take my head out of my locker and see that Adam is pointing to the top part of the lockers, where my notebook lies. Oh right. I say, a bit embarrassed. Anyways, aren't pack reunions supposed to be at night or something like that? I say, closing my locker and turning to him. I gotta admit he looked hot as hell. His hair had that I just woke up messy look and he still had a sleepy face. Absolutely hot. It's a different kind of meeting, he says and looks behind me. But that's a story for another time. He nods his head at someone behind me, and I turn around and see Emma walking this way. I turn back to Adam. Go talk to her, he says. He gives me a kiss on the forehead and leaves. I turn around and Emma catches up to me. Hey, I say, her locker is away from mine, so I assume that she came to talk to me. Hi, she says. We both stay silent for a while, not sure what to say. Look, Riley, I'm not mad, she says, breaking the silence. I'm not happy that you're leaving, but you're moving on, she says and looks down at the ground. You know I'll still visit you, right? I mean, who else am I going to gossip with? She chuckled and gives me a smile. True, and you can't forget about our late-night marathons, she says, pointing her finger at me. Totally true. We both laugh and the bell rings, indicating that we have 5 minutes to go to our classes. I'll see you at lunch, Emma says. Yeah, I say, and we head towards our classes. I reach my English class and the teacher enters. Good morning, class. Everyone mutters a good morning and we open our books. Lunch came by and I took my usual seat. Emma and Ryan were already there. We said our hellos and started eating. Ryan's bruises were starting to get better. It wasn't a big improvement, but they looked better than they did yesterday. Is it okay if I sit here? A familiar voice asks. I look up and see that it's Adam. He's holding a tray of food and he's looking at Ryan. Ryan gives him a nod of approval and he sits down next to me. I know Adam's making an effort to get along with Emma and Ryan because he eats outside with Tyler. A small smile spread on my face as I think about that. He's doing this for me. My wolf gets happy too. Soon we all starts talking and laughing and there were no hard feelings on the table. The bell rang and we all went to our classes. My last class came by, which was chemistry. Chemistry was the class that I didn't have a partner. The teacher started the class and he was writing something on the board. I got bored and started drawing on my notebook when the door opened. I was caught in drawing that I didn't notice who it was. I see you transferred to this class, Mr. Parker. My head shot up to see Adam at the teacher's desk. I expect you to be a good student this year. You can take your seat next to Riley. Adam starts walking my way, and people were looking at me with a confused expression on her face. He sits down next to me and pulls out his notebook. What are you doing here? I ask in a hushed tone. He pulls his chair closer to me and leans in my ear. I came here to take chemistry, princess, he says in a hushed tone. His voice sends shivers down my spine. I feel myself blushing and I turn to face the board. Through the corner of my eye I see Adam smirking. I continue with my drawing. Adam leans into my ear again. Aren't you supposed to be paying attention? He says in that low husky voice. I try not to melt and answer him in the most calm way. I'm bored, I say and continue drawing. He puts a strand of hair behind my ear and leaves his hand there. I drop my pen, I literally drop it and look at him. He smiles at me and gets close to me. His face inches away from mine. Chapter 14. I bet I can think of something fun, he said as our noses brushed. My breathing got hitched as I could feel his minty breath on my lips. He was so close to kissing me. But then, Mr. Parker and Miss Johnson, the teacher said. Adam moved back to his seat and I sat up quickly. Is there something you'd like to share with the class? The teacher said, crossing his arms. Everyone was looking at our way. No, I said, a bit embarrassed. That's what I thought, the teacher said and turned back to the board. Really? This is our last year. You're trying to get us in detention. I half shouted and half whispered to Adam. He's not going to put us in detention, he said with confidence. How are you so sure of that? I said. Because if he does, he's the one who's going to have to give us detention, and I don't think he's going to stay after school just for some stupid detention, Adam said, leaning back in his chair. Ms. Johnson and Mr. Parker, you get 1 hour of detention, the teacher said. What? You can't do that, I said, standing up from my chair. Oh yes I can, and you better watch your tone with me, young lady, he said, keeping calm. Riley, just sit down, Adam said, trying to calm me down. No, I'm not going to sit down. It's the second week of school. You can't give me detention. That's unfair. And as soon as those words left my mouth, I completely regret it. You get a 2-hour detention for disrespecting my decision. You want to go for another hour," he said, pointing a finger at me. I stood there quietly and sat down. "That's what I thought, young lady," he said. I was beyond pissed. I've never gotten detention and now I have been stuck here for 2 more hours because I wanted to kiss Adam. Great. Just great. The whole class I didn't talk to Adam, even though he tried getting my attention a couple of times. When class ended, the teacher told us that we could get our books, but we were to come back to the classroom immediately. "I can't believe you got us into detention," I said to Adam as I closed my locker. He didn't want to change his book, so he accompanied me. "It was your fault too," he said, holding his hands up in surrender. "If you weren't distracting me, we wouldn't be in detention right now," I said as we made our way to detention. "To be fair, you didn't stop me and you didn't stop yourself either," he said, smirking. I rolled my eyes and kept walking. Stupid mate. Him and his stupid eyes with his stupid smile and his stupid way of making me stupid crazy about him. His stupid kisses and his stupid face. We enter the classrooms and we take our seats in the front. We take seats separate from us because we can't talk with each other. The teacher starts the clock and we just sit there bored, doing absolutely nothing. After what seems like an hour, I check the clock in the wall, and it's only been 15 minutes since we got here. I groaned and slouched in my seat. The teacher was already asleep in his chair. I rolled my eyes in annoyance and leaned my head on the desk. Well, I might as well try to get some sleep. Psst. Ignore it, Riley. PSSST. It's probably just a bird. PSSST. Something hit me in the head. I look up and see a piece of crumpled paper on the floor. Of course it was Adam. "What?" I mouthed. I wasn't going to get in any more trouble, and even though the teacher's asleep, he has super wolf hearing, which equals into me getting more trouble. "Let's go," he mouthed, and so began our silent conversation. "Are you crazy? Do you want us to get into more trouble?" I say. "Do you really want to be here for 2 hours?" he asked. "If it means not getting into more trouble, then yes," I say. "He's not going to notice," he said. "It's funny because that's what got into this mess in the first place." I ended the conversation there and turned to face the board. Every 5 minutes I would check the clock with some hope that time would go faster. After a while I gave up. In the corner of my eye, I saw Adam standing up from his seat and going over to the teacher's desk. My eyes widened when I saw that he was trying to get the keys. I got up from my seat and walked over to him as quietly as possible. I hold his arm and he looks at me and I shake my head. He smiles at me and mouths at me to change the hour on the clock. I gave him a confused look, and he handed me another piece of paper. Our 2 hours of detention were up. We didn't want to disturb you, so we left. Your keys were on the desk and we left them there too. Adam and Riley. By the time I finished reading, Adam already had the keys in his hand. This is a bad idea. But I went along with it anyway. I changed the clock and Adam had already opened the door. He left the keys on the desk and we got out. He closed the door ever so slowly and we made a run for it. We were running and laughing down the hall. We looked back for a second every once in a while to see if the teacher was behind us. We reached the doors and we opened them. We were still running and laughing when we reached Adam's car. I leaned on the side of the door, trying to catch my breath while Adam was in front of me trying to catch his breath too. "That wasn't so bad now, was it?" he said with a smile on his face. I rolled my eyes playfully. "We're just lucky he fell asleep." I looked into his eyes and he looked into mine. Something about his eyes made me just bore into them, hypnotized by them. Each time his eyes would just become more amazing to look at. That spark in his eyes would light up more and more and I found myself be happy by that. He started to lean in and he grabbed my face with both hands. I closed my eyes and his lips met mine. I felt those fireworks once again and I wrapped my arms around his neck while he wrapped his around my waist. He pulled me closer to him and my hands were in his hair. Ever since I met him I felt like this whole new person. Everything got better with him and I'm so madly in love with him. The way he makes me feel is so indescribable that I'm not sure if it's a real feeling. I'm a better person when I'm around him. Happier, and that's what I love about him. He makes me so happy in ways that I can't understand. He was there for me when I broke down, he was there for me when I told him about my past, and he even made an effort to try again with Emma and Ryan. He's doing all of this for me and I can't imagine a life without him. Before he could deepen the kiss I bit his bottom lip. He let out a low groan and I smiled, our foreheads still pressed together. Calm down, Parker. I said in a low voice. God, what are you doing to me, Riley? He said in a low voice too. My smile got wider and I kissed him. It was a short kiss, but it still sent sparks throughout my body. We got inside the car and made our way to the pack house. It started to rain a little bit, which meant that it was going to be more chilly. Which also meant I get to snuggle up to Adam. I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes. Chapter 15. Adam woke me up by shaking my shoulder slightly. I opened my eyes and we were already at the pack house. It wasn't raining anymore and it was pretty dark outside. We got out of the car and Adam told me to look up to the sky. It was going to be a full moon tonight. What do you guys do on a full moon? I asked. Looking at the moon. We do a bonfire and just kind of catch up with each other. I don't think your pack likes me. I say, looking down at the ground. That's because they don't know you like I do. He says, lifting my chin up. I gave him a small smile and he returned it. Hey lovebirds. A voice says. We look in the direction of the voice and see that it's Tyler walking over to us. Hey Tyler. I say. You guys are just in time. We're starting the bonfire now. Everyone's in the backyard. He says. Cool. We'll walk with you then. Adam says, intertwining our fingers. Dude, I can't believe you ditched me in lunch. Tyler says at Adam. Dude, I was with my girlfriend making up with her friends. Adam says, and I smile, remembering what had happened a couple of hours ago. It's true. I say, looking at Tyler. We reach the backyard and I see everyone with their mates, talking and drinking. Everyone's having fun. But when they see us, they all stop. And they're looking at me. Oh my God. That's Adam's mate. Someone screams in the crowd and suddenly the party's back on. But once they realize what that person said, they all bow down. Why are they bowing? I ask Adam. I was still new to this whole mate thing, so I didn't know a couple of stuff. Because one day you'll be there, Luna. He whispers in my ear. I look at him and I see him smiling at me and I can't help but to blush a little bit. They all stand up again and start the party once again. A couple of girls come up to us and they start talking to me. They're pretty much my age, 18. One has blonde hair with blue eyes. The other one has brown hair with light brown eyes and the other one has black hair with green eyes. They look pretty much alike. Gee, Haley, you're right. She's so pretty. The blonde one says. Told you so. Haley, I think, says. Adam chuckles. Riley, this is Skylar, he says, pointing to the blonde one. Emily, he says, pointing to brown one, and that's Haley. He says, pointing to the one with black hair. And this is Riley. He says, introducing me to them. They all say hi and I say hi back. I'm gonna go with Tyler, okay? Adam says to me. Yeah, sure. Go have fun. I say and give him a smile. He gives my hand a small squeeze and plants a kiss on my forehead. I watch him leave with a smile on my face. I turn back to the girls and they're all squealing. Oh my God, that was so cute. Skylar says, jumping up and down. Quiet down, you're going to scare her away. Emily says, crossing her arms. Skylar and Haley were both screaming from excitement, and I could tell that Emily wasn't that girly. Skylar stuck out her tongue at her and Emily snorted. I'm sorry, my sisters can be a bit annoying. Emily says, rolling her eyes. We're not annoying. Skylar says at her. It's just that we're really excited to meet Adam's mate. Everyone's been talking about you since day one and we've been dying to meet you. Haley says. We've never met an alpha's Luna, so it's pretty awesome when you see that there's a Luna in town. Skylar said, explaining the rest. Really? I thought that nobody liked me here. I mean, when I got here everyone was giving me weird looks. I say, a bit embarrassed. Oh, don't worry about that. Emily says. Ever since Alice, nobody's ever since Adam with another girl. But ever since he found you, he's been happy ever since. Emily says, giving me a small smile. Yeah, I kind of notice it too. I say, and I look at Adam laughing with Tyler. For a moment he looks at me and I give him a smile and he returns it, and even though I'm not face to face with him, I know he has that spark in his eyes. Skylar, Emily, Haley and me get along really, really well. I'm actually kind of glad I met them. Back in my old pack it was just me and Emma, so it was kind of lonely. We kept talking and we sat around the bonfire in a log. Then Adam came and sat next to me. I got closer to him and leaned my head on his shoulder. He chuckled and wrapped an arm around me. Are you have fun? He says. Yeah, I am. We all get along pretty well and they're fun too. I say as I see the fire and the flame crackling up. It was a chilly night, but the bonfire made the night warmer. That's nice, he says, and he runs his hand up and down my arm. Yeah, I say in small voice and keep looking at bonfire. The full moon came and everyone gave a howl as if we were welcoming the full moon. We stayed there for a bit longer. Tyler sat down in the log next to me and the three of us started talking. Me and Tyler were becoming close as friends and I was glad because I want to be on good terms with him. Well guys, I'm gonna hit the bed. See you in the morning. Tyler yawned. Bye Tyler. Me and Adam say at the same time. At some point during the bonfire they were giving out blankets and Adam got one for us. We were still wrapped up in that blanket and everyone was starting to leave, but I didn't want to leave. Not yet. I had so much fun today and I didn't want it to end. I didn't see your dad here. I say. He's probably busy with meetings and all that. He says, and he tenses up a bit. I know he doesn't like to talk about his dad, so I don't push the conversation any further. After a while we both get pretty tired and decide to call it a night. Chapter 16. It was morning and we were currently getting ready for school. Today felt like it was going to be a good day. Yesterday was the full moon and everyone liked me. Somehow today just felt like it was going to be a good day. My wolf started to whimper and I couldn't understand why. Have you seen my shirt? Adam asked as he rummaged around the drawers in his closet. Which one? I asked as I put on my black high-top Converse. He turns around to face me and he has his hands on either side of his waist. It was then I noticed he was shirtless. He was showing his abs and I couldn't help but stare at them. I was sitting on the edge of the bed so my leg was mid-air and my hands were on my shoe. I was gonna lace it up, and I couldn't divert my eyes from his perfect body. Babe, I know I'm hot, but you gotta give me my shirt. He says, and I divert my gaze away from his amazing body. What? I stutter. You're wearing my shirt. Adam says, pointing at me. I stand up and I look down at my shirt, which is indeed his shirt. Oh, I didn't know you were gonna wear it today. He starts taking a step closer to me and I start taking a step back. My back hits the wall and Adam puts his hands on either side of the wall. My heart was beating at a fast rate, and all I could focus on was how close he was to me. This wasn't new to me, I mean he's done it a couple of times, but it feels as if it were the first time. He knew the effect he had on me and he loved it. He smiled at me and started to lean in. Our noses brushed and just when he was about to kiss me, I got a headache. Ow, I said, putting my hand on my temple. What's wrong? Adam backed away and looked at me with worry. Do you have painkillers? I asked him. I tried to close my eyes to try to take the pain away. We have some in the medicine cabinet, he said. In a second he was in front of me with 2 pills and a glass of water. I took the pills and gulped them down with some water. Adam put his hand on my forehead and put a strand of hair behind my ear. You don't have a fever, he says, his voice filled with worry. Are you feeling okay? He says, cupping my face with his hands. Yeah, it's probably because I'm hungry. We ate some breakfast and I started feeling a bit better. My wolf was still whimpering and I couldn't understand why. We got to school and Adam walked me to my locker. The headache never left, but it hurt less. Are you sure you're feeling okay? Adam asks me. 100 sure. I say and look at him. He's not convinced, but he doesn't push it any further. The bell rings and we walk our separate ways to our classes. By my second class the headache was getting stronger, but I tried my best to ignore it. Lunch came by and my head was literally exploding. But it gets worse, everything started to hurt. It was as if someone injected something in my body and everything just hurt. If a glass were to break, my ears would probably bleed from the pain. That's how much it hurts. I didn't even grab some food. I sat down on the table and lay my head down. Hey, did you see the full moon yesterday? It was so beautiful. As she said that, my head got even worse. Riley, you don't look so good. Are you okay? Ryan asked. She's been like that all morning, Adam said as he sat down next to me. Did you send her to the pack doctor? Ryan asked, his voice filled with worry just like Adam's. She doesn't want to, but I gave her some painkillers in the morning and she said that it worked, Adam said, running his hand through my hair. Riley, you should go to the pack doctor, Emma said. I'm fine, I just need some sleep, I said, rubbing my temples. I'm gonna go wash my face with some water, I said, and got up from my seat. As soon as I did that I got dizzy, and everything went black. Adam's POV, Riley. The three of us screamed as Riley fell to the floor. We all rushed to the ground and I turned Riley around so she was lying on her back. Emma patted her face gently, trying to wake her up. "Come on, Riley. Wake up," she said, her voice cracking up a bit. Ryan was splashing a bit of water on her face and I put her head on my lap. Everyone started to circle around us, offering to do something or just in shock of what was happening. "Someone call a doctor," I screamed. Tyler came from the crowd and crouched down beside me. "Tyler, I need you to call the pack doctor now," I told him, trying to keep calm. My heart rate was flying through the clouds. Riley fainted out of the blue and she hasn't been feeling well all morning and I don't know what's wrong with her. So I'm beyond worried right now. "I'm on it," Tyler said as he dialed the number. In a few minutes the pack doctor came with 2 people behind him holding a stretcher. We all watched as they put Riley in the stretcher and walked away. "Mr. Parker, do you wish to come with us?" the pack doctor asked. I looked at Emma and Ryan. Emma was silently crying as Ryan wrapped his arms around her. "You can go, make sure she's okay," Emma said, giving me a sad smile. She buried her face in Ryan's chest as she couldn't control her sobs anymore. "I'll call you when she wakes up," I told Ryan, and he gave me his number. I went with the pack doctor and we made our way to the pack house. Chapter 17. I woke up to the sound of people talking. My eyes fluttered open and I found myself in a white room. I looked in the direction of the voices and I saw a nurse and a doctor talking. Where am I?" I asked in a raspy voice. They both looked at me and the doctor smiled. "Oh good. You're up," he said while walking over to me with a clipboard in his hand. "Miriam, get her a glass of water and tell Mr. Parker that Ms. Johnson is awake," he ordered the nurse. He looked back at me and started looking at his clipboard. Johnson, do you know why you're here?" he asked. I shook my head. "Well, yesterday you fainted at the school's cafeteria. Mr. Parker informed me that you weren't feeling well. You had a headache yesterday, is that correct?" It was then I realized I was in a hospital. I wasn't connected to any machines, which brought relief to me. I was just on the bed and in the same clothes. The nurse came and brought me some water, which I gulped down in a second. "Yes," I said. I would be lying if I didn't say that I was scared. I didn't know if something was wrong with me or if I had to stay here for observation. The doctor started to check my pulse, check if I had a fever, and scribbled all of it down in the clipboard. "Well, Ms. Johnson, it's nothing to be afraid. The headache was just a minor symptom of wanting heat," he said. "Heat? What the hell is heat? What about all the pain that I felt throughout my body?" I asked. "That's also a minor symptom of wanting heat," he says. "I'm sorry, what exactly is heat?" I asked. He looked at me as if I was the most dumbest person on the world. He stayed like that for a moment before responding me. "Heat, well, how can I explain this?" he said as he tapped his chin with his finger. "Heat is the final step of claiming. The first step is finding your mate. The second is when he marks you, which is when he pulls out his wolf teeth and bites your neck. And the final step is when you and your mate, well, mate," he says, a bit uncomfortable. It's then I realize me and Adam haven't actually done it. And apparently the only way for me to not feel this horrible pain is if me and Adam mate. Well, this is going to be an awkward conversation. "Do you wish for me talk about this with Mr. Parker?" the doctor asked me, but before I could answer him, the door slammed open and 3 sets of eyes were looking at me with worried faces. "Jesus, Riley, are you okay?" Ryan asked as he rushed over to me. "What happened to you?" Emma asked while rushing over to me too. "How is she?" Adam asked the doctor. For a brief second he looked at me and back at Adam. "She's fine, make sure she gets some rest and she'll be good as new," the doctor said before walking out. "I'm so glad you're okay," Adam said as he gave me a kiss on the forehead. Emma stood on one side of the bed while Adam and Ryan stood on the other side. "What did the doctor say?" asked Emma as she sat down beside me. "He said that I just needed some rest and that I would feel better." Of course, Adam didn't believe me. I glanced at him and he was giving me a strange look while crossing his arms. Emma and Ryan believed it, which was what I was going for. I couldn't explain it to them because it would have been awkward. Yes, they are like family to me, but talking to them about how me and Adam have to mate is like a child asking her mom, "Where do babies come from?" Awkward. The nurse came inside with a wheelchair and walked over to me. "The doctor says you're all good to go. You should be able to go to school tomorrow," she said and gave me a warm smile. Ryan helped me up even though I could stand on my own. We reached the hospital doors and Adam went to get the car. Call us if you need anything, okay? Emma said. I gave them a nod and we said our goodbyes. Once Adam brought the car, he helped me up and the nurse left with the wheelchair. He helped me up in the car and put on my seatbelt. In that moment his perfume filled my nose and I flew to cloud 9. Have I mentioned that he smells really good? Well, he does. He closed my door and went over to the driver's seat and off we go to the pack house. An uncomfortable silence filled the car. My fingers were fidgeting as I found them so interesting to look at. Adam cleared his throat and broke the silence. What exactly did the doctor say? Adam said in an uneasy voice. I sighed and looked up at the road. This was going to be a long ride. I don't really want to talk about it, I said in a low voice. Adam looked at me for a second with a shocked expression on his face. Are you being serious right now? He says, raising his voice just a little bit. Do you expect me to just let you be in pain and not do anything about it? He said. Before I could answer, he cut me off. What if it happens again? What if it's something serious and you just decided not to tell me? He said. I looked at him with an "Are you serious right now" look. God, Adam, it's not like I'm dying, I say in the same tone as him and turned around in my seat so I could look at him. Then why won't you tell me? Adam asked, raising his voice a bit more. Because I don't feel comfortable talking about it. I screamed, and as soon as I did I regretted it. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath and slouched down back in my seat. Fine, but don't come crying to me when the pain gets worse, Adam said in a stern voice. I felt a stab in my heart as he said those words. Jesus, Riley. He's your freaking mate and you're not even gonna tell him. Wow, worst mate ever. The rest of the ride was in silence. After 30 minutes we reached the pack house and it was already dark. Adam parked the car and turned off the engine. I was opening the door when he slammed his shut. I jumped a little bit since it took me a bit off guard. I've never seen this side of Adam and it wasn't pretty. Tears were starting to form in my eyes but I blinked them away. Adam opened the door and rushed inside. Hey guys, what's dash? Nobody cares, Tyler, Adam said as he passed Tyler by. What's up with him? Tyler asked me. We got in a fight. I told him. Why don't you tell Tyler? Maybe then you would feel comfortable enough tell me. Adam screamed as he came back for a minute. Good luck with that, Tyler said as he gave me an apologetic look. I rolled my eyes at Adam and walked behind him. Jesus, Adam. Can you calm down for a freaking minute? You're blowing this way out of proportion, I screamed at him as we walked down the halls towards our room. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be a good mate, that's all, he screamed as he opened the door, and once I'm inside I slam it shut. It's not that I'm never going to tell you. I just don't think that now is the right time. My throat is starting to hurt from all this screaming, and I'm pretty sure that everyone in this house can hear us right now. Great. So I'm just supposed to wait until you can tell me. He turns around and walks over to me. That would be fantastic, I say and take a step closer to him. Why is it so important for you to know? Why can't you just wait until I figure out how to talk to you about it? I scream. Because it drives me crazy knowing that you're in pain, and that there's nothing I can do about it. It hurts me to watch you suffer. He took one final step close to me. Once he was finished, I slammed my lips into his and kissed with such passion that I didn't even know it was possible. He broke the kiss and was gonna say something, but I cut him off. Can you just shut the hell up? I said, and once again kiss him with such force. He pushed me up against the wall and put his hands on my waist, pulling me closer to him. I pull his shirt up and for a brief second we break the kiss. Once his shirt is off, our lips meet once again and I throw the shirt across the room. Adam sets my body on fire as he traces my body with his fingers. He finds the hem of my shirt and pulls it over my head. He lifts me up and I wrap my legs around his waist. As he puts me down on the bed, my back meets the softness of the sheets and he lays on top of me. I wrap my arms around his neck and our kisses become more slow. Adam breaks the kiss and he starts kissing my neck. He finds my sweet spot and starts leaving hickeys. I throw my head back to give him more access while my hands are in his hair. I tug slightly into his hair and he lets out a low moan. His hands roam around my body until he finds the waist of my jeans. He stops kissing me and unbuttons my jeans. He throws them across the room while I'm left in my underwear. And then he claimed me his. Chapter 18. When I woke up I didn't feel that excruciating pain anymore, which brought relief to me. I turned around and I saw Adam lying on his stomach, his face buried in the pillow. The sheets stoped at his lower back, which left his bare back exposed. I smiled to myself as I remembered the events of last night. I glanced at the clock, and it was already 7:30 am. What? What? My eyes widen and I tried to untangle myself off the sheets. Unfortunately, I fail and fall to the floor, still tangled in the sheets. I sat up on the floor, blew a strand of hair away from my face in annoyance. Did you fall off the bed again? Adam said in his sleepy voice. Adam, get up. We're gonna be late for school. I said as I stood up and wrapped the blankets around my body. Adam practically jumps out of the bed and puts on some underwear. We both go to the bathroom and brush our teeth as fast as we can. I put on the first thing I find, which is some underwear, my black jeans, Adam's flannel shirt, and my Vans. I quickly brush my hair and put it into a ponytail. You ready to go? Adam yawned. I nodded and grabbed my backpack. He grabbed the keys in his backpack and we were out the door. Adam still had his sleepy face, which was extremely hot. I couldn't divert my eyes from him. Adam rubbed his eye as he took his eyes off the road for a second to look at me. So, I guess we now know what the doctor really told you, he said, smirking at me. My cheeks started to heat up and I know he noticed. Shut up, I say, trying so hard not to smile. He holds my hand and plants a kiss on the back of my hand. We reach the school in 10 minutes and we get out of the car. We start making our ways to the school doors and I notice that Adam still has bed hair. Wait, I say, and he turns around and motions to the car. Did you forget something? He asks. I give him a smile. No, silly. You have bed hair, I say as I giggle. I start fixing his hair and he takes a step back. Babe, it's part of the look, he says. You look like you've been hibernating for a year and finally woke up, I say and chuckle. Well, I definitely wasn't hibernating yesterday, he said, giving me a smirk. I stared at him in shock and playfully shoved him. What? He says, putting his hands up in surrender. I totally rocked your world, he says. I rolled my eyes and started walking. He grabs my arm and pulls me into his arms and kisses me. My hands are wrapped around his neck while his are on my hips. He starts smiling into the kiss and I find myself smiling too. I pull away and look into his eyes. Come on, we're gonna be late for class. He groans and I pull him by his hand. The bell rings, indicating that we have 5 minutes to get to class. Adam gives me one last kiss before running down the hall. I bite my lip and watch him leave. Then I make my way to my first class. By the time lunch came, I was tired. I didn't get much sleep last night and we all know why. I sit at our usual spot and stare off into space. Emma, Ryan and Adam were already there. And they were talking about something that I didn't know since I wasn't paying much attention. You feeling better? Emma asked, looking at me with a worried face. Huh? I ask. Adam clears his throat, and I remember telling Emma yesterday that I needed some sleep, and that I would be better. Yes, I'm feeling much better. Sleep was all I needed. I let out a nervous chuckle. I knew she didn't believe me, but she brushed it off. Chemistry came by and I was practically falling asleep on my seat. I would close my eyes for 5 minutes and then Adam would nudge my shoulder and I would jump a little bit, but then I'd be paying attention to next 10 seconds before falling asleep again. Miss Johnson. Oh great. Can you tell us which number is oxygen in the periodic table? The teacher asked. 8. I asked. The teacher raises his eyebrow before turning to the board. That's correct, he says, and I turn my head to face Adam. Like a boss, I whisper and throw my hands up in the air. He shakes his head while giving me smile. School is finally over and by the end of the week we'll be set free to enjoy our Christmas vacations. As we make our way to the car, Adam's phone starts to ring and he picks it up. What's up? Yeah, right now. I thought we agreed to meet up in a couple of weeks. He ran a hand through his hair and let out a long sigh. Okay, fine. I'm on my way right now, he says and hangs up. Everything okay? I ask. We get inside the car. Yeah, I just gotta go to a meeting, he says. It's not one of your dad's meetings, is it? I ask. He once told me that he would go to meetings, but they weren't your ordinary pack meetings. It was obviously another type of meeting. No, he says in a low voice. The Lightwood pack and our pack were in war during some time. They came to an agreement, but then they went to war again. So in order to keep peace, I meet up with some of the people from their pack and work out an agreement so that there's no war, he says. What kind of agreements? I ask. Curiosity got the best of me, but Adam didn't seem to mind. He owed me an explanation anyways. Basic stuff. Like they take some of our territory or we take some of theirs, or if one of us messes something up we take care of it. Things like that, nothing illegal. He says. I can't help but feel a bit scared. I mean, it seems like he has it under control, but what if he messes up? Or they mess big time? Does it mean war? A million questions go trough my mind, but I push them away. Is the meeting now? I ask. He nods. I'm gonna drop you off at the pack house, okay? He says. What? No, I'm coming with you. I say. No, I can't bring you with me. He says in a serious tone. Why not? You said that you don't do anything illegal, so why can't you bring me? I ask. We reach the pack house and we get out of the car. Adam meets me at my side of the door and I lean back. Because if something happens to you, I won't be able to live with myself. I care about you so much in ways that I can't even explain. You make me a better me and I love the effect you have on me. Please don't be a dream, please don't be a dream. All I could do was just stare into his beautiful eyes as he said that. I never knew how strongly he felt about me. And now that he was saying all of this, I couldn't believe it. My heart was beating at a fast rate and the zoo was back in my stomach. I love you, Riley. I love you so much and I can't imagine my life without you. He slammed his lips into mine and kissed me with passion. He wrapped his arms around my waist and I wrapped mine around his neck, pulling him closer to me. I was afraid that if I broke off the kiss he wouldn't come back. I was afraid that maybe things wouldn't go so well. But in this moment right now I focused on kissing him back with the same force as him. He broke off the kiss and rested his forehead on mine. I love you too, I said and smiled. He smiled and leaned in again, this time kissing me more slowly. We pulled away so we could catch our breaths. Promise me you'll be careful. I whisper. Promise. He whispers. He gives me a kiss on the forehead and makes his way to the woods. He then changes into a wolf and makes a run for it. I didn't get to see his wolf very well, but I knew he had light gray fur. I entered the house and now all I had to do was wait. Chapter 19, Adam's POV. I turned into my wolf form and ran off into the woods. I reached the center of the woods, which was where the meetings took place, and changed back into my human form. Thank God I changed with my clothes on. I didn't like the idea of telling Riley about the meetings, but I knew that one day she had to know. These meetings might not be dangerous, but that doesn't mean that they know how to play fair. Tyler appeared by my side a few seconds later. You ready for this, man? He asks a bit uneasy and I nod my head. Riley stayed in her room just in case you were gonna ask. Tyler says. Thanks, man. I say and pat his back. A few moments later Jackson, Kevin and Jason appear. They're all part of the Lightwood pack and I don't like them one bit. They don't go to the same school that I do, which is a relief. I don't know what kind of stunts they pulled. They're all the same age. Jackson and Jason are brothers and Kevin is like their sidekick. Kevin basically takes the fall for everyone. Hello, boys, says Jackson. He's pretty much the oldest between the three of them. Jackson, I say. Jason and Kevin don't say anything, which means that they want to get straight to business. I hear there's a new pup in town. Jackson says. Me and Tyler look at each other with our brows furrowed. I glance at Kevin and Jason and I see that they're both smirking. What? Tyler asks. Oh, don't act dumb with us. Jackson says. You can't keep her away from us forever. He says, and I immediately realize that he's talking about Riley. My blood starts to boil and I feel my eyes turn black. And we want her. Jackson says. My hands turn into fists and it takes all my might not to punch him in the face. Over our dead body, she'll be yours. Tyler says, and I know he's as mad as I am. Tyler and Riley have gotten close, and I'm glad that they both get along really well. I know I can count on Tyler because he wouldn't let anything happen to Riley. It's such a shame though, keeping her locked up in that house of yours. Especially alone. He says, smirking at us. Her body looks delicious. He says, and before I could punch his stupid face, Tyler holds my arm and pulls me back. I look at him and he shakes his head. Jackson laughs and I turn my direction towards him. Say that again and I'll break your neck and end your life right here, right now. I say in a deadly tone. Oh, Parker. He says, imitating he's wiping a tear off the corner of his eye. You always crack me up. He says. What do you want, Jackson? You want the pack house, you want to be the strongest alpha. Is that what you want? Tyler asks. Jackson gives him a deadly glare, but Tyler knows better than to back down. I want your precious Riley. He says, looking at me. Stay away from her, Jackson. I say in a deadly tone. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her, he says and gives me a wink. I couldn't control myself anymore, so I went and punched him in the face. Jason and Kevin backed away. They knew better than to mess with me or Jackson. He fell to the floor but then composed himself and got up. He wiped the blood from his nose and I grabbed him by the shirt and pushed him against a tree. Don't you dare even be close to her or I swear I will kill you. You and your stupid, pathetic sidekicks, I say, and then I pushed him to the floor. Me and Tyler turned into our wolf forms and made our way back to the pack house. Once we made it to the pack house, we changed into our human forms, but we stayed outside. I was way too angry to go back inside and Tyler noticed. You know nothing's gonna happen to Riley, right? Tyler says, trying to calm me down. I don't say anything, still too angry to speak. I punch the tree and I see that both of my knuckles are bleeding a little bit. I lean my head on the tree and I try to calm down my breathing. Even my hands are shaking. We can't let her out of our sight, Tyler. If anything happens to her. I don't finish the sentence, but I know I don't need to. Tyler's practically my brother, so he understands what I'm talking about. And that's not going to happen. Not while me and you are here for her, he says and puts a hand on my shoulder. You're right, I say. I turn around facing him and I lean against the tree. Just calm down, okay? We'll talk about this with Riley and we'll figure something out. My head snaps up when he said that. Tyler, I can't lose her, I say. I know. Just go to your room and talk to her, Tyler says. Tyler's not the type of person that tells you that you should lie to your mate and keep stuff from her. He's more on the honest path than on the douchebag path. That's what I like about Tyler. He's never one to lie, and even if he does, he can't keep in for a day. I give him a nod and we both go inside the house. He goes to his way and I go to mine. I enter the room and I see Riley sleeping. She looks so adorable, I find myself smiling at her. I'm so lucky to have her. I've never met anyone like her. She makes me feel things that I didn't even know that I could feel. Ever since Alice, I never made the effort to find my mate. Not because I was heartbroken, but because I thought all the other girls would be just like her. A bitch. But then I met Riley and I've never been this happy in my life. Even when my dad gets me mad, she has a way of calming me down. God, I'm so madly in love with her. I make my way to the bathroom and wash the blood off my knuckles. I put on some antibiotic and I quietly go outside to the balcony. I go outside and I sit on the floor, leaning against the wall. A few minutes later I see a shadow and I look up to see Riley wrapped in a blanket looking down at me with a sleepy face. Adam, she says in a sleepy voice. Hey, how did you know I was here? I ask. Your scent. She yawned, giving me a sleepy smile. I return the smile and she sits down next to me. She wraps the blanket around me and puts her head on my shoulder. I rest my head on top of hers and she takes my hand in hers. How was the meeting? She asks, letting out another yawn. My body tenses, and when I don't say anything I know she knows that it didn't go well. Guess it's not basic things anymore, huh? She says in a low voice. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you, Riley, I say and kiss her head. She runs her thumb across my hand and we stay like that. In comfortable silence, just the two of us. Chapter 20. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside. My eyes fluttered open and rays of sunshine entered the room. I yawned and sat up. I stretched my arms out and flopped back down on the bed. Thank God it's Friday. The bed beside me was empty and I looked to see that Adam wasn't there. I got up and wrapped one of the sheets around my body. I regretted getting up once my feet touched the cold floor. I search everywhere across the room and I don't find Adam. I stand in the middle of the room with my hands in my hips. My eyes land on a little note in the nightstand. I go over and read what it says. Hey beautiful. School was canceled today, so we have the day for us. I'll be waiting for you outside. Love you, beautiful. P.S. Don't take any of my shirts, still love you. I let the note down and roll my eyes playfully. I went into the bathroom and took a bath. I decided to wash my hair too. Once I was out of the shower, I put on some underwear, some jeans and one of Adam's flannel shirt. Oh yeah, I'm a real rebel. I grabbed my black high-top Converse and put on a hoodie since it was a bit chilly in the room, and I figured it would be more cold outside. As for my hair, I blow-dried it for a bit and let it down. I left the room and I could see everyone looking at me with a smile on their face. I returned the smile and even interacted with someone. I rounded the corner and I saw Emily walking down the hallway. Emily, I shouted. She turned around, and when she saw me she gave me a wide smile. I ran up to her and gave her a hug. Hey, I haven't seen you since the full moon, Emily says, breaking away from the hug. I know school has me a bit busy right now, I say, scratching the back of my head. Where you headed? Emily asks. Oh, I'm meeting Adam outside, I say with a small smile. Ooh, Adam, she says in a mini sing-song voice. I roll my eyes playfully and she gives me a small laugh. Rumor has it he has something special planned for you, she said, nudging my shoulder and wiggling her eyebrows. What do you mean? I ask. Sorry, but I can't say I swore, she said, raising her hands in surrender. Oh, come on. You already told me part of it, might as well tell me the rest, I say, batting my eyelashes. No can do, she says, and she imitated zipping her lips and throwing away the key. Fine, I say. We go outside and the fresh air welcomes us. The wind was blowing a little bit, making the day a bit chilly, and I'm glad I put on my hoodie. I see Adam leaning on the car and I turn to Emily. That's my ride, I'll talk to you later, okay? I say. Yeah, have fun, she says and wiggles her eyebrows. She pulls me into a hug and then I go over to Adam. He sees me and a wide smile appears on his face. Morning, beautiful. Morning, Parker. He grabs my face in his hands and gives me a kiss. Do you know what day it is? He says, leaning his forehead against mine. I lean back and lean my head to the side. Friday, I ask in confusion. He stares at me for a minute and then I get it. Oh my God, it's Friday, I say. I take a step back and start jumping up and down. It's my birthday, I say, and hug him. I can't believe I forgot my own birthday. Like, who does that? Literally nobody. He chuckles and wraps his arms around my waist. His hugs are literally like the best thing ever. His hugs are warm and they make me feel safe. I could hug him all day. He breaks the hug and pulls out a blue box from his pocket. Happy birthday, princess, he says and gives me the box. I give him a smile and open the box. It's a gold locket in shape of a heart. When I open it, I see a small picture of me and Adam. It was taken on the full moon when we were sitting down on the log with a blanket wrapped around us in front of the bonfire. My head was in Adam's shoulder, and he was looking down at me with a smile on his face. Our fingers were intertwined and everyone around us were sitting around the fire too. I remember that day. It was a good day. It was when I met Emily, Haley, and Skylar. It's so beautiful I can't stop looking at it. The gold makes it look elegant and simple, and it makes it so special. I look back at Adam with a smile on my face. Adam, it's beautiful. I can't believe you got me this, I say. Anything for you, princess, he says with a smile. I love it when he calls me that. Those cute little nicknames he gives me make me weak at the knees. I don't even know how he does it. It's like he has a girl dictionary and how to make her go to cloud 9 or something like that. Every time he calls me that, my heart flutters and the butterflies are back. But I don't mind at all. In fact, I would probably die happy just by looking at him. I give him the locket so he can put it around my neck. I pull my hair to side and Adam brings the locket around my neck. Once he puts it on, I turn around and on my tippy toes while wrapping my arms around his neck. Thank you, I love it so much, I say and give him a kiss. Come on, we're gonna out for some breakfast, he says, going over to the driver's side. Where we headed? I ask as I close the door. It's a family diner, it's really, really good, he says and turns on the engine. I gasp and turn around to face him. Do they make pancakes? I say and put my hands over my mouth. I haven't eaten pancakes in so long, plus I love pancakes. Yes, they do make pancakes. He laughs. As we make our way to the diner, I lean my head against the window and look outside. It's such a beautiful day, the sun is shining bright. The trees look more green than usual. Birds are chirping outside and it's chilly outside, so it's not exactly hot. I can practically hear the pancakes calling me too. I can't wait to get some pancakes. I'll put some whipped cream with some strawberries. I'll pour syrup all over it and I'll have some orange juice on the side. Just the thought of having a fluffy pancake with some delicious strawberries with a dollop of whipped cream and bathed in syrup makes my mouth water. But for now, I'll have to dream about pancakes until we get to the diner. Thank you for watching. As this video comes to an end, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and stay tuned for the exciting next chapter. How will Riley escape from being tied to a chair? And where is Adam? Can they find a glimmer of hope amidst Kevin's control? Ready to delve deeper into Riley and Adam's adventure? Subscribe to our channel and uncover their secrets. Chapter 21. We reach a diner called the Benson's Diner. It was painted a light shade of blue with a bit of white. It was located in a mini mall outside of the woods and other restaurants surrounded it. It was quite adorable actually. It had a balcony in the entrance where people were drinking their coffee, or just talking. White lights hanged in the entrance giving it that Christmas look. The smell of pancake made my mouth water, and I couldn't wait until we went inside to get that big stack of pancakes. With hash browns on the side of course. Can't forget the hash browns. Adam led me inside and once we entered the smell of pancakes grew stronger, and my stomach growled. A girl was at the entrance behind a small counter. She had brown wavy hair pulled into a ponytail. She was a bit more tall than me but not taller than Adam. She was wearing black clothes and had a cap that holds her hair. She was organizing the menus when we approached the counter. "Hey Rachel," Adam said. Rachel raised her head and gave Adam a warm smile. "Oh hey Adam. How's the pack going?" she says. "It's going good, you know how it is," he says, running a hand through his hair. "You must be Riley, I'm Rachel," she says, extending her hand out to me. "Hi," I say shyly. "You're Adam's mate, right?" I extend my hand out to her and she shakes it. "Yep. How do you know?" I ask while retrieving my hand. "Tyler's my brother. So he tells me the good stuff," she says, saying the last part in a whispering tone. I blush and Rachel gives me a wink. "Okay, well I'm starving," he says, putting an arm around my shoulder. "Can we get a table, Rachel?" he says. Rachel laughs and grabs 2 menus. Yeah, come on," she says, motioning for us to follow her. We take our seats in a small booth and Rachel puts our menus in front of us. "I'll be right back to take your order," she says with a smile, and then she heads off to the counter. When Tyler and I were little we used to hang out with her sister so she wouldn't feel left out. We all became best friends and all. Adam says while looking at the menu. "That explains how she knows me," I say, and Adam laughs. "I like her," I say and smile. "Yeah, she's very likable," Adam says. "You guys ready to order?" Rachel says with a small notepad in her hand. "Yeah," I say. "I'll have 2 pancakes with eggs on the side and some toast," I say. She scribbles it all down on the notepad. "What would you like to drink?" she asks. "Orange juice," I say and give her the menu. She moves slightly so she's looking at Adam. "I'll take the same with some coffee." "Oh, and an order of hash browns, please," he says and looks at me with and winks. He gives Rachel the menu and we thank her. "I'm glad you didn't forget the hash browns," I say, leaning back in the booth. He laughs and I find myself smiling at him. "Can't forget your precious hash browns, princess," he says and winks at me. Rachel comes back with our food and let me tell you one thing. Looks delicious. And the hash browns. Oh, the hash browns. Such beauty. Dig in, lovebirds, Rachel says with a grin and leaves. I pour syrup over the pancake and take a bite. "Oh my God. Oh my God," I say in a muffled voice and take another bite. "Oh my God, this tastes like heaven," I say, practically stuffing my face with pancakes. "I know, right? They make the best pancakes here," Adam says in a muffled voice. The eggs were delicious too, but the hash browns. Oh my God, the hash browns. I took a bite and I almost died of how good it tastes. So crunchy. So perfect. When we were done eating, Adam paid for everything, even thought I told him it was going to be half and half. We said goodbye to Rachel and went out the door. Hey, how come Rachel doesn't live in the pack house with Tyler and everyone? I asked Adam. The thought occurred to me when we were eating. I've never seen her in the pack house and it's kind of strange that she wouldn't be living with her brother. She wanted to have a normal life. She knew that living the wolf life has its consequences. When we were little, she never wanted to live that life because she knew that if one day war started and something bad happened to her brother, she wouldn't live with herself. So she did exactly that. Tyler told me she found her mate and that they live in the city. He says, opening the car door for me. He goes to his side and hops in. What about Tyler? Does she ever visit him or does Tyler visit her? I ask. Yeah, they visit each other. Sometimes it's her, sometimes it's him. But they do talk over the phone when they can't visit. He says, pulling out of the parking lot, and I nod. Can we stop at Emma's for a minute? I don't want her to get mad that I didn't see her on my birthday. I say and take off my jacket since it's more warm in here. Yes, so is that my shirt? Adam asks, glancing at me and then looking back at the road. Maybe. I say. He takes another look at me and smirks. Damn, babe. I never knew you looked so hot in my shirts. He says, winking at me. I start blushing and roll my eyes. Just drive, Parker. I say, and he chuckles. Missing You by Fall Out Boy started playing on the radio. Oh my God, this is my favorite song. Me and Adam say at the same time. We look at each other and laugh, and Adam turns up the volume and we start singing along. Chapter 22. We pull up into Emma's driveway and I knock on the door. The door opens and out comes Ryan. His brown hair is still sticking out in all places, seeing that it's still morning. He's squinting his eyes from the sunlight, so it takes him a moment to realize that it's me and Adam. His eyes go wide and he engulfs me in a hug. Riley. Happy birthday. He says, swaying side to side while still hugging me. Thanks, Ryan. I say, and we break off the hug. His eyes go to Adam and I hold my breath. They started talking, but the air is still a little tense since the little accident. Ryan smiles and he and Adam do that weird bro hug thing. Hey Adam. What are you guys doing here? Ryan says. I let out a breath of relief and Adam puts an arm around my shoulder and pulls me closer to him. I took her out to get some birthday breakfast and then we came here to see you guys. Adam says, and I smile, blushing slightly. Well, come on in. Emma's upstairs cleaning the room. I'll tell her to come down. Ryan says, motioning for us to go inside and closing the door. He goes to the staircase and clears his throat. Emma. He screams. What is it now, Ryan? Emma shouts. Don't tell me you burned the pizza again. She shouts and I imagine her sighing in expiration while being surrounded by piles of clothes, debating which ones to throw away and which ones stay. Ryan runs a hand through his face and rolls his eyes. That was one time, Emma. One time. Ryan says, and I start giggling. I imagine the puff of smoke coming out of the oven and Emma with a towel trying to blow it away. She'd be mad at him but would probably end up kissing the life out of him. So no burning pizza. Emma shouts. You can hear the annoyance in her voice. Ryan runs a hand through his hair and sighs. Oh my, just come down here and say happy birthday to Riley. Ryan shouts while moving out of the staircase. There's a second of silence and then you hear a squeal and ruckus upstairs. I hear footsteps going down the stairs and it's not long when I see Emma's red hair going all over the place. She runs over to me and gives me a bear hug and I hug her back, laughing at her childish actions. I set her down and she looks at Adam and smiles at him. Hey Adam. She says and gives him a little wave. Hey Emma. Adam says and waves back. Emma looks back at me and grabs me by the hand. Your present is upstairs, Your Highness. She gives a little bow and I rolls my eyes playfully. Say drags me to the stairs and I look back at Adam and he mouths go. And I give him an apologetic smile. She leads me to my old room and I see a bunch, and I do mean a bunch, of Emma stuff in here. Well, what happened here? I say, looking around the room. Actually, I turn around and I see Emma playing with her fingers. I'm making space in my room for when Ryan moves in here. She says, and looking at me. I stare at her in confusion and it hits me. For when Ryan moves in here. My eyes go wide and my mouth makes a O shape. Oh my God. I squeal and start jumping up and down. Ryan's gonna move in with you? I ask. She nods her head with a wide smile on her face. Oh my God. Congratulations. I say and hug her. Thank you. She says and pulls away. But what we should really be celebrating is your birthday. She says and rummages through some drawers and pulls out a blue box with a red bow on top. She gives it to me and I smile at her. I open it and it's an album of photos. I open the album and I see all the pictures that me and Emma took when we first moved in here until I had to leave. I give her a hug and I get tear-eyed. Thanks, Emma. I love it. I say, my voice cracking a little bit. You're welcome. Anything for my bestie. She says while hugging me back and her voice cracking a bit too. We break away from the hug and we laugh, wiping away our tears with the back of our hands. What do you say we go downstairs and have some fun? Emma says. I nod and we both leave the room. We went to the kitchen and I leave my gift at the counter. Emma goes to the fridge and passes me a bottle of water. I take a sip and we find the guys at the living room sitting down in the couch watching a basketball game and screaming at the TV. Emma sat next to Ryan and I next to Adam. Adam put his arm around my shoulder and kissed my head while I was snuggling up next to him. Hey babe. he says in that low, husky voice of his. My heart starts fluttering and smile like an idiot. Hey, I say, not being able to say anything else. It's kind of funny because you'd think I'd be used to him doing all these small actions that make me weak at the knees, but I'm really not. It's like I haven't gotten over the fact that my mate is like extremely hot and that he's my mate. Not Alice's. Not anybody else's, just mine. So, me and Adam were talking and we thought that maybe we could have a small barbecue here. Just the four of us to celebrate your birthday, Riley. Ryan says. I think that's a great idea. Emma says, getting up from the couch. Yeah, sure. Why not? I say and look at Adam to see if he's okay with this. He looks at me and gives me a wide smile and turns back to Ryan. Let's do it. He says. Okay, so me and Riley can go to the grocery store and get some stuff for the barbecue while you and Adam clean up the backyard. Emma says, grabbing her keys and purse from the counter. Ryan nods and I get up from the couch, making my way to the door. We'll be back soon. I shout to them. They mutter something and they start screaming at the TV again. Emma and I roll our eyes and go out the door. We hop in the car and off we go to the grocery store. Chapter 23. We were at the grocery store, and we were currently at the line to pay for everything. We got hamburgers, hot dogs, soft drinks. Literally everything you need for a barbecue. I was looking at the cart and I noticed that we didn't have bread for the hot dogs or for the hamburgers. Oh shoot. We forgot the bread. I whispered to Emma. I'll go get it real quick. I tell her and I go to the aisle where the breads are. My eyes spot the breads and I take both of them. When I turn around to go back to Emma, I jump back when I see a guy standing in front of me. The breads almost fall from my hands, but I quickly catch them before they do. Hi. I say, a bit nervous looking at the guy. He has black, spiky hair and green eyes. He's more tall than me but not taller than Adam. He has a name tag on his white shirt that says Kevin. Once he hears me, a creepy smile forms on his face before taking a step towards me. I discreetly took a step back. You must be Riley, he says, and my heart starts beating faster. How do you know my name? I ask and I start to panic. The only people who know my name are the pack, Emma and Ryan. Not even the people at my school know my name. And the way he said it sent shivers up my spine. His smile stays in place and I take another step back. Tell Adam I said hi, he said before walking backwards, his creepy smile not leaving his face. Once he's out of the aisle, I go running towards Emma. Damn, took you long enough, she says, annoyed. I give her the bread and I start searching frantically for Kevin. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost, Emma says while paying for the groceries. I'm fine. Just excited for the party, I say, a bit too chirpy. We take the bags and head to the car. We put the groceries in the trunk and hop inside. Okay, something happened because you never use your chirpy voice, she says while turning the engine on. She gets out of the parking lot and we make our way to the house. While I was getting the bread, this creepy guy was in front of me out of nowhere, and he knew my name. He was smiling at me like a lunatic and then he says, tell Adam I said hi. And then he just starts walking backwards with that creepy smile on his face. I say, still looking around to see if Kevin followed us. Whoa. First, that is beyond creepy. Like, who does that? And second, maybe you shouldn't freak out so much about it. Maybe it was just a joke, you know how kids are these days, she says, brushing it off. It didn't look like a kid, Emma. He looked older than us, not by much, but I'd say like 2 or 3 years older. I say, still panicking about it. I mean, what kind of person even does that? I didn't even hear him walking up to me and I have wolf hearing. I can't help but feel that maybe something isn't right. The way he knew my name and Adam's, I've never seen that guy in my life, and I don't know, maybe I am overreading, but maybe I'm not. And that smile. I can't even find the words to describe how creepy and scary it was. Emma snapped me out of my thoughts when she talked to me. Look, why don't you talk to Adam about this? Maybe he can do something about it. I mean, he's going to be an alpha soon, right? Emma says in a serious tone. I nod my head while still looking out the window. In a matter of minutes, we were already at the house. Emma honked a few times to let the guys know we came back so that they could help us. Ryan and Adam walk out the door and Emma opens the trunk so we could bring the groceries inside. Emma and I hopped out of the car and she comes over to my side. Why don't you go inside and me and the guys bring the stuff inside, okay? She says. No, it's okay. I'll help you guys. I tell her and start making my way to the back of the car before Emma grabs my arm. I turn around and Emma takes a step closer to me. You're still a little shaken up, Riley. I know you are. Go inside and drink some water or splash some on your face. Okay? She asks, running a hand up and down my arm. I give her a nod and I make my way to the bathroom. I splash some water on my face and I take the towel and dry my face. I go to the kitchen and drink some water too. A couple of bags are already on the counter, so I start taking some stuff out and putting them in the fridge. Once all the bags were inside and storage away, Emma puts the lock on her car and closes the door while I put my bottle of water back in the fridge. Arms wrap around my waist and I jump back while turning around. I see that it was Adam only and I let out a breath of relief. Oh my God, you scared me, I say while putting a hand on my chest to control my breathing. Hey Riley, Emma says and jump once again. Adam looks at me confused and I compose myself. What's up? I say, clearing my throat, trying to sound as normal as possible. Can you put the drinks in the fridge so they start to get cold? She asks me. Already done, I say in a chirpy voice, failing to sound normal. Great, she says while glancing at Adam, then back at me. She walks out of the kitchen and heads out to the backyard. I lean against the counter and Adam steps in front of me. What's wrong? He asks, worried. I look into his eyes and I know that he knows something is up. I take a second to decide if I should tell him now or later. Later. Nothing's wrong. Why would you think that? I mean, I'm as cool as a cucumber, I say in that chirpy voice once again. Adam holds my gaze for a minute, studying me before crossing his arms. I know something's wrong, Riley, Adam says in a stern voice. You look like you've seen a ghost, Adam says in the same tone. Yeah, I've been getting that a lot, I say, rubbing my temples. And so I tell him about Kevin and his creepy smile and how he told me to send him a message and how I'm spooked about it. When I finish, I see that Adam is all tense and his jaw is clenched. He runs a hand through his hair before muttering something and smacking the table. He looks at me and his eyes are turning black. I was kind of hoping that you'd laugh at me and tell me I'm blowing this out of proportion, I say in a whisper while looking down. Did you see if he was with anyone? Adam asks. I shake my head and explain that once he left that aisle I never knew where we went. Adam, I'm scared, I say, my voice quavering a little. Adam cups my face with his hands and I looks into his eyes. My vision a bit blurry because of the tears threatening to escape. Riley, I'm not gonna let anything happen to you, okay? He says and I give him a nod. Is he from the Lightwood pack? Part of the meetings that you do? I ask in a low voice, afraid that maybe Kevin can hear me. Adam gives me a small nod and I close my eyes, burying my face in Adam's chest. He wraps his arms around me and holds me tightly. He runs his hands up and down my back. I'm not crying, but I just need a minute to breathe and calm down. I know I'm gonna be safe as long as Adam's with me, but what scares me is that if he was able to find me here, what makes me think that he can't find me at the pack house? I calm down and Adam unwraps his arms and looks at me. I'm gonna do everything I can to keep you safe, princess, he says in a hushed tone. He leans in and his lips meet mine. He cups my face in his hands and kisses me with passion. We break off the kiss and I lean my forehead against his. His thumb strokes my cheek, which calms me down more. Let's go celebrate your birthday, okay, princess, Adam says, and I nod, forcing a smile on my face. Chapter 24. The barbecue was great. Ryan cooked the hamburgers and hot dogs to perfection while Emma, Adam and me prepared the wooden table. It was like a picnic table, which was kind of cute actually. It was the best birthday celebration I've ever had. We had music, we were laughing and just having fun. Emma had a brownie mix and she and Ryan were in the kitchen making a brownie cake for me. Or trying. I can hear Emma from the backyard telling Ryan that the oven needs to be preheated, while Ryan tells her that they don't need to preheat anything. I was in the backyard leaning against the wall that separates the house from the backyard, taking a sip from my Coca-Cola, facing the backyard. Adam was inside washing the dishes and making sure that Emma and Ryan didn't kill each other. After a while I went back inside and into the kitchen to see three confused faces looking at the back of the brownie cake mix box. Everything okay here? I asked, chuckling. Well, we baked it, Adam said. Just doesn't look right. Emma finished. I think we burned it, Ryan said. Emma hit Ryan's shoulder and gave him a scowl. Did not, Emma said. Just looks a little weird. I went to their side and found out that it indeed was burned. After everyone saying their apologies and me reassuring them that it was okay, that it was still the best birthday that I've ever had, we decided to call it a night. We said our goodbyes and me and Adam headed out to the car. Adam opened my car door and I hopped inside. So, did you have fun? Adam asked while intertwining his fingers with mine. You have no idea, I say as a wide smile appears on my face. He looks at me for a moment and a small smile appears on his face too. I'm glad, he says, squeezing my hand. Adam took a turn to go inside the woods when suddenly the car made a pop sound and the car broke down. It was dark outside so we couldn't really see anything without the headlights. I started panicking when Adam tried to start the car again but couldn't. What the hell? I said. I stared at Adam as he let go of the keys and looked at me, fear visible in his eyes. Suddenly all the tires were deflating, so you could imagine how close I was to shitting my pants. Okay, Adam said, trying to calm himself. Let's just leave the car here and we'll walk to the pack house, he said. My eyes widened as he said that. You want us to walk out there, I said, pointing to the dark woods, and walk to the pack house, I said. I started to shake my head imagining what would happen if we were to walk to the pack house. Nope, no way, Jose, I said, crossing my arms. Riley will shift into our wolves and we'll be in the pack in no time, he said. He was confident about this, but I could still sense a hint of fear in his voice. I looked at him and said, okay, we couldn't just sit here and wait for someone to show up, and there's not much signal in here to call someone and tell them, hey, we're stuck in the woods and we're pretty sure that someone deflated our tire, so it would be grand if you could come get us. So it was our only chance to shift into our wolves to make it to the pack. We get out of the car and suddenly this cold breeze basically slapped us in the face. And that's when we noticed we had no idea where we were. The road that was supposed to take us to pack house wasn't there. It was as if we were on another part of the woods and we didn't even notice it. I heard a twig snap and turned around so fast I'm pretty sure I did a 360 turn before actually looking in the direction from where I heard the sound. What was that? I said, looking in all possible directions, paranoia filling my body. Okay, I started shaking my head. Let's get the hell out of here before something happens. I looked at Adam and saw how tense he was. He was so white I was surprised he was still standing. He looked in my direction and he nodded his head. I saw as his muscles flexed, his bones cracked, soon gray fur was starting to appear into his whole body, and I saw up close his wolf. His green eyes were staring right not mine, and I found myself hypnotized by them. His wolf was so beautiful he got closer to me and pushed me slightly, signaling me to change into my wolf form. Okay, I said, chuckling, don't get so pushy, I say, a smile appearing on my face. He sat down staring at me and I started chuckling again. I felt my bones starting to crack and my muscles flexing. I hadn't changed into my wolf form and boy did it feel good. My fur was white and my eyes were blue. It was then I realized that this was the first time our wolves had actually met. Just as we were about to start running, a wolf howled. Adam and I made a run for it. We ran as fast as we could looking for the pack house. A few hours had passed when we had to stop to catch our breaths. We changed back into our human forms and sat down breathing heavily. Just as I was about to say something, the same wolf howled, but this time it was closer to where we were. I tried to slow down my heartbeat, but I was so scared that I was shaking. Hey, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get back to pack house, Adam said, cupping my face with his hands, his beautiful eyes staring into mine. I nodded and closed my eyes, leaning against the tree. Then I heard it. That same voice that made shivers run up my spine, and not the good kind. Oh, Riley, he said in a sing-song voice. My eyes were open in less than a second and my heartbeat went faster than it did before. Kevin. Chapter 25. Oh my God. My eyes went wide as I hear him call my name. Tears were filling my eyes and I tried my best to not start crying now. Jesus, Riley. Get your act together, this is not the time to start crying now. I looked at Adam and I saw the same look of horror on his face. Crap, this is not good. I know you're here, Riley, Kevin said, getting closer and closer to where we were. I put my hand over my mouth to stop the sobs that were threatening to come out. I couldn't stop the tears as they flowed down my face. Riley, we need to get out of here now, Adam whispered in my ear. I couldn't say anything. I was so damn scared that I was afraid that Kevin could hear me breathing. He knows I'm here and I know what he's doing. He's trying to get me to piss my pants and surrender to him or show myself to him, but I know better than that. There's not much me and Adam could do. We can't hide. We can run, but not to the pack house. So where the hell could we go? On the count of 3, we'll run as fast as we can, okay? Adam said. I nodded at him and released the hand that was clamped over my mouth to hold his. You can run but you can't hide, Kevin said, getting closer and closer. I don't know how I couldn't hear his footsteps. The woods were covered in leaves and branches and everything you could possibly imagine, and I still couldn't hear anything. It could have been because of how scared I was, or that the only sound I could hear was my own beating heart practically flying out of my chest. I looked over at Adam and I started thinking about all the negative scenarios that could happen. One, Adam mouthed, "What would my life would be if I didn't have Adam? What if something happened to him? Am I getting closer?" Kevin said in the same tone that made shivers run up my spine. "He's getting closer and closer by the minute." 2. Adam's been there for me since day one. I don't know what I would or who would I be without him. I held Adam's hand tightly and closed my eyes to try and calm down. Tears were still streaming down my face and there was no way I could control them anymore. 3. Peekaboo, Kevin said in my ear just as Adam pulled me up to my feet to run. My eyes were filled with so many tears that I couldn't see where we were going. All I could hear was the sound of leaves and twigs being crushed by my feet and Adam's. I hold on to Adam's hand tighter, afraid that I might lose him. I look over my shoulder to see if Kevin is anywhere near us, but he isn't. And in that moment we hear a wolf howling. We stop abruptly in the middle of God knows where, and Adam turns to look at me. "We have to change now," Adam says, and he lets go of my hand. I try my best to stop the tears from flowing and concentrate on changing into my wolf form. Once me and Adam change, I realize that this is the first time our wolves have met. They stare into each other's eyes for a second before we hear it again. Closer this time. We start running as fast as we can side by side. We take different turns to try to lose Kevin even though our scent gives us away. But it's better than running in a straight direction. For a brief moment I lose Adam. I try not to panic and change back into my human form. I look around and try not to make so much noise. Straight line, take left and a right, go back. Take a left, go straight, take a left and go back. Everywhere I went and I still couldn't find him. At this moment I was full on panicking. I heard the sound of a wolf whimpering very faintly up ahead of me. "Adam?" I asked, my voice quivering with fear. From where I was standing I could make out something lying on the floor, and as I got closer I saw light gray fur. "Oh my God. No, this can't be happening. Adam!" I scream and run to him only to find him with scratches in his back. There's blood pouring and I almost couldn't believe what was happening. He transformed back into his human form and I immediately took off his shirt and tried to stop the blood from flowing. "Adam, stay with me. You're gonna be okay, just stay with me." Tears were flowing down my face, but I wasn't full on crying. I needed to keep myself calm in order to act fast. "Riley, you need to get out of here," Adam said, his voice barely a whisper. He was getting weak by the moment, but I didn't know where the pack house, and I know that I need to get help. Fast. "No. I'm not leaving you," I said. I pushed a strand of hair behind my ear and wiped my tears with the back of my hand. "Riley, I love you so much," Adam said, cupping my cheek with his hand. "I love you too," I said, my voice choking. I kissed him, and when I pulled away he had a sad smile. I rested my forehead against his and tried to think of a way to get help. Well, isn't this adorable?" he said. I stood frozen on the spot, my blood running cold. I stood up and slowly turned around to face Kevin. "What the hell do you want?" I said with gritted teeth. Now I wouldn't use that tone, young lady," he said, pulling out a knife behind his back. He took a step forward and at the same time I took a step back. "Leave us alone," I said. He chuckles at this and takes another step closer. "You're so adorable, Riley. Trying to act strong to save your precious Adam," he said, moving his knife between his fingers. "It's not gonna work. You see, you're in the middle of the woods with nowhere to run or hide and you have an injured mate. So tell me, how do you think you'll be getting out of this situation?" he says. I think about everything he said and I look back at Adam. He's breathing but his eyes are closed and my heart breaks at the thought that maybe he won't survive, or I won't be able to get us out of this situation. "Yeah, that's what I thought. Take her away, boys." "I'm taking Adam," he says, smirking. "Don't you dare to." Someone comes up from behind me and puts chloroform in my nose. I try to scream but it all sounds muffled. My eyes start to get heavy and before I know it everything goes black. Chapter 26. Adam. My whole body feels numb as I'm being dragged across the ground. I don't know what the hell is happening. All I know is that Riley is in danger and I'm bleeding. I knew that sooner or later they were gonna find her. I just didn't know that it would be so soon. My Riley. My heart hurts at the thought of her being taken away, and all I could do was watch. I couldn't do anything to help her. My wolf whimpers at the thought of her being hurt. Tortured. Who knows what they're gonna do to her? If you as much as touch her, I swear to God I will kill you. I say, as of now I'm getting dizzy and sleepy. But I know it's because of the blood loss. Would you like another scratch to shut that mouth of yours? Kevin says, throwing me in the back of a truck. I hiss at the pain that this causes me. A wolf scratch is way deeper than you think. Not only is the wolf powerful by itself, but its claws can kill you when you change into your human form. Time to go to sleep, Kevin says, and hits me in the face with something hard and solid. And everything goes black. For the next couple of hours I wake up, then fall back to sleep instantly. I don't know what's happening, but I'm getting weaker by the hour. Adam. I open my eyes and try to search for Riley. Is she okay? Is she hurt? Where am I? Where is she? There's a window up on the wall behind that lets the light of the moon illuminates the room just a little bit. I look around the dark room only to find that Riley isn't here. I was so sure I heard her voice. But maybe it was my imagination playing games with me. I notice that I don't have any ropes on me or anything. The second I try to get up, I fall back down. My whole body feels heavy as if I have chains all over me. I look around me, and to my left I make out a silhouette of a person. I try to reach out to that person and poke his arm. I touch something wet, and when I take a closer look, it's blood. I clean the blood on my pants and look to my right to see another silhouette of a person. Again, I reach out, but before I touch him I look to the ground and see a pool of blood coming from the body. I then notice the smell that the room has: dead bodies and blood. Am I gonna die here? A metal door opens and a person appears in the doorway. The door is slammed shut, and the person walks closer to me until they're standing right in front of me. Finally awake, I see. The voice says. My blood runs to a boil as I hear that voice. Kevin. He crouches down and hands me a glass of what seems like water. I look at the glass and then back at him. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't confused. I mean, here I am, and God knows, we're held hostage, and he's handing me a glass of water. Don't worry, there's nothing in it. It's just a glass of water. I might be the bad guy here, but I need you alive, he says. I take the glass from him with difficulty and gulp it down. But of course it's not only water. I've put some chemicals in it to make you weak, he says, and pulls out a syringe with something liquid in it. Can't forget your daily medicine, he said, and holds onto my arm with such force that I can't retrieve my arm. He injects it, and a burning sensation runs throughout my body. I groan at the pain that this causes and try to take my hand away from his hold. Now it's just a little pinch. He retrieves the syringe and actually puts a small band-aid on it. This prevents you from changing into your wolf. Can't have any loose dogs around, you know? Oh, but don't worry, we've injected Riley too, he says, standing up and walking away. Don't you dare hurt Riley, I say through gritted teeth. Oh, I won't. We're only gonna hurt you. Work your magic, boys, he says, and two other guys come inside the room. I try to back away, but one of the guys pulls me by my legs and turns me around. Get comfortable, because that's what you'll be getting for the next couple of days, a deep voice said. He gave me one last whip before heading out the door. The next couple of days were a blur. I was given the injection and the torture. They didn't need to give me the water, the whips were enough. I didn't have any energy to get up, and I would go from unconscious to conscious. I lost track of time and days. Riley consumed my mind 24/7. I didn't know where she was or if she was fine. It was killing me not knowing where she was or if she was fine. I just hope that she's okay. Chapter 27. Riley. I wake up to the sound of someone in the distance screaming. Once I remember what exactly happened, I realize that I'm tied to a chair from shoulder to toe. Literally. Panic starts to rise inside of me as I realize that I can't get out of the ropes and that Adam is somewhere in here. Adam, I say, whispering. I hear footsteps getting closer and people talking outside. I try to move my body to try and loosen the ties. I hear something being unlocked outside and I get more panicked than I already was. A door opens and in comes Kevin. My blood boils in less than a second. Where the hell is Adam? I say through gritted teeth. We're taking really good care of him, Kevin says, coming closer to me. He has his hands behind his back and starts to pace in front of me. Do you know why you're here, Riley? He asks. I stare at with a straight face, unamused by the whole situation. He looks at me and chuckles. My father and I, which is the alpha by the way, have big plans for you. But in order for those plans to be successful, we need you to be a part of our pack. He says smoothly, as if I would actually let them use me for whatever they need. I start to snicker and then I burst out laughing. I laugh and laugh in front of him because it's actually quite funny. My laughter starts to die and I let out a sigh when I'm finished. You actually think that I'm just gonna give in to whatever you say? Wow, Kevin. I didn't know you were such a comedian. I say. He stands in front of me and crouches down so he's at my eye level. If you don't do as we say, Adam dies. He says, not showing signs of bluff. At this point I'm pissed off. I'm done with him and all of his stupid threats. I am not the Riley that would cower when Alice would scream at her. I am not the Riley who would sit in the back of class so that nobody would notice her. That Riley is long gone. This Riley right here is stronger than ever, and that's all thanks to Adam. You want to threaten me, Kevin? Game on, bitch. Oh no, please don't kill Adam. Not my mate. I say in the most sarcastic voice I could muster. I push my head forward just a little bit and look straight into his eyes. Do you actually think that you can kill Adam easily? He beat the shit out of my best friend and that's nothing compared to what he will do to you. I say confidentially. Adam's not one to give in easily, that's for sure, and I know that whatever Kevin is planning, Adam won't let him get his way that easily. And neither will I. Your threats don't scare me, Kevin. I say in a deadly voice. You may not be scared by my threats, but I know that you're scared of me. And I'll use that to my advantage. He says and pulls out a syringe from his back. I watch his movements carefully, trying to predict what his next move will be. He goes behind me and pulls my hair back where my mark is. He runs his finger over it and whispers in my ear. It would be a shame if something were to happen to him. I don't know what got in but the minute he said that I turned my head slightly and bit his hand as hard as I could. He screams and tries to pry his hand out of my mouth, but I only bit harder. Jackson. He screams. A few minutes later a guy, who I assume is Jackson, walks in and runs over to me and Kevin when he sees what's happening. I couldn't get a good look at him, so I don't exactly know how he looks like. Give me the syringe, he says to Kevin. He injects me in the other side of my neck, and I scream as I feel a burning sensation go throughout my body. Once he pulls the syringe out, I feel my wolf getting more and more angry, and when I try to change I can't. I try again and again, but it just won't happen. Kevin goes running out of the room and it's only me and Jackson. Now that can see how he looks like, I actually feel terrified of him. He's way older than I am and has deep blue eyes. His hair is a bit curly and short and is wearing black clothes. He looks good, but not as good as Adam. Don't worry, we're gonna take good care of you. I promised Adam we would. He says and smiles. It's not that creepy smile that Kevin gave me when we first met. But it isn't a warm smile either. I try to move just to get away from Jackson, but I can't. It's like my body was put into a freezer for 10 years. Panic starts to rise in me and I get tear-eyed because maybe I won't be able to get me and Adam out of this situation. This could go down in a million ways and there might be a possibility that we won't make it out alive. But I can't afford to start thinking that way now. I start to whimper when I can't move and Jackson runs his hand over my hair. Don't touch me. I say, my voice cracking at the end. He shushes me and takes out chloroform. He puts a little bit on a handkerchief that he has and puts it on my face. I tried to fight my best so that I don't breathe it, but I can only hold my breath for so long. My eye starts to get heave and then I went to sleep. Chapter 28 Adam. I fall to the floor after Kevin punches me in the jaw. I land on my back and I groan, rolling over to spit out blood. I try to get up, but someone puts their foot on my back and sends me back down to the floor. Adam, what you're doing right now is gonna get you killed, Jackson says as he puts his weight on his foot. You see, my conversations with Riley are very productive. I clench my fist and try to get, but that only makes him put more force of his weight on my back. You leave Riley out of this. I'll do whatever you want, just leave her out, I say and try to focus my vision as it starts to turn blurry. I can't believe you never told her. She's your own mate and you never told her where she comes from, he says and scoffs as if it actually offends him. We don't know how she's got those abilities, but we may think she got them from her father or her mother, or it could have skipped a generation and then it went back to her, Kevin says as he walks towards me and crouches down. What good was going to come out of it if I told her? People would have been chasing her, hunting her. She wouldn't have lived a normal life, she would have been living in fear. Terrified that if she made the slightest movement wolves could have tracked her down. I tell them. Jackson takes his foot off me and they both lift me up and put me back in the chair. My whole body is weak and sore. I can barely move a muscle. Where's her father? Kevin says in a deadly tone. I don't know. I say weakly. Jackson punches me in the stomach and I lurch forward, coughing up more blood. He puts a hand on my shoulder and pushes me back to the chair. Liar. He says through gritted teeth. I look at him straight in the eye and give him the deadliest stare I could muster. Don't. No. I say and breathe deeply through my nose to try to ease the pain. Kevin was getting ready to punch me again, but Jackson stopped him. He's not lying. He doesn't know what we're doing to Riley, so he wouldn't dare lie to us. Jackson says, standing up. At this point I had lost so much blood that everything was becoming dizzy. Jackson and Kevin leave and I try with all my might not to faint. Not here. Not now. Not when Riley is in danger. As inevitable as it is, my eyes start to get heave and I faint. Riley. I gasp when I feel cold water being splashed all over my body. Well, that woke me up. Rise and shine, sunshine. Jackson says, and I notice that Kevin isn't here but another person by Jackson's side looking at me with an emotion that I can't pinpoint. He has blonde hair with ocean blue eyes. He has messy hair like Adam, but there's something about him that doesn't feel right. Don't get me wrong, Kevin and Jackson are completely crazy, but this kid has me believing that he's not like them. His eyes are soft and he gives me the tiniest smile that I could only notice. I glare at Jackson as my body is covered in water. Couldn't have woke me up like a normal person. I ask through gritted teeth. Now where's the fun in that? Jackson asks, amusement in his voice. He's actually enjoying this. Psycho. I mutter under my breath and Jackson's eyes turn black. He comes closer to me and crouched down so he's at my eye level. What did you just call me? His voice is deep and I inch closer to him. I can't believe all this confidence that radiating off me, but before I can think twice I talk back to him. What you heard, psycho. A switch must have gone off because the next thing I know is that he raises his hand and before I can react he slaps me. Hard. I feel a sting of pain flaring across my cheek, and I swear I can feel his handprint on my cheek. I'm positive that it's marked and honestly I'm proud of myself. I mean, yeah, it sucks getting slapped, but I actually feel like I'm getting stronger and rising out of my shell. Don't ever call me that again. Jackson says with a sharpness in his voice that can cut air. Or what? I say. I'm putting myself on a risk acting like this. I don't know what it is, but I'm on a roll. Jackson grabs something from his back pocket and brings it into view. A knife. I look at the knife and I start breathing heavy. He gently glides the knife across my cheek and I close my eyes and try to relax. Not so confident now, are we? Jackson asks, and when I open my eyes he's smiling at me. He's got me back in my shell and he knows it. He brings the knife back to my cheek and presses it into my cheek. I start to whimper and hope to God that he doesn't cut me. He presses it harder until blood starts to pour and he glides the knife across my cheek, cutting me. I let out a scream as he does this, slowly torturing me. The pain that I feel is unbearable and it feels like ages before he retrieves his knife. That's what's gonna happen if you start being a smartass. He says and stands up. Take her upstairs, Jason. The alpha wants to see her. Jackson says, going out the door and slamming it behind him. I look at Jason and he's just staring at me, looking between my cut and my eyes. He steps closer to me and rips off a bit of his black shirt and puts it on my cheek. I hiss at the pain and he backs away. Sorry. He mutters and gives me a warm smile. I look at him and my eyes water when I realize what he just did. Not only is he helping me, but he's doing the exact same thing I did when Ryan and Adam got into a fight. It's okay. I say, my voice choking at the end. He puts the shirt back into my cheek and tries to stop the bleeding. The blood isn't pouring like a waterfall, but it's rolling down my cheek. I'm not gonna hurt you, Jason says, and at first I don't believe him, but he explains to me how he was manipulated into going to those secret meetings because his mate was being held hostage by the alpha. If he didn't do as he was said, then his mate would be hurt or worse. I look into his eyes and I notice how sad they were when he was talking about his mate. He cleans my cut the best he can and he stopped the bleeding. I'm at loss for words as I stare at him and take in what he just told me. I'm going to get you out of here. Chapter 29. I've been tied up for so long that when I got up I lost my balance and had to hold on to Jason's shoulder to find back my balance. Where's Adam? I ask Jason as we start walking to the door. I don't really know, he says. My heart drops as I hear him say that. The only thing I want right now is to find Adam and get out of here. Good part is that if you do go upstairs they might take him there. My heart picks up its pace as I hear this. Could I finally see my mate? Is he okay? Is he hurt? God, I hope not. He opens the door and lets me go outside first. The first thing I see is a red-painted hallway. A red so dark that it could pass as blood. The hallway is filled with doors and those are painted black. Once Jason closes the door we starts walking down the hallway. As we pass the doors you can hear people screaming and pounding at the doors, begging to let them out. I know that you don't want to hear this right now. Jason starts and I look at him with a confused face. But it's best if you follow Jackson's orders. He says. What? I say, stopping in my tracks. He puts his hands on my shoulders and looks into my eyes. It's the only way you can save Adam. I don't know what they've done to him, but I heard Kevin saying that they didn't need him anymore. I was so caught up on making sure that I get me and Adam out of here that I didn't think that Adam might be paying the consequences. Other than the cut on my cheek, they haven't hurt me at all. Oh my God. I whisper, but mostly to myself. We continue to walk and it feels like forever before we reach what looks like an elevator. Jason punches some numbers and the elevator makes a ding sound as it opens. We go inside and the doors close. Jason turns to me with a serious face. You have to act like you hate as much as you hate Jackson and Kevin. They can't even suspect that I'm helping you, okay? I nod my head and Jason grabs my arm a bit rough. I don't say anything because I know this is part of the act. I can't mess up now. My only escape of getting me and Adam out of here is Jason. We reach the floor and the doors open. Jason and I walk out and I realize that we're in the pack house. Tons of people walk up and down the hallways and some are coming out of rooms covered in blood. Is Adam here? I don't try to mind link him because of the injections. I notice Kevin coming walking up to us with his hand bandaged. I smirk at him and once he notices us he walks up to us. I hope you're happy with what you did to my hand, you bitch. Kevin says, breathing heavy. I put on my best innocent face and bat my eyelashes at him. Me. I didn't do that. I'm pretty sure that I saw your hand bleeding more than bandage can handle. I say and give him a big smile. You little bitch, you're gonna pay for this. He says, motioning to his hand. Jason tugs at my hand and we start walking again. Oh, bite me. I say to Kevin with a smirk on my face, knowing I got the last laugh. We continue walking and from the corner of my right, I see Jason chuckling and shaking his head. What? I say with an amused look on my face. I can't believe you said that. He says. I shrug my shoulders with an amused smile on my face. So ironic, right? I chuckle and he does the same while shaking his head. We go back to being serious and something down in the pit of my stomach doesn't feel right. Suddenly I start to feel nauseous and it gets stronger and stronger every second. Jason, is there a bathroom around here? I think I'm gonna throw up. I say, a bit nervous, and try to control by breathing as I feel bile making its way up my throat. Yeah, just down the hall. He says with a worried look on his face. People don't really notice what we're doing or what we're talking about since they're too busy working. Which is an advantage to us. We take twists and turns and we reach the bathroom. He opens the door and I don't even have time to close the door before I'm kneeling in front of the toilet throwing up. After a minute or two I'm finally done. The aftertaste is horrible and I get up and I drink tap water to try and take away that aftertaste. I look at myself in the mirror and stay there for a bit just breathing to see if I have to throw up again, and turn around to walk out when I notice the door is closed. Jason must have closed it since I didn't have time to do it. I walk out and Jason grabs my arm again and we take another elevator. You feeling okay? Jason asks me and I nod my yes even though I don't know if I'm sick or something. The doors open and we walk in an office. It's painted black and red, no surprise there, and there's a big desk in the middle of the room. There's shelves with rows of books on it and 2 black chairs facing the desk. There's no window and no doors in sight, but with a pack house like this I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of secret door. I notice that we're alone and Jason clears his throat. Alpha. He says in a deep, deep voice that I've never heard before. The Alpha turns around in a chair that I didn't notice was in front of the desk. Jason. I see you brought me Riley. Please come sit down. The Alpha motions to the chairs and Jason tugs at my arm to go over there and sit. I don't want to sit. I want to know where's Adam and why do you have us in this place? I say with confidence. The Alpha stares at me with an emotion that I can't make out. He then looks over to Jason and smiles. This one's a feisty. he says, wiggling his eyebrows. I can't exactly see him with all this darkness around us, but when he stands up and puts his hand on the desk, it's clear to see the authority radiating off him and how tall he is. Adam's been a bad dog, so we're punishing him, he says with a smirk on his face. My blood runs to a boil, and before I launch myself to him, Jason wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me back. The alpha starts to laugh while I start to pull myself towards the alpha and scream at Jason to let me go. I'm gonna kill you, I scream at the alpha, and he stops laughing. He grabs a knife that was on top of his desk and walks over to me. I stop moving and he steps in front of me with the knife pressed up against his throat. Now, Riley. I don't like threats, he says with a deep voice, and his eyes go black. I let out a small whimper and he retrieves his knife and takes a step back. Jason released his grip on me and his hold on my arm is back. Do you have any ideas as to why you're here? The alpha asks, his voice serious. You have something that I want. No. Need, he says, looking straight into my eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, I say, confused. What could I possibly have that he needs? I don't have a family. I only have Adam, Ryan, and Emma. That's it. My parents didn't left me anything, or at least not that I know of. He stares at me long enough and he speaks to Jason while looking at me. Bring him in, he says. Jason walks towards the wall next to us and knocks 3 times with a pause in between each knock. The door opens and a bit of light comes from the other room. The first face I see is Jackson. He's struggling with something, but I don't know what it is. And then I see him. Adam. He's shirtless and bloody and his hands are tied behind his back, and Kevin's holding his arm while Jackson is holding his other arm, trying to push him inside. My heart beats faster and I can't seem to move. Let me go, Adam says, moving side to side to try to get Jackson and Kevin off of him. They throw him to the floor and Kevin takes out a knife and cuts the rope. Adam, I say with a shaky voice. And his beautiful eyes meet mine. Thank you for accompanying us, but the story is not over. Subscribe to our channel to continue following Riley and Adam's adventure. As Skylar deliberates over her outfit for a first date, what annoys Emily about her choices? And when the date is with Tyler, how will Emily's hidden feelings disrupt the morning's preparations? Keep reading to uncover the struggle within Emily's heart. Don't go anywhere. Subscribe to our channel to uncover the secrets of Skylar's date. Chapter 30. Meanwhile, back at the pack house. What do you think I should wear? Skylar says, standing in front of the mirror with a simple white dress in one hand and a yellow sundress in the other. I think the sundress. Haley says, standing in the bathroom door with her toothbrush in her mouth. I put the pillow over me head and groan. It's 11 a.m. and I've been trying to get some sleep, but my dear sisters won't let me. What do you think, Emily? Skylar says, I put the pillow next to me and sit up on the bed. Neither. Why can't you just go in some shorts? I ask with a little bit of annoyance in my voice. Because you can't go on a first date with shorts, duh. Skylar says, rolling her eyes. I stand up and stretch my arms and my back and make my way to the bathroom. I'm definitely not getting my sleep back. Who are you going out with? I ask, putting some toothpaste on my toothbrush and start brushing my teeth. I hear a bit of ruckus going on in the closet, and I open the tap water to clean my toothbrush and my mouth. I take a little bit of mouthwash. Tyler, Skylar says, and I spit out the mouthwash all over the mirror. I take a clean towel and wipe my mouth and I clean the mirror. Tyler, I ask, leaning against the bathroom door.
Tyler Emilette.
I ask. I look at Haley and she looks at me. Yeah, she says, slowly putting the white dress on the bed and going over the closet to put the sundress there. She walks over to us and looks at me and Haley. Is there a problem with that? She asks, a bit annoyed. Haley's the only one who knows how I feel about Tyler. I've never told Skylar because, well, she tends to make things a big deal. If I were to told her that I have a crush on Tyler, she would go in over her head trying to get us together. And the last thing I need is for her to embarrass me. No, I say, shaking my head. I just thought you said that you were gonna focus on finding your mate. I say. I cross my fingers behind my back, hoping that she buys it. Well, yeah, but after Tyler asked me out, I figured that one little date wouldn't hurt. She said, going to the nightstand next to her bed and taking out her makeup. She sits down in front of the mirror and starts doing her makeup. Our room isn't exactly big, but it's enough for the three of us. There's 3 twin beds, obviously one for each of us, and 1 bathroom. You might think that it's a living hell with 1 bathroom only, but we make it work. Skylar wakes up really early, so she gets the bathroom first. She liked to take her time, so it would make sense that she gets it first. Haley and I usually wake up at the same time, but I let her have the bathroom cause she usually finishes quickly. I go to the closet and pick out some black jeans that are ripped at the knees, a dark blue tank top with the words "I don't care" in bold. I go to the bathroom and change. I brush my straight brown hair and walk out of the bathroom and sit down at the edge of the bed. "So since when do you like Tyler?" I ask, trying to sound as normal as possible. She turns around with a small brush on her hand and looks at me with a confused face. "Since when do you care?" she asks a bit roughly. "Oh boy," Haley says and lays down on her bed. "No offense, Emily, but don't you have better stuff to do?" she says, turning back around and starts applying eyeshadow. "I'm just trying to make conversation with you," I say, looking at her through the mirror. Skylar's been known to do this from time to time. Haley and I are convinced that she's bipolar, but Skylar tells us otherwise. "You can talk to me some other time, not when I'm getting ready for my date. Now stop distracting me and go do your weird stuff," she says, and I scoff. "Wow, nice talk, sis," I say with sarcasm, and put on my black high-top Converse and walk out the door. I know I've always been weird, but it hurts when your sister points it out almost every time to get you out of the room. I sigh and walk down the hallway. I notice Tyler walking out of a room and my eyes widen. I turn around and walk the other way, hoping he won't see me. "Emily," Tyler calls out after me. Damn it. I stop in my tracks and turn around to see him jogging over my way. My heart picks up its pace as he stops in front of me. Tyler's a lot taller than me, and I love the way he keeps his hair messy. "Hey," he says. "Hi," I say. "God, I'm so nervous, my hands are sweaty." "What's up?" I say, putting a strand of hair behind my ear. "I haven't seen you since the full moon," he says, putting his hands inside his pockets. He gives me a small smile and I smile back at him. Oh my God. He's asking about me. "I've been busy with school." I say, "Wait, what?" He chuckles and smiles at me again. "School ended 2 weeks ago." I feel the embarrassment rushing to my cheeks and I mentally face palm myself. "Right, I forgot," I say, stammering. He looks at me with soft eyes and I look back at him. "But of course all good things must come to end. Tyler," I hear my sister say from the end of the hall. His gaze moves to my sister and I look behind me to see Skylar waving her hand to Tyler. I look back at him and he waves back with a small smile. My heart drops as I remember that Skylar's going on a date with him. Skylar catches up to us and goes to his side and intertwined his fingers with his. "Ready to go," Tyler says, and Skylar nods her head. She looks at me and raises her eyebrow. "She didn't scare you, did she?" she asks Tyler while looking at me the whole time. I look down at the ground and tears spring my eyes. She always finds a way to make sure to bring me down, to make people know that she's more important than me. Emily's way too cool to scare me off," I hear Tyler say. My head snaps up to meet his gaze, and although my vision is a bit blurry, I can see him smiling down at me. I smile back at him and my butterflies erupt in my stomach. "See you later, Emily," he says, and walks away with Emily. "Bye," I say, and I start walking down the hall again. Chapter 31. I went down to the game room and saw my best friend there, Sebastian. He's an 8-year-old kid with red hair, but he's the only one who's ever liked me. If you think about it, he's like me. He doesn't many friends, and his brother, who's 9 years old, pushes him around too. Sebastian was currently playing Mario Kart Wii, or at least trying to. He was having some troubles with the controller and he kept dying. The game room was basically like a man cave, except that it was for everyone. It has a big couch in the middle room, and there's a ping pong table, hockey table, a pool table, and a tennis table. Of course you can't miss all the endless consoles, Wiis, Xboxes, PlayStations, you name it. The room was painted a dark navy blue with a gigantic TV in the middle of the room. There's also a mini fridge next to the shelf of endless games. There's an air conditioner which makes everything better, and the room is big enough to walk around, so you can imagine how big it is. "Hey buddy," I say, flopping down next to him and ruffling his hair. "Emily." "Not the hair," he says, and I chuckle while he fixes his hair. "Having some trouble?" I ask, looking at poor Yoshi falling off into the abyss of nothingness. "Yeah, I keep losing and I don't know why," he says, frowning. I look at his controller and I start laughing. What's so funny? He says, crossing his arms. Your controller is upside down. I say, my laughing subsiding. He stares at me for a moment before giving me a big smile and he starts laughing. There's an extra controller in one of the shelves. He says, I get the blue one and sit down next to him and start playing. I don't know how many hours pass, but at some point me and Sebastian passed out. I felt a tap on my shoulder and my eyes flutter open only to see Tyler smiling down at me. I rub my eyes and I look down to see Sebastian sleeping on the floor. The TV was turned off and our controllers were put back into the shelves. What time is it? I whisper to Tyler. 10:15. He whispers back to me. I stand up and run my fingers through my hair. I look at Sebastian and back at Tyler. Can you help me find Sebastian's room? I ask Tyler and he nods. I pick up Sebastian from the floor careful enough not to wake him up. Sebastian groans and he wraps his arms around my neck and his tiny legs around my waist. Tyler leads me to Sebastian's room and turned on the light. I put him down on his bed and put the sheets on top of him. I turned off the light and lightly closed his door. I turned around slowly and when my eyes met Tyler I quickly averted my gaze to my shoes, finding them quite interesting. Do you want to hang out for a bit? Tyler asks me and I'm taken aback by his question. I look at him and he's scratching the back of his neck. Sure. Giving him a small smile and he grins back at me. We walk together side by side. I can smell his perfume by how close we are to each other, and my stomach's filled with butterflies. My mind starts to wander and I make a mental note to tell Riley all of this. Come to think of it, where is she? Riley's POV, Adam. I say with a shaky voice and his beautiful eyes meet mine. I stay frozen in my spot and a million things run through my mind, but nothing will ever be compared to when he looked at me and said my name. Riley, he said, almost as if he couldn't believe I was here. My eyes are filled with tears and Adam gets up and walks over to me before engulfing me into a hug. I choke out a sob and I hug him back, tears running down my face. He hisses when I touch his back and I pull away and look at my hands. They have spots of blood and I look back at him. He's looking at the cut on my cheek and his eye turned black. Before he says anything I throw myself at him and kiss him hard. At first he hesitates, but he wraps his arms around my waist and those familiar tingles course through my entire body. My fingers are entangles in his hair, and his lips move in sync with mine. God, how I missed his lips. It feels like our first kiss, but this time freaking grenades go off. I missed him so much. I was worried about him so much I thought I was gonna die if I didn't see him again. It feels like forever before we have to pull away and catch our breaths. I rest my forehead against his and breathe heavily. You're okay, he says, more to himself than to me. Seems like you aren't. I whisper and he puts his hand on my cheek where the cut is. He runs his thumb over it and kisses it. Ahem. The alpha says, clearing his throat. We both turn our gaze towards the alpha and he walks over to us. Adam, so nice to see you again. The alpha says. I look back towards Adam with confusion written all over my face and Adam steps in front of me. Russell. Adam says, his voice filled with disgust. As much as I love your little reunion with our dear Riley here, we have business to attend to. It was then I put two and two together and I realized that this was the pack that Adam had to keep making deals with. Russell steps in front of his desk and looks straight at me and Adam. I was telling Riley here that she has something that we need. Russell says smoothly as if he's done this a million times, which wouldn't surprise me. Lay a hand on Riley again and I'll make sure that you lose your arm. Adam says in a serious tone. It's come to my attention that you haven't told Riley about her special gift. Russell says and dismisses Adam's threat like it was nothing. Adam tenses up before answering. Adam, what is he talking about? I ask, looking between Adam and Russell. Adam looks at me and I can tell he's debating with himself whether he tells me or not. Riley. Adam takes a step towards me and I take a step back. Adam looks at me with a pained expression and my heart breaks just seeing him like that. But I need to know what he's keeping from he. What are you not telling me? I say, my voice cracking at the end while tears fill my eyes. Riley, everything I did was to keep you safe. Adam says, his voice straining. My heart picks up its pace and I try to calm down. What are you saying? I say, a tear rolling down my cheek. Adam looks at the floor before looking back at me. A tear rolled down his cheek before he said what was gonna shatter me. I didn't bump into by accident when we met. I couldn't hear anything after that. My heart stopped beating and I could only hear the sound of my breathing. No, no, no. This can't be happening to me, not right now, not at this moment. This is the last thing I need. Are you saying that you planned all of that? That it was all a lie? I say, my heart breaking into a million pieces, my voice breaking and tears falling down my cheeks. I couldn't meet his eyes, not into the eyes of a liar. What? No, I didn't know you were my mate. But I knew that you were in danger, and I knew that I had to do something about it. Adam says, taking a small step towards me. How do I know you're not lying? I say, followed by a hiccup. Riley, I love you. I swear that everything else that happened was real. My feelings for you are real. You changed me. Before I met you, I knew that all I had to do was keep you safe in some way. He says, and I meet his eyes. My vision is blurry, but I can see that he's hurting. I look down at my feet, finding them quite interesting. What about all those things you said to me that time in the forest? Was that a lie too? I ask, almost whispering. When he doesn't say anything, I look back at him and his gaze doesn't meet mine. Riley, was it? I cut him off before he can say anything else. Yes, but back then I didn't realize how important you were gonna be. He says, taking my hands in his. I feel those tingles again, but I try to ignore them. This, he says, referring to the tingles, is what made me realize that you're mine. Mine and nobody else's. After Alice, I thought that finding your mate was a fairy tale, something that didn't exist, but you changed that. You opened my eyes and made me see that just because something bad happened doesn't mean that something good can't come out of it. Riley, please, you have to believe me. Adam says, so close to me that I can feel his hot breath on my face. I put my hand on top of his chest, but I can't bring myself to push him away. Adam brings one hand to cup my cheek and I close my eyes and a tear rolls down my cheek when I feel his touch. You're my everything, Riley. He whispers. I open my eyes and I see how much pain his eyes hold. How much he's going to hurt when I tell him these next few words. I don't think I can trust you again. I say, my voice breaking. I can feel his heart stop beating and Adam takes a step away from me and a tear rolls down his cheek. Chapter 32. Well, now that that's over, Riley, you and I have some real matters to attend to. Russell says, but my gaze stays fixated on Adam. Take him away, boys. Russell says, and everything goes by in slow motion. The sound of my heartbeat is all I can hear. Jackson and Kevin come in, and they take Adam by his arms and lead him through the door. Adam kept looking at me the whole time, and he didn't even protest when they were taking him away. Jason closed the door, and it was only then that it felt like time went back to normal. Please take a seat, Riley. I was so numb by now that I didn't even bother fighting anymore. I took a seat and wiped my tears with the back of my hand. As I was saying, you have a special gift. Russell says, looking at me straight in the eyes. Your DNA contains something called paramethea. Paramethea. I'm sorry, paramethea. I don't understand. I say, my brows furrowing in confusion. Never in my life had I heard of something called paramethea. Like I said, it's a special gift that only a few people obtain. Seems like it passed down to you and skipped a generation. He says in a calm voice. I try to understand what he's trying to tell me, but before I can start processing what's happening, he keeps explaining. When achieved, your DNA brings out the paramethea and puts it to work. It's quite useful for lots of things. Your DNA lets you shift into another animal, such as an owl, a tiger, a snake, so on and so on. It can also control your strength and weakness to trick your opponents. You can manipulate your scent and yourself when in danger. It's quite amazing what you can do. All you have to do is learn to control it. He says, looking at me the whole time. I start processing what he's talking about and I can't help but think, how did Adam know about this before I did? How could he have known? Did Russell tell him? Has Adam been watching me for a long time? Does he really love me? I shook those thoughts out of my head. Now's not the time to think about this. How am I even capable of doing that stuff? How come it hasn't been activated then? I asked, looking down at my hands. I couldn't hold eye contact with Russell anymore. It was starting to get too much. I started playing with my hands while Russell talked. We aren't quite sure about how you got this gift. Could be that someone in your family was very powerful and could have possessed paramethea. Anyone who's have it hasn't lived long enough to tell a story. The moment he said that, my eyes went wide and I started at him in shock. He closed his eyes and chuckled. They weren't old enough to tell the story. He says as he reopened his eyes, which showed nothing but amusement. At this I relaxed a little. I was still in danger being in the hands of Russell, but somehow it made me feel better knowing that anyone who possessed that gift didn't die because it killed them. As for the activation, it could have been activated in another way. Doesn't necessarily have to be around enemies. He says, snapping me out of my thoughts. I nod my head and start thinking about times when maybe my paramethea could have been activated but none come to mind. Riley, I want you to know that we're not the bad guys. He says in a low voice, almost as if he were begging me to believe him. I scoffed at this and rolled my eyes, still not giving eye contact. Yeah, right. I mumble, but I'm pretty sure Russell heard me. Circumstances have made us do what we had to do. Otherwise Adam wouldn't have brought you here. He says in a serious voice. I start playing with a thread in the cushion chair. You didn't have to torture him. I say, raising my voice a little bit. He brought that into himself. Russell, that, and I scoff, standing up. Are you serious? You expect me to believe that Adam deserve all that torture? I say, putting my hands on his desk while making eye contact this time. I inched my face closer to his until I could see straight into his eyes. I'm not gonna stand here and watch you speak about Adam like that. I said, fire burning through my eyes. Did we forget what happened just a few moments ago? Russell says, smirking. If you don't agree to what I say, then Adam dies. I'm taken off guard and suddenly the room feels like it's closing on me. I lean back and sit down in the chair. Although it shouldn't matter since you ended things with him. That doesn't matter. I say in a low voice, afraid that someone else might hear us. He's still my mate. I can't help but think about everything that's happened between every conversation, every moment. Was it all a lie? Couldn't have been a lie. Adam loves us and you know it. So what if he didn't tell you the truth? That doesn't change that the fact that you're mates and that you both love each other. Don't mess it up, Riley, he's not gonna leave us. She's right. I know she's right, but I can't help the doubts that swim over my head. Riley, we want you to fight with us. Russell says, bringing me out of my thoughts. What? I say, finally meeting his face with eyes wide. What did you just say? You'll fit right in. We have special people that know about this kind of stuff that are gonna help you with your training. He says with excitement dancing around his eyes. He looks like a little kid who's going to the carnival for the first time and is thinking about all the things that he'll be able to do. He stands up and crouches down next to me so that he's at eye level with me. Think about all the territories that we'll own. We'll be unstoppable. He says, his eyes unfocused from mine. For a moment I think about it, I could have everything I want. I can be the most powerful wolf and be the leader of everyone. His eyes focus into mine and looks at me for an answer. I'll do it. Chapter 33. It's been a year since I accepted the offer that Russell had made me. I had been under constant training and I was more powerful than I had ever imagined. After I learned how my powers worked, I made a deal with Russell and I would keep being by his side as long as Adam was released. I couldn't risk anyone seeing me, so I took him just close enough to the pack house, but far away enough so that no one would see me. I still replayed our conversation in my head every time I could. It was the only thing I had left of Adam. Riley, you don't have to do this, he said in that low voice that I always loved. He was so tired his eyes were almost closed shut. He was beaten up so bad I have no idea how he was even standing right now. This is my decision, Adam, I said in a stern voice. God, I missed him so much. My heart was beating so hard in my chest I was scared he could hear it. Tears sprung to my eyes when I remembered that he lied to me. All that time it was all a lie. I didn't notice that he stepped closer to me until he grabbed my hand so softly like it was going to break. Riley, look at me in the eyes and tell me that you want to do this. Tell me that you don't want to stay here with me, and that you went through the trouble of helping me because you love me. Tell me that you don't love me the way that I love you. I wanted to tell him so bad that I wanted to stay with him because I still loved him, but I couldn't. I do want to do this, I said in the most serious voice that I could muster. I gave his hand a light squeeze and looked into his eyes. Adam, I have to do this. The tears were rolling slowly down my eyes and I couldn't stop them. Riley, please, he said in a low voice. He rested his forehead on top of mine while holding both my hands. I'm so sorry for everything that happened, but you're my mate. I fell in love with you because you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you before how I knew your gift. But when I found out you were my mate, I knew I had to protect you at all costs to avoid this. Please let me make this right. His own tears were rolling down his cheek and I couldn't find my own voice. Stick to the plan and don't mess it up was the last thing Jason said to me before I had to bringing Adam here. I kept that in my head because I knew Adam would try something like this. Adam, I say, looking up at him. Those hypnotizing eyes were staring down at me, and they only displayed sadness, and it broke my heart that I was doing this to him. God, please let this work. I need to get back to him. Before I could change my mind, I got on my tippy toes and kissed him with all of my strength. He must have been surprised because it took him a few seconds before he wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed my back with the same force. This was all I could give him without ruining the plan. I needed to keep Adam safe, and this was the only way. His hands were in my hair and tracing my spine, making me remember all of the beautiful times we spent together. I ran my hands through his hair and he lightly squeezed my waist. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him closer than he already was. No matter what I did, I couldn't get enough of him. Eventually, we had to end the kiss and catch on our breath. I had a moment of weakness then. I could run away with him right now. We could leave all this behind and start over. I could almost see us being happy, getting our own place and just being with each other. Before I changed my mind, I pushed all those thoughts away and thought about what was happening now and what I needed to do. Almost as if he could read my thoughts, Adam cupped my cheek and lifted my head up. His eyes were begging that I would stay here with him. God, I loved him so much. Forgive you, I said as another tear rolled down my cheek. His thumb brushed it away and he gave me a small smile. I was selfish and inconsiderate, and thank you for keeping me safe. My voice was cracking and I was trying my best to now break down in front of him because I know that I would stay. I will always love you, I said as more tears rolled down my cheek. I love you too, Riley, he said as he leaned down to give me one final kiss. This was more slower and less heated, making it the perfect goodbye. I started to make my way back to the car when I turned back around and gave him a hug. He hugged me as tight as he could, and then we both went our separate ways. As I made my way back through Russell's house, I couldn't control my sobs as they coursed my entire body. It was the worst feeling I had ever encountered. I could feel my heart breaking in tiny pieces, and no matter how much I cried, it still felt like I wasn't crying enough. When I finally reached Russell's pack house, my eyes were puffy, and I was certain I could kill anyone that comes my way. On my way through Russell's office, I passed the kitchen and grabbed the biggest knife I could find. I went inside his office, and before he could even glance at me, I had the knife pressed at his throat. If you even dare to hurt Adam or anyone in that pack house, I will you and everyone in your pack house. My blood was burning through my veins, and one small press of the knife and it would cut him. I have no idea if he was even fazed by the fact that I had a knife pressed against his throat and that I even threatened to kill him in his pack, but he gave a huge smile. I won't even lay a finger in that pack house, he said, staring straight into my eyes. With that said, I walked out of his office and made my way through my room. I hid the knife under my bed, which maybe wasn't the smartest thing to do, but I didn't trust Russell. Does he suspect anything? Jason asked me as he sorted out the different weapons on the table. Even if he did, he hasn't said anything or given any indication, I said as I wrapped my hands with bandage. Ever since Russell kidnapped me, Jason was the one that was helping me out with everything. He helped me make the deal with Russell so that Adam could be free, and he's been helping me with our plan ever since then. We can't talk about it freely, so we find hidden places where we know he can't hear us, and even then we whisper and try to make it seem as if Jason is just helping me train. We aren't sure if Russell is watching from a camera that we can't spot, so we make sure to take every precaution. Adam hasn't reached out to you, right? He asks with a hint of terror in his voice. No, I say with a pang in my heart. I hadn't seen Adam again since I dropped him off back at his pack house, and the wolf hearing doesn't work since we're both far away. It was hard for me at first, and I was channeling my anger out through my training, which turned out to be a bad thing since Kevin ended up without a finger. He deserved it, so I could care less. Russell, on the other hand, wasn't so keen on my little outburst and threatened to break our deal if I kept this up. Jason helped me out, and soon we came up with a plan. I was getting good at channeling my powers, but even then I couldn't do anything big. I managed to change my scent to the same cologne that Jason, but at the end it would always make me very weak. Jason decided to take it in a different direction, and Russell approved. We started to work on my speed and the ability to throw weapons like knives and start knives at a fast speed and with force. You could tell this was my forte since I would tear the paper in half of the target in just one swing. After that, we started fighting with no weapons. At this point, Russell would put us in a room where he could watch us from the second floor over a metal railing. In the first few weeks, I would end up with major cuts and bruises and a bloody nose. Once we ended training, I would practice my ability to heal myself. It would help to stop the bleeding, but I couldn't speed up the process of completely healing my wounds just yet. After that, me and Jason would try to talk to make sure that everything was going smoothly. Are you sure it was a good idea to let her in on what is happening? I asked Jason, and I started to warm up by throwing the knife stars at the target. Today we were gonna try being able to throw weapons without looking. Russell isn't sure if I'm even capable of doing that, but he wanted to give it a shot. I don't know, but we have to make sure that Adam doesn't try anything on his end, and she could be our best shot. Jason said. His back was facing, so I couldn't see his expression, but I know he was also hoping that she wouldn't say anything. You said she was quiet, right? Jason asked as he handed me a knife, and I closed my eyes, feeling my way around the knife. Yeah, I just hope she doesn't say anything to Skylar or Haley, I said as I take a deep breath and focus on my surroundings. Tyler couldn't go through with the plan because Adam might find something out and then everything would be ruined, but Tyler's confident that Emily could do it, so we went with her. I take one last breath and I throw the knife. I open my eyes and it hit the middle of the target's face, which I associated with Russell's. Chapter 34, Emily's POV. After Tyler's date with Skylar, he found me and Sebastian passed out in the game room. We hanged out after that same night, and the next day him and Skylar were talking and getting closer. After that, a year had passed and Tyler and I never spoke again. He and Skylar had made it official that they were dating, and I didn't want to get in the way of that. Haley and I went to get breakfast when Tyler came to the kitchen. Hey guys, he said, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Hey Tyler, Haley said, standing next to me while I waited for my toast. I gave him a small smile and a wave. Almost as if she knew we were here, Skylar came in. Skylar and I were never that close. We had completely different taste and personalities, and she always liked to put me down instead of being the loving sister she should be. Hey guys, I haven't seen you in so long, she said, giving us both a hug. She was wearing one of Tyler's shirt, and his cologne infiltrated my nose, making my heart flutter. I sometimes swore that she knew about my crush on Tyler, but Haley told me that even if she did, she wouldn't do something like this. So she must really like him. It's not like we share a room, I say, giving her a small laugh while taking my toast out of the toaster and spreading butter. Well, Tyler and I have been spending a lot of time together, she said as she wrapped her arms around his waist, looking at him with complete admiration. That should have been me. Tyler looks down at her and wraps an arm around her shoulder, giving her a small smile. For a second I could feel my heart breaking, and it took everything I had not to cry right there. And we're very happy for your guys. But don't forget to visit us, Haley says, trying to end the conversation. Haley was the only person I could talk to about this, and she knew how much it hurt me seeing them together. Yeah, I'll visit you tonight, Skylar said, giving us a huge smile. After that, Tyler and her left to buy breakfast. I swear I thought he liked you. He was always so shy around, and he would find a way to talk to you, Haley said, facing me while putting her own toast in the toaster. Yeah, well, that makes two of us, I said, taking a bite out of my toast. Didn't anything happen after their first date? Haley asked. The memory was burned into my brain, and I remembered it as if it happened yesterday. After we put Sebastian in his room, Tyler had asked me if I wanted to hang out. We went outside where we had the full moon party, and we sat down where we had the bonfire looking at the stars. Sorry about what Skylar said. I hope you know I don't think you're scary or weird, he said, scratching the back of his neck. You don't have to apologize about my sister, Tyler, I said, chuckling. It was nothing new. Skylar always thought she was superior than me, and I let her walk all over me. How was your date? I asked, looking down at me hands. I started playing with them since I couldn't bring myself to look at him in the eyes. It was okay. I thought it was a joke when she asked me out, but I guess it wasn't, he said. I looked from the corner of my eye, and he was also playing with his hands. Wait, she asked you out? She told us you asked her out. I looked at him with confusion written all over myself. Why would Skylar lie to us? He nodded his head, looking at me, and then we both fell silent. It was starting to get cold, but I didn't want to say anything in case he wanted to leave. He must have noticed because he was chuckling and taking his flannel off. You know, you're pretty quiet, but you could have told me you were cold, he said, putting the flannel over my shoulders and sitting closer to me. His cologne quickly engulfed me and I noticed we were sitting so close together our arms would almost touch. But then you're gonna be cold, I said, bringing the flannel closer to me. Hey, I'm cold. Don't blame me. He shrugged and gave me a small smile, looking down at me. His brown eyes were so beautiful. Whenever he looks at me I swear he feels the same I do. Why couldn't it have been me that went on that date? Why does it feel like everything I want is impossible? I thought I was imagining things when Tyler sat closer to me and whispered, "Do you like astronomy?" he asked, looking at the sky. The light of the moon was shining directly on him, and he looked absolutely beautiful. Yes, I whispered back, scared that he'll notice how nervous I was. Did you know that if two pieces of the same type of metal touch in space, they will bond and be permanently stuck together? Kind of like how we connect with our mates, he said, still looking up at the sky. I couldn't tell if he meant that Skylar was his mate or if he hoped she was. I followed his gaze and looked up at the sky. The stars were out tonight and they were shining brighter than they ever did. Or maybe that's how it felt like being here with Tyler. That's amazing, I said in awe. I still hadn't found my mate and I always dreamed of how I would meet him. Just like you. My heart stopped beating, and if it wasn't for my wolf hearing I wouldn't have caught it. What? I said, looking up at him. I could feel the blood rushing to my cheeks and I swear he could hear how fast my heart was beating. Emily, he said, looking back at me and giving me a soft look. His gaze was locked in my eyes and I could feel the butterflies erupt into my stomach. But before he could continue we were interrupted. Tyler, I've been looking everywhere for you. We both turned around to find one of the pack of the members calling for him. Jack needs to talk to you, he says, it's urgent. The kid says, waiting for him at the door. We both look at each other and he gives me an apologetic look. I'm so sorry, he said while he stood up. It's okay, when duty calls it calls, I say, tears springing my eyes. I tried to give him the best smile I could muster, and I was hoping he wouldn't notice the sadness in my eyes. I handed him back his flannel and he apologized again before running off. I walked back to the room with my heart pounding in my chest while my eyes threatened to cry a river. Once I reached my room, I quickly changed clothes and laid down in bed. At this point I couldn't hold back my tears anymore. I cried myself to sleep and I hoped that no one listened. Whenever that memory came to mind, there was a heavy feeling in my heart. I would think about that for days and I would come to the conclusion that something could have happened between us if it wasn't for that kid. I looked at Haley and shook my head. She gave me a sad smile and rubbed my back. It's okay, really. If something would have happened, it would have. Skylar's happy and that's all that matters. My feeling for Tyler are just that, feelings. They're gonna go away eventually, I just gotta jump over that bridge, I said as I threw away my toast, no longer hungry. And because my life couldn't have gotten better, Tyler came back into the kitchen. Oh, dead God. Please tell me he didn't hear that. Emily, can I talk to you for a minute? Tyler said, looking back and forth between me and Haley. I stood frozen in front of the trash can and the blood rushed to my cheeks. Could he have heard something? I suddenly couldn't move or find my voice. Jesus, Emily. Say something. Haley must have noticed this because I felt something soft hit my face. Yes, sure, I said, composing myself. He gave me a small smile and he started walking out of the kitchen. I looked back Haley with a scared look on my face and she gave me a shrug. We went into the game room since it was empty and Tyler looked at me seriously. Riley's in trouble, he said. We hadn't seen Riley ever since Adam came back. Adam never talked about it, but I'm sure that he told Tyler what happened. I always thought she abandoned us to go back to her pack, but a part of me told me that she would never do that to us. She was happy here, you could see it in her eyes. And she needs our help. My eyes went wide when he told me this. Me, I said in a shocked voice. How in the world could I be of any help? Tyler then proceeded to tell me the plan. It was complicated and there was someone bound to get hurt. It would only be a matter of who. You're the only one who can do this, Tyler said, looking at me with pleading eyes. You're quiet and stealthy, Adam would never notice. But you cannot tell anyone because it might go back to Adam and then it'll all be ruined, he said, lowering his voice as people passed by the game room. Okay, I'll do it, I said, lowering my voice also. Do you think it's going to work? I asked before he could leave. I don't know, but from the sounds of it, it might not end pretty, he said, scratching the back of his head. Emily, I won't let anything happen to you. He held his gaze on my eyes, and in that moment I knew he must have heard something. Tyler, if you heard something, and just like last time we were interrupted. Oh, I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? Skylar asks with a hand on her hip. I was about to tell her no when Tyler beat me to it. No, I was just letting her know that we were going to be in your room just in case. Tyler said, giving her a reassuring smile. Okay. Skylar said, returning the smile. Meet you in the room. Skylar said, and Tyler nodded. He opened his mouth as if he was going to say something, but he just took a deep breath and gave me a small smile. I'll talk to you later, he said with a hopeful voice. I nodded my head and watched him walk away. And just like that I felt everything again like I did that night. A few seconds later, Haley came in and we both sat down in the couch. Why don't you tell him how you really feel? She asked with confusion laced in her voice. Because Skylar always get what she wants. It's always been that way and it'll always be that way, I said with sadness. Chapter 35 Emily's POV. The next day, I was brushing my teeth when Skylar was sitting down on her bed staring at me with laser-focused eyes. I spit out the toothpaste and rinsed my mouth. Yes, Skylar. I sighed, getting a little bit irritated with her game. I don't know what game you're playing, but Tyler's with me, not you, she said, crossing her arms. I can honestly say I have no idea what you're talking about. There's no way she heard me and Haley talking, there's simply no way. You two looked pretty closed yesterday, wanna tell what that was about? She said, standing up in front of the door to the bathroom. Great, she's the jealous type. Not that it's any your business what we were talking about, but you have nothing to worry about. It's not like that. I tell her, praying that she doesn't ask any more questions. I was racking my brain trying to find an excuse that could save me from trouble. But the truth was I knew nothing about their relationship. I did my best to stay away from it to save myself the heartache. Skylar raised her eyebrow and I knew she didn't believe me, and right then I came up with a great idea. I rolled my eyes and gave her a serious look. He was asking me about what to get you for your birthday. I remembered that Skylar's birthday was in 2 months and every good boyfriend wants the best for their girlfriend, right? She stared at me for a little while before a smile crept up her face. I knew it, she said, turning away from the bathroom door and laying face up on her bed. I gave her a confused look as I went to the closet to look for a fresh pair of clothes. What? I asked. Well, me and Tyler have been having a few problems, but I knew he wouldn't go behind my back for another girl. And he most definitely doesn't like you, so I knew it had to be something about my birthday, she said in a happy tone. Gee, thanks, Sky. A part of me asked if maybe she was true, maybe Tyler didn't like me at all and I was imagining things. It would make sense why we were always interrupted whenever we were having a moment. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Maybe he just really likes Skylar and he thinks I'm a good friend. Maybe she was right, maybe he doesn't like me at all and I've been looking at it all wrong. I pushed those thoughts away and picked out black high-waist jeans, a maroon sweatshirt and my black Converse, and I went into the bathroom to change. Sounds about right, I tell her, ignoring the pain in my heart. Alright, I feel better. I'm gonna go out, okay? She said through the door. I told her okay and proceeded to change. Once I was done, I stared at myself in the mirror, and the more I looked the more I could see why Tyler was with Skylar and not me. She had perfect blonde curly hair, while mine was straight brown. She beautiful hazel round eyes, while mine were a boring brown almond shaped. She knew how to dress while I tried to avert the attention from me as far away as possible. I was boring, I didn't have many friends while she was a social butterfly. I pushed people away while she invited more people into her life because who wouldn't like her? I took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. Just as I opened the door to leave my room, there was Tyler. Time suddenly stopped when he was standing in front of my door. My heartbeat picked up its pace and what Skylar said came to mind. He most definitely doesn't like you. Hey, he said, first flashing me a smile. If I wasn't holding the door, I would have melted right then and there. Hi, I said in a small voice. I cleared my throat and spoke again, making sure that I wasn't gaping like a fish. What are you doing here? I asked, not being able to move. He scratched the back of his head and a small tint of pink appeared on his cheeks. I was actually looking for you, he said while putting his hands inside of his pocket. Oh, I said, not knowing what else to say. Well, Adam needs to talk to us actually, he says after my silence. Wait, do he know? I ask, remembering how he said that if Adam found out it could all go to waste. No, or at least I don't think so, Tyler said reassuringly. I made my way out the door and walked side by side with him towards Adam's office, which his dad shared with him. Tyler knocked on the door and we heard Adam say, "Come in." Adam looked rough. He had dark circles under his eyes, and from what I've heard he was sleeping in the office and working in the office all day. We must have standing close to each other because I could feel Tyler's heat radiating off from him. Adam looked back and forth between me and Tyler and gave us a smirk. "So you finally told her?" Adam asked. I looked at Tyler with a confused look and his eyes went wide. "Adam, don't," he said with gritted teeth. "Told me what?" I looked back at Adam and he chuckled. "Told me what?" I asked, looking back and forth between Adam and Tyler. "That Tyler here," Adam said, and Tyler coughed loudly beside me. "Do you even need anything from us?" he said quite loudly. Adam threw his head back and laughed. "Yes, Dad wants to revise how much land we actually have for the Lightwood Pack agreement," he said. My eyes caught something in the window next to his desk. I noticed then that night had come because I couldn't see the drawing well since a dark color of a marker was used. I didn't know how to tell Tyler to distract him, so as Tyler made his way over to Adam, I looked around the office and moving closer to the window at the same time. The wall next to the window was filled with books about wolves, myths and land. Probably what his dad left him to read so he could be prepared when his time to lead came. I took out the book about myths and made as if I were reading it. Meanwhile, Tyler and Adam were looking at a map that was in the middle of his desk, and they were marking what territories we had. There was a pencil on the windowsill, and I took that to draw whatever Adam had written. Once I heard that they were done, I moved closer to the small section of books so that Adam wouldn't have noticed anything. "Hey Adam, is it okay if I take this book? I'm a sucker for a good book about myths." I asked, hoping that he would buy my lie, and that he wouldn't suspect anything. "Yeah, of course," he said as he organized a few papers that were on his desk. "Thanks," I said, walking out the door. Adam must have told Tyler to stay because he didn't follow me out. I stood by the door so I could tell Tyler what I found. Out of the corner of my eye I see Skylar. "Emily, what are you doing here?" she asked me, and I came up with the perfect excuse on the spot. I wanted to talk to Adam about something, but he was in there with someone. I said just as Tyler walked out. "Hey Ty, I went to look for you in your room but you weren't there," Skylar said, ignoring what I said a moment ago. "I'll leave you two alone," I said as I went inside Adam's office and closed the door behind me. I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding, and I rested my head on the door. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you have a little crush on Tyler," Adam said with an amused voice. "Does it even matter?" I don't know what came over me when I let out a sob that took over my whole body. I slid down to the floor and just sat there crying like there was no tomorrow. Suddenly, I felt a pair of arms engulf me and I realized it was Adam. He was stroking my hair and told me that everything was going to be okay. Hey, look at me. You're okay," he said, lifting my head so I could meet his gaze. My vision was blurry and the tears rolled down my cheeks like waterfall. "No, I'm not." I cried even harder. I cried until I didn't have any tears left, and all that was left was the sound of me sniffling. Adam helped me up and took me to the chair that was in front of his desk. He came back with a bottle of water and a few tissues. I took a sip of the water and Adam sat down in the chair next to me. "Emily, I don't know what to say," he said, and just then I noticed how tired he really was. His hair was all messed up and his bloodshot eyes let me know that he wasn't sleeping. "There's nothing to say. He's dating my sister and that's that," I said, wiping tears with one of the tissues that Adam gave me. "He didn't anything after that because we both knew it's the truth. I couldn't do anything without hurting my sister, and I didn't even know if Tyler felt the same. I can't speak for Tyler, but you never know if you don't try. And if you get rejected, then at least you tried. It'll be one step closer to feeling better," he assured me. After that, I thanked Adam and made my way back to the room. I would tell Tyler what I found tomorrow, but right now I didn't have the energy to pretend that everything was okay. I opened the door and I found Haley comforting a crying Skylar. "What happened?" I asked in a tired voice. "Tyler broke up with me," Skylar cried. I stopped dead in my tracks and replayed the words that she said in my head over and over. "What? Why?" I said, putting the book down in my side of the closet and sitting down next to Skylar. He said that he didn't feel the same anymore, he said, and then she looked at me with mascara running down her face. "What did you tell him? Did you do this?" she said, raising her voice. She was no longer sad, she was mad and she blaming it on me. Sky, she didn't do anything. Haley said in a stern voice. You were always jealous of me, weren't you? You can't stand seeing me happy because your life is pathetic. She was yelling at me now. I stood up from the bed and tried to calm her down. Sky, I can promise you I had nothing to do with this, I said in a calm voice. She took one step closer and I took one back. You're such a liar. No wonder Mom didn't like you, you were the pathetic one of the family and you make sure that everyone is just as miserable as you are. She screamed as tears rolled down my eyes. Truth was, she wasn't wrong. I was never Mom's favorite because I was more like Dad and she hated our dad since they got divorced. She blamed him for everything when in reality it was Mom who drove him away. Skylar was always Mom's favorite because they were the same, they got what they wanted and they hated everyone who came their way. Skylar, stop. Haley said on the other side of the room. Why are you saying this? I whispered to her, afraid that she'll break me in half if I spoke too loud. Because I hate you. I always have and I always will. With that she slapped me in the face, opened the door and pushed me out. I fell to the floor and she slammed the door in my face and locked it. I laid there holding my cheek, feeling the blood rush. I stood up and made my way outside, sat down on the steps and leaned on the stairwell staring up at the sky. A few moments later, someone sat down next to me and I guessed it was Adam since we just talked. She hates me and I didn't even do anything to her. I pushed my feelings for Tyler away so she could be happy and in return I get slapped. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. So that's why you didn't talk to me for a year. A low voice said. My eyes flew open and my gaze followed the voice. Next to me was the boy with the beautiful brown eyes who loved astronomy and had messy hair. The boy who was so close yet so far away from me, and he was staring right back at me. And this time we weren't going to be interrupted. Chapter 36, Riley's POV. Russell had called me into his office after my training with Jason. He had me sit down in a chair for 10 minutes before he actually started talking. How's your training going? He asked with a small smile on his face. Could he know? It's going really good. We're working now on how to use my weapons without actually looking at the target. I try to keep a straight face so that I don't give anything away, but something tells me that this isn't about the plan. A million thoughts run through my head as I sit in front of him. Could he have overheard me and Jason? Was Emily caught? Were we being watched this whole time and we didn't know it? Good. We had an unusual activity last night, but we didn't find anything. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? He asked, staring me down. I could tell that he wasn't sure if it was me who had something to do about it, but I couldn't possibly think of a way that it could lead back to us, and if Emily was caught, he would have kept her. He was bluffing. No, sir, I said, shaking my head. He held my gaze for a few seconds before looking at some papers that were at his desk. He knew something was up, he just didn't know what it was. Good. We wouldn't want anything to break our deal, right? He said, giving me a smirk. My blood started to boil and I told myself to calm down and not let it get to me. I haven't done anything to break our deal, Russell. You of all people should know that. I'm training day and night to be your little sidekick. Have a little faith in me. With that I got up from the chair and walked out of the office. I was so mad I could hear a ringing sound in my voice. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get out of here. I got out of the pack house and I walked until I found a small lake that was a few hours away from the pack house. It couldn't have been too deep, but you could see a few fishes swimming around. I sat down on a piece of wood that was at the edge of the lake and looked around. Everything was so peaceful here, no training, no plans, just me and the lake. A few minutes later, I heard a rustling sound and someone cursing. You're not supposed to be here, I said, knowing already who the person was. If Russell finds out, he'll kill us both, I said as the figure sat down next to me. I was engulfed by his scent and I could feel all the weight that I've been carrying leave my shoulders. What happened to I want to do this? I said with a small smile on my face, to which I already knew the answer. You can't keep me away from you, Riley, Adam said as I turned to look at him to find already looking at me. You're the only thing that's keeping me sane, he said as he cupped my cheek with his hand and kissed me. The butterflies erupted in my stomach, and as I kissed him back I felt at home. His lips were soft and claiming mine as he deepened the kiss, but before it got out of hand I put a hand on his chest and pushed him away lightly. We can't keep doing this, I said with a sad voice. I could the bags under his eyes and how bloodshot they were. His hair was a mess, more than usual, and his bones were starting to poke out. He was slowly dying in front of me and I couldn't do anything about it. I placed my hand on his cheek and he rested in head on it and took a deep breath as if he could finally breathe. "I know," he said in a low whisper. One of the times that I went for a walk in the woods, I had found Adam and I had run to him crying because I thought he was dead. We had stayed together for a couple hours before we realized that it was dark and Russell would suspect something. After that, it was like he knew where I was and he would find me. I tried to go away as far as possible to keep him safe, but I grew tired of it and decided that the lake would be our meeting spot. But after my talk with Russell, I knew it was starting to get too dangerous. "You're not taking care of yourself," I said with tears in my eyes. He opened his eyes again and gave me a kiss on the hand. "I'm okay," he said in an attempt to make me feel better. "I know you're planning something. I don't know what it is, but I know you." I stayed frozen. I knew Tyler and Emily wouldn't say anything, but how did he know? "Whatever it is, promise me you'll be safe," he said as he held both of my hands in his. I don't know if he could tell, but his hands were shaking. I couldn't find my voice, so I nodded my head. He gave me a kiss on my forehead and walked away. I stayed there for a few more minutes before I made my way back to the pack house. I found Jason sitting at the steps with an angry look on his face. "You need to put a stop to this," he said as he stood up and walked over to me. "We're going to get caught," he said as he looked around to see if anyone was out here with us. "I know," I said in a tired voice. I wanted all of this to be over. I wanted to go back with Adam and be with him. I think we both knew this was the last time we were going to see each other. I said in a low voice. Jason gave me a nod and went inside the pack house. I trailed after him and made my way to my room. I washed the day away, put on my PJs and laid down on the soft sheets. I stared at the ceiling until sleep took over me. Chapter 37. Over the next few weeks, Russell had me work on how to control my energy and how I could change my scent to distract my enemies. Although Russell and Jason didn't know how to achieve this, they had done their fair share of research and tried many different techniques. So far, I had mastered everything that had to do with agility and speed. Turns out I'm pretty good at this fighting stuff. Russell had mentioned how controlling my energy was a key element in this, but we were getting nowhere. I tried to stall as much as I could to be able to talk to Tyler and Emily about their share of the plan, but it could only get me so far. The more time I spent thinking about the plan, the more I thought how dangerous this actually was. One of us makes a wrong step and it's over. Russell would find out without a doubt and we would all be killed. Even Adam's pack would be killed. There had been times where I started to doubt if we should go through with the plan and my thoughts would always go back to Adam. Would I really be able to live without Adam? No, which is why the plan is to work. Even if it kills me. I was making some toast in the kitchen when Russell walked in with a huge smile on his face. "When you're done eating breakfast, come to my office. I have a surprise for you." With that, he walked away. A surprise. A million thoughts rushed through my head as I ate my toast thinking about this surprise. Once I finished, I made my way to office and knocked on the door to be let in. As I stepped inside, my heart stopped. Right in front of me was a chair with a few straps in it, a small table with 2 syringes filled with something blue, and a doctor talking to Russell in a hushed voice. "What's all this?" I asked. I looked around the room looking for Jason, but he was nowhere in sight. "Riley, this is Dr. Decker. He's here to help us with this small problem of yours," he said in a cheerful voice. Dr. Decker turned around and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. He was as tall as Adam and his dark brown hair was all over the place. He had bags under his eyes and a beard that was starting to grow in patches. He looked like he was in his 30s, but his eyes were what struck me most. They were completely black and his hands were shaking ever so slightly. This was not good. Not only was Dr. Decker giving psycho vibes, but Russell looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were starting to get red and in his desk were at least 3 cups that I assumed were filled with coffee. Papers were scattered around the desk and I started to back away slightly when a pair of hands grabbed me by my side. "You're not going anywhere, princess," Kevin whispered in my ear, sending a chill by my side. "Don't be scared, Riley. Dr. Decker has found the solution," said Russell, coming up to me and putting his hands on my shoulders. "And what exactly is the solution?" I asked, my voice wavering. My heartbeat was going crazy and my wolf was urging me to find an exit as fast as possible. My eyes kept wandering around the room, looking for something, anything to help me get out of here. But there wasn't a window in sight and the only door available was being locked by Kevin. Well, Dr. Decker has created a solution that will help you achieve your true abilities. It might hurt just a little bit, but it will open up new doors for you, Russell said with big eyes. This was definitely not good. I don't think this is the right way to do this. I mean, I have been working really hard nonstop, so maybe I'm just a little tired. I say, breaking away from his embrace and walking towards the other corner of the room, away from the chair and Dr. Decker. My darling, this is the only way, Dr. Decker says in an eerie voice. Alarm bells were ringing inside of my head, but I had nowhere to go, no one to call. This wasn't part of our deal, I said, backing into the wall and looking at Russell. Deals change and my patience is running low, Russell said in a dark voice. My hands roam around my side trying to look for a weapon to defend myself with. On my right side I feel a fire poker stick and grab a hold of that. Now you'll be a good girl and sit down in the chair and Dr. Decker do his job, he said, gesturing to the chair. Not a chance in hell, I say, and swing the poker stick right in his face. He screams out in pain and covers the side of his face. Kevin runs at me and I swing the poker stick, but miss, and he grabs hold of my hand and twists it. I scream in pain and drop the poker stick to the ground. And here I thought you were supposed to be special, he says, twisting my arm even further. With my free hand I punch his face, and when hold goes loose, I retrieve my hand and kick him on the side of his stomach. He stumbled to the side and pulls out a knife pocket. From the corner of my eye I see Dr. Decker crouched down on Russell's side, making sure he's okay. Kevin gives me a smirk and starts swinging the knife in my face. I focus on the blade and remember my training. I crouch down when he swings again and swing my leg over his feet so he falls on his back. The knife slides away from me and I sit on his stomach. I punch him in the face, and before I can strike another punch, something hard hits me on the side of my head, and everything goes black. I slowly start coming to my senses, and when I open my eyes, I saw Russell and Dr. Decker towering above me. They were speaking to each other and they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I tried to move my hands, but they were strapped. So was my head, my legs, and my torso. My breathing started to get heavy, and I tried to wiggle out of the restraints of the chair. She's awake, says Kevin from the side of the room. I couldn't see him, but from the tone of his voice I could tell he was not happy. Riley, Russell says, looking down on me. Let me go, I said, fear lacing my voice. Now you know I can't do that. This is going to help me create the perfect weapon, he said with a smirk on his face. What are you going to do? I say, trying to calm my breathing. There was nothing I could do at this point. This here will enhance your focus and will take away all of those other silly thoughts. Like your precious mate, Adam. Your only focus will be to serve me and to win the war, he said in a serious tone. War, I said. He gives a smile and gives Dr. Decker the go. This will only hurt a bit, he said while wiping down the side of my neck with a napkin. Before I could call for help, I felt the syringe push through my skin and burning liquid shot through my veins. I screamed in pain and thrashed around in the chair. I could feel the burning sensation coursing through my body, and before I could take a breath, the second syringe went in and I screamed until my throat was raw. Tears were falling down my face uncontrollably, and no matter how hard I screamed, no one came through the door. After a few seconds my body started going numb, and suddenly a wave of tiredness came over me. But I didn't want to sleep. I didn't know what would happen in the morning. I needed to stay awake to find help. I needed to get back to. Who did I needed to get back to? Sweet dreams, Riley, was the last thing I heard before darkness took over me. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to never miss an update. Tyler and Emily's feelings finally ignite, but how will this secret romance affect their relationships with Skylar? Does Tyler truly care only for Emily's happiness? Want to know if Tyler and Emily's secret will change everything? Subscribe to our channel and don't miss a moment. Chapter 38, Emily's POV. Well, what are you doing here? I say, standing up out of shock. There's no way that he heard me. How did I not notice that it was him who sat down next to me? This can't be happening right now. Tyler also stood up and took a step closer to me. I saw you running from your room and I figured it had something to do with Skylar, he said, putting his hands in his pockets. We stood in silence for a while. Tyler wouldn't meet my gaze and I was too scared to say something. The wind picked and blew Tyler's hair away from his face. He looked hurt and just as I was gonna say something, he beat me to the punch. "Why didn't you say something?" he said, his gaze meeting mine. I was suddenly frozen to the ground. His eyes held so much pain and here I was not able to find my voice. His brown eyes bore into mine and a tear fell down my cheek. Because it was too late. I whispered. I looked down at the ground and I couldn't stop the words that came flying out of my mouth. "Skylar always gets what she wants. Doesn't matter who she hurts," I said in a low voice. "When she started going out with you, I thought it was just going to be one date. But things started getting serious and I knew it was too late. Skylar was happy with you and I didn't want to ruin that, so I took a step back. I didn't want to meet his eyes in case I was right. What about your happiness? What about mine?" he says, taking another step closer to me. I forced myself to meet his eyes and he was confused. He was so close to me, his scent was engulfing me. His eyes traveled around my face, looking for the answers I was so scared of saying. "You were happy too," I said, sadness written all over my face. He took one more step towards me and his figure was towering above me. He tucked a strand of hair behind my hair and I could swear I felt sparks running through my body. I brushed it off thinking it was just the wind or how much I liked Tyler that I badly wanted him to be my mate. "I wasn't happy, he said, letting his arm fall to his side. "We were constantly fighting and she swore that you had something to do with it. I didn't want anything to happen to you. I see the way she treats you, Emily. You deserve better than that. I can give you that," he said in almost a whisper. My heart stopped beating for a moment, my mind was going everywhere, and I had to take a deep breath before I could talk. Did Tyler admit that he liked me too? "No, there's no way." What do you mean?" I asked, fear laced in my voice. I was hoping that this wasn't a dream, or that I was dead and I was imagining the one thing I wanted the most. Without Tyler knowing, I pinched myself on the arm to make sure that this was real, that I was having this conversation with Tyler. "Don't you get it? It's you, it's always been you," Tyler said, and before I could say something he cupped my face in his hands and kissed me. For a moment time stopped. I could only hear my heart beat and feel how fast it was going. I kissed him back and I felt the sparks that I so badly hoped to feel. It coursed my entire body and for a second I thought I was going to explode. I wrapped my arms around his neck and he wrapped his around my waist. Suddenly everything felt right. Being here with him was exhilarating and exciting. His hand set my body on fire, and I felt as if I couldn't get enough of him. I pulled him closer to me and his hands were tangled in my hair. He kissed me with such passion but so gently, almost as if he was afraid I would break in his arms. After what felt like hours, we pulled away and breathed heavily. The sparks were still coursing through my body and his fingers lightly traced my spine until they rested at my waist. "You're mine, Emily," he said in a husky voice. His eyes were hungry and I could tell he was holding back on marking me. His eyes traveled from my eyes to my lips to my neck. He licked his lips and brought his gaze back to mine. He was waiting for my approval. This time I wasn't going to hold back, I was going to get what was mine. For the first time I wanted to be selfish. I was meant to be with Tyler and who knows how sooner we could have been together if it wasn't for Skylar. I lightly kissed his lips and pulled away just enough for him to hear me whisper, "Then make me yours," I whispered. He gave one more kiss before his kiss trailed over my cheek, my jawline and finally to my neck. His hold on my waist tightened and I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer to me. He kissed my neck and lightly bit it before marking me. I felt the pain shoot up from my neck and darkness slowly took over me. Chapter 39, Emily's POV. The sun was hitting my face and I felt the comfy cushion begging me to stay a little longer. I heard someone whispering and as much as I tried to ignore them, I couldn't. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself in my room. I looked over on the other side of the room and I saw Haley speaking on the phone with someone with her back to me. I glanced at the small clock on the nightstand and it read 9:30 am. I didn't remember coming back to the room last night and I looked at the bathroom door to see if Skylar was there. But it was just me and Haley. Well, that's weird. Skylar's usually the one who hogs the bathroom by now. I didn't think much of it and quietly got up from my bed. I felt something sharp shoot up from my neck and I winced in pain. "What the hell?" I muttered. I touched the spot where it hurt and another sharp pain shot up. I quickly went to the bathroom and pulled my hair to the side so I could see my neck. and there it was, a mark. At first, I didn't remember how I even got a mark, and then all the memories rushed back to me. My conversation with Tyler, the way he held me close to me and how tenderly he kissed me. He had waited for my approval to mark me, and once I gave him the go, everything went black. Which explains why I don't remember coming back to my room. Why was in my room? Skylar was mad at me and she had pushed me out of the room. I figured she didn't want me in here. I figured I'd just crash in the living room until the morning. I stood on the doorway and looked at Haley. She had finished talking but stayed on her phone. What happened last night? She must have figured I was still sleeping because she jumped at the sound of my voice and put her hand on my chest. Jesus Christ. Don't scare me like that, she said. Sorry, I said, giving her a small smile while tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. How did I end up here? I asked again when she didn't answer my question. She put her phone down and sat crisscrossed in the middle of her bed. You don't remember? She asked with a confused look on her face. Tyler brought back here after he found you in living room passed out. He was worried that you'd be uncomfortable, so he carried you back to the room, she said nonchalant. My heart swelled up knowing that Tyler had brought me back here and kept last night a secret. What about Skylar? I asked as I glanced at her bed. It was strange not having her here. We never really got along, but we always shared our mornings together. She wasn't happy about it, but I don't think she wanted you to sleep outside. She said I could tell she was hiding something. So where is she now? I asked as I walked over to my closet to pick out a fresh set of clothes. I don't know. I called her, but she wouldn't tell me where she is. I looked back at her and saw how worried she was. I put the clothes that I picked on my bed and sat next to her. I rubbed her back to try and soothe her, but I could feel how tense she was. Hey, maybe she needed some time alone. I doubt she would be okay with Tyler coming in with me in his arms, I said in a soft voice. I may not be as close to Skylar as she was, but if Haley was worried, I was worried too. I had offered to help find Skylar after I took my shower, and Haley looked relieved to know that I'd be there for her. I had forgotten about my mark and had taken a hair tie that Haley had and had tied my hair into a bun for my shower. Hey, what happened to your— Oh my God. I looked over at Haley and she had gotten out of bed and pointed at my neck. Oh my God. You're marked, she said in an excited voice. Oh no. Who marked you? She said, sitting down next to me and looking closer at my mark. You don't really know him, I said, hoping that she wouldn't put two and two together and realize that it was Tyler who marked me. So he's not from this pack? She asked in confusion. I shook my head and hoped that she would believe me. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what I could say. Haley always saw through my lies, but I didn't want to tell her that it was Tyler because I didn't know if he even wanted us to be public. We hadn't really talked about how we would do this, and I wanted to go over everything with him first before I told Haley. Well, spill the beans, she said. Let me take a shower first and then I'll explain everything, I said as I got up from the bed, picked up my clothes and made my way to the bathroom. It was the perfect excuse I could muster, and it gave me time to figure out what I was going to tell Haley. I let the cold water run through my body and relaxed as I felt my body release all the tensions. My thoughts wandered to yesterday and I could feel his lips against mine. The way his fingers trailed down my spine and how badly he wanted to mark me. I could feel the butterflies erupt on my stomach and I couldn't wait to see him again. When would I see him again? Before I could ruin my mood, I washed away the dirt and sweat from yesterday and finished taking my shower. I dried myself and put my clothes on. I decided to put on some black jeans and a black shirt. I let my hair down and tried to style it in a way that would hide my mark. I decided to tuck it behind my ear and it did a good job of hiding it. I stepped out of the bathroom and put on my Converse. Do you wear anything other than black? Haley said in a playful tone. I threw a pillow at her and laughed. Someone knocked on the door and I opened it since I was next to it. I thought it was Skylar at the door coming back to look for something, but I was wrong. Oh God, I was so very wrong. In the doorway stood Tyler in all his glory. He was wearing a black hoodie and his hair was wet, probably from also taking a shower. His cologne took over me and it took all my strength not to kiss him. Tyler, I said, almost breathless. My heart was running miles a minute and I couldn't think straight. The butterflies in my stomach went everywhere and he took a step closer to me. Hey, he said in a low voice. His eyes bore into mine and I stood frozen. How could someone so perfect leave me so speechless? Haley's here, I said, looking her way. She had the pillow in her hands and she started at us with her mouth open like a fish. The pillow fell from her hands and her gaze went from me to Tyler and from Tyler to me. She knows. No way. No way. She said. Tyler's your mate. She said in an excited voice. Tyler looked at me and I gave him a small shrug. Surprise. I said and hoped that Tyler would be okay with this. I trusted Haley with my secrets and she never once betrayed me. I just hoped this wouldn't come crashing down when Skylar finds out. Well, when she finds out. She came and gave me a hug and was telling me how happy she was for me. She then proceeded to tell Tyler that if he hurts me she will hunt him down. He gave her a smile and promised not to hurt me. So wait a minute. You didn't pass out in the living room yesterday? Haley asked, sitting down at the edge of my bed. I shook my head and felt a blush creeping up on my cheeks. She was with me, Tyler said and put his arm around my shoulders, pulling me closer to him. He looked down at me with such love in his eyes that I wanted to stay here forever. I didn't want to deal with Skylar and listen to her yell at me at how I stole Tyler from her when he was mine all along. Well, that explains that, Haley said, standing up and grabbing her phone from her bed. I'm gonna go get some breakfast and I'll leave you two alone, she said, raising her eyebrows at me. I told her I'd meet her later and she left, leaving me and Tyler alone. As soon as the door closed, he bent down and kissed me. I smiled against his lips and wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him back. He lightly pushed me against the wall and wrapped his arms around my waist. He pressed his body against mine and I could feel his heat radiating through his hoodie. My hands were tangled in his hair, and he let out a low groan, deepening the kiss. Whenever I was with him, time seemed to stop. Everything around me would disappear and all I could think about was him. His hands on my body, his soft lips with a hint of mint against mine. The way he kissed me as if the world was going to end. I had waited so long for this that I was scared it'd be over in the blink of an eye. His hands went under my shirt and his touch sent goosebumps all over my body. Whatever I did, it's like I couldn't get enough of him. I needed more of him. His lips went to my neck and he found my sweet spot. He kissed and bit it until he left a love mark. Everything he did was driving me crazy and I wanted more of him. My hands wandered through his body until they reached the bottom of his hoodie. I gave it a small tug to be able to take it off. Getting impatient, are we? He whispered in my ear, letting out a small chuckle. His lips pressed up against mine once again and he kissed me softly. He pulled away and rested his forehead against mine. Not here, he said in a low voice, and a blush crept up my cheeks. He pulled away just a bit so his eyes could find mine. He cupped my cheek and he let out another small chuckle. You're blushing, he said almost to himself. I didn't mean to, I wasn't. If you don't want to. I trailed off, embarrassed. No. That's not it. I do want to, I just have it pictured differently, he said sheepishly. Now it was his turn to blush. I gave him a small smile and looked at the ground. Can I see you tonight? He asked, grabbing my hand and intertwining our fingers together. Yeah, I gotta find Skylar, but I'll meet you at the backyard, where we had the full moon party, I asked. It's date, he said in a low voice before giving me one final kiss. Chapter 40. Riley's POV. I was starting to come back my senses and slowly woke up. I woken up in a strange room with nothing in it except black clothing that was hanging on the door frame. I made my way to the bathroom and washed my face and teeth. Once I got a good look at myself, I could see dried blood at the side of my face. What the heck? I got a washcloth and cleaned myself up. I grabbed the clothes from the door frame and proceeded to change. It was black jeans with a plain black loose t-shirt with a pair of black Dr. Martens. I fixed my hair up into a high ponytail and made my way out the door. Down the hall I could see Jason, with a worried look in his face. Once he saw me, he ran my way and pulled me to an empty hallway. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you, he said in a hushed voice. I don't remember. All I know is that I woke up in a strange room and that we have training today, I said in a flat tone. Jason scrunched up his eyebrows and looked me up and down. Are you feeling okay? He asked with a concerned tone. Yep. He looked around the hallway once more before talking in a whisper. Did something happen? He asked, worried. The bags under his eyes were pretty noticeable and I cocked my head to the side and let out a small laugh. Did something happen to you? Looks like you haven't gotten a good sleep. He just stared at me as if I was the one who was crazy. I sighed, grabbed his arm, and I started to make my way to the training arena. Come on, we're gonna be late for training. I spoke as a matter of fact. He pulled his arm back and took a few steps away from me. Riley, were you by any chance with Russell last night? I stared at Jason with a confused look on my face. I don't think so. I don't really remember. I must have been tired and went to bed early. I said, shrugging my shoulders. What was with him this morning? He was never one to be so paranoid as to where I was the previous day. I didn't let it get to me for the rest of the day since we had a long day ahead of us. We were still working on controlling my energy, but we were getting nowhere, and something in the back of my mind was telling me that today is the day we're going to do it. Adam's POV. I've been in the office for a few weeks now. I can't sleep, I can't eat, all I can think about is Riley. Is she okay? Is she safe? The last time I saw, I told her that I knew she was planning something, to see if she would tell me what was going on. Truth is, I don't really know if she is planning something. I've noticed that Tyler and Emily sometimes go out late at night, but I never thought too much of it. Tyler had a huge crush on Emily, and it was noticeable that she liked him too. I keep going over our contracts with the Lightwood Pack to see if there's something I missed, something I could have leverage on to get Riley back. But I had nothing. The contract was covered from head to toe. The papers were scattered all over the desk, and I pushed them away from the desk and slammed my fist on the hard wood. I racked the fingers through my hair and took a deep breath. I heard a knock on the door and told the person to come in. Brought you some food, the voice said, which I immediately recognized as Tyler. I'm not hungry, I said as he put the plate in front of me. He sat down on one of the chairs inside. Look, I don't know what you're going through, but I do know that you need to eat something. You're getting weaker every day, and it's going to do you any good if you want to save Riley, he said in a serious tone. I knew he was right, he was my best friend after all. But I just couldn't find the energy to eat. What if I can't get her back? I said in a low voice. My faith was going away, and the more I thought about it, the more I would realize that there was no way of getting her back. You will, and you have a whole pack behind you to help you. But you need to help yourself first, he said in a soft voice. I know she's planning something. I wanted to see if I could get Tyler to tell he if she really was planning something. He's always been one to call my bluff, but I haven't been the same since Riley stayed over there. So I took my chance. What makes you think that? Tyler says, rearranging himself on the chair. It's not like her to not do something, I just don't know what it is, I said, running my fingers through my hair. I had a gut feeling that I was running out of time, and if I didn't do something soon it could end up bloody. The last thing I need right now is to lose her. Look, why don't you let me figure this out? You need to stay here and hold down the fort, because the last thing we need is your dad finding out that you've messing with the Lightwood Pack, Tyler said in a serious tone. I kept my gaze on him just to see if I could get something that would tell me that he knows something, but I got nothing. I took a deep breath and nodded my head. He was right again. It's bad enough that my dad thinks I'm not fit to lead this pack. The last thing he needs to know is this. Tyler got up and walked out the door. I stayed there thinking about what I could do to get Riley back. I decided to go outside and get some fresh air since sitting in the office wasn't gonna help. It felt good to be outside and feel the breeze. I could feel myself getting more relaxed, and I could hear myself think. I took a walk through the woods, and my mind took me to when Riley was still here with me. Everything seemed so simple then. I didn't have to worry about Jackson or Kevin, and I could let the one person who I loved more than anything get to know me. I kept thinking about what I could have done to change things, but even then maybe this still would have happened. I kept Riley out of and never once put her in danger, but they still managed to find her and use her against me. It was then I decided that I needed to do something. I couldn't just stand by and wait for a miracle to happen. If I wanted Riley back, I had to do it on my own terms. I had no idea what Russell was planning, or if she was even safe, but something had to be due. Of course, I couldn't anything now with the state that I'm in. I needed to get my strength back to be able to fight, and I needed to form a team that I knew would have my back no matter what. It would take some time, but I knew what needed to be done. Just hold on, Riley. I'm coming for you. Chapter 41, Riley's POV. We were in the middle of training when Russell had come in to see our progress. How's she doing? He asks Jason as I drink water and pat my face with a towel to get rid of the sweat. Good. She wants to go over controlling her energy, but we've done enough for today, he says as he chugs down his bottled water. We had been practicing nonstop since I woke up in another room. Jason kept telling me to take it slow, but it was as if I wasn't tired. Bits and pieces of the day before came to mind, but I never remembered what happened or how I even ended up in that room with blood on the side of my head. I didn't tell Jason this because I didn't know how he was going to react, but I could tell that something was wrong. Every now and then I could the energy circulating through my body and my heart rate would slow down, almost as if everything was in slow motion. When we had reached the training arena, everything changed. The only thing I could focus on was the target, and finding a way to take it down. The adrenaline was running through my veins and I felt myself chasing that feeling. There were a few times where Jason had to stop me because I kept pushing past my limit. It was then I would calm down and take a break. "Let's practice it," Russell said. "Sir, with all due respect, we don't even know how to do this." Jason perked up. Russell raised an eyebrow at this and chuckled. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Russell asked in a deep voice. Jason lowered his head and shook it. "No, sir," he said in a low voice. I cleared my throat and Russell averted his attention to me. "I'm ready," I said. I could feel the energy coursing through my veins just waiting to be let out. It was like an itch that I couldn't get rid of and I needed to feel it. I needed to know how powerful I was. "We don't even know how to make this work," Jason said, and Russell chuckled. "We don't, but Riley does. You see, Jason, not everything can be taught. And with Riley's power, she can only teach herself," he said with a smirk on his face. "She'll know what to do," he said, walking out with Jason by his side. The arena has 2 floors. The first one was the training area that was big enough to fit 100 people. It also had a metal table where all the weapons were put, and at the end of the training area were the targets. It's the type of targets you used at a gun range and the ones you used to shoot arrows. Russell found this to be better than mannequins. On the second floor was a viewing area guarded by a railing. Russell would watch me there where Jason taught me many things, and it's now where he stands with Jason watching me. I stood in the middle of the arena and faced the targets, focusing on them and nothing else. There was a voice inside my head telling me to relax and feel the energy coursing through me. As I closed my eyes and took deep breaths, I was suddenly aware of everything around me. I could hear the slow beating of my heart. I could hear Jason's breathing and I could feel Russell's gaze on me. The energy was getting stronger and stronger until I couldn't hold it in anymore. I let out a scream and a force of energy left my body. When I opened my eyes, the targets were completely destroyed and scattered all over the room. I looked up at Russell and he was clapping his hands while Jason had a terrified look on his face. I smirked at Jason and looked back at the targets. This feeling of being was powerful was something that I never had before. And now that I got it, I wanted to keep chasing that feeling. And nobody would get in the way of that. After that, Russell had excused Jason and told me to meet him at the office. I went to my room, cleaned up and made my way to Russell's office. I knocked on his door and he told me to come in. I took a seat in front of his desk and noticed a couple of syringes in the desk. They looked familiar, and before I could let my thoughts wander to them, Russell had snapped me out of it. "Riley, we did a lot of progress today. I'm very proud of you," he said and gave me a smile. "That was the most exhilarating things that has ever happened to me," I said, remembering that feeling I felt a few moments ago. "I bet. You must be feeling a little tired though," he said, getting out of his chair and walking over to the front of the desk. "A little bit, but it's nothing that a little sleep wouldn't fix," I said. I started to make my way to the door when Russell stopped me. "Before you go, there's something that needs to be done." I turned around and saw that he was taking a black velvety box. "Take a seat, Riley," he said. I didn't think much of it, so I sat in the chair that was in front of his chest. With great power comes great responsibility, and it is my job to ensure that you embrace all your powers. But, of course, we can't do that with a little help. He says this as he opens the box and takes out a syringe. "What is that?" I ask in a worried voice. Whatever was inside that syringe could not be good. For a moment I had forgotten on whose side I was and for who I was doing this for. Why was Adam so distant in my mind? I had been so focused on becoming stronger and faster that I let my true intentions go away. Something wasn't sitting with me right and I started to panic. "Doesn't matter, Riley. What matters is that you remember your place," he said in a serious tone. He started to walk towards me with the syringe and I felt frozen to my seat. "Look, whatever that is, I'm sure I don't need it. I'm on your team, remember?" I'm doing everything you asked for. I got up from my chair and started to walk backwards to the door while keeping an eye on Russell. Before I knew it, someone grabbed from behind, and Russell put a washcloth over my mouth. It's not good enough. Before stabbing the syringe in my neck, I tried to scream, but darkness started to take over me. I have no idea how much time had passed when I started to wake up. I was groggy and everything looked blurry. I tried to move, but my body felt so heavy, and when I looked down I was tied in a chair. I still had the washcloth in my mouth, and I looked around me and saw Kevin and Russell talking in the corner of Russell's office. I tried to focus my vision, but it wasn't working. I knew I had to get out of there. I gathered all the strength I could and tried to move the chair in the direction of the door. I could barely move it an inch when Russell and Kevin looked over to me. I see you're awake. He walked over to me and crouched down so we were eye level. I told Jason that we weren't going to practice for a few days and to keep guard outside. That way he doesn't think something happened to you, and I have you all to myself without any interruptions. He gave me a wicked smile and walked over to the desk. You see, I love having you on my team. But I know you've been sneaking off to see Adam. How stupid of you to think that I wouldn't find out. He shook his head and chuckled. My heart clenched and a tear rolled down my cheek. I'm sorry, Adam. He took another syringe and walked over to me. You will be my perfect weapon, and nothing is going to stop me. And when your little friends come to rescue you, you will be on my side and you won't even notice. Another tear rolled down my cheek before he put the syringe and everything went black again. This happened for a couple of days. Every single syringe was injected into my body, and every time I felt my true intentions slip away. When the final syringe was injected, my whole body shut down and I was taken back to my room. I stayed there for 3 days, and when I finally woke up, I had forgotten all about the plan and Adam. Chapter 42 Adam's POV. I paced back and forth around the office. On my desk sat an uneaten sandwich that Tyler had brought me in attempts to make me eat. I took a small bite out of it before I felt like I was going to throw up. Tyler and Emily had gone out to check up on Riley since we had both agreed it wasn't safe for us anymore. I didn't want to send them, but I was going crazy not knowing how was Riley. Ever since this whole mess started, I got weaker and weaker by the day. The thought of being separated by Riley was killing me. I put all my trust in her when she said yes to staying with Russell, but who knew what Russell was going to do? Riley might have had good intentions, but Russell's not the type of guy to let things pass. I try to think about all the moments we had together to keep myself from going insane, and it always ends up the same way. I messed up and I should have protected Riley better than I did. If anything happens to her, it'll be my fault. And I'm not sure I can live with that. Before I could keep myself in my head, someone barged into the office and I looked up to see Tyler and Emily out of breath. Something's wrong, Tyler says, out of breath. I hand him a bottle of water. What happened? What's wrong? I ask in a frenzy. Jason hasn't seen her all week. And the last time he saw, he said she was acting weird. Emily says, sitting down and catching her breath. How'd you end up talking to Jason? I ask in confusion. I knew he's one of the good guys, but he was also one of Russell's close guards and fighter. It didn't make sense how they would get close to him. He came to us actually. Tyler says. He thinks if we come up with a good plan, we can save her before Russell tries something. As Tyler says this, my brain is going 10 miles per hour. I thought we had a plan. I ask, sitting down and taking all this information in. It's not going to work, not without Riley. Right now we need to trust Jason and hope that we can get to her on time. Tyler says, and Emily nods her head. Okay, let's do this. I say with a serious face. How do we get to him? I ask. I start to think about all the things that need to be done, but how are we supposed to do it with someone who we can barely see? Well, we could go outside and talk to him. Emily says with a small smile on her face. He may or may not have come with us. She says with a small chuckle. The moment she says this, I make my way outside and see Jason standing there with his hands in his pockets. I wanted to scream at him for not taking care of Riley, but nothing comes out. I open and close my mouth trying to say something, but nothing comes out. I know, Jason says, but we're gonna get her. Promise you that. With that, he comes over and gives me a hug while patting me on the back. Typical guy hug. I do the same and show him the way to the office. What happened? I asked Jason once we're all hydrated and ready to take this on. To be honest, I don't know. One night, Russell wanted to meet her in the office. probably to talk about her progress in her training, and next thing I know she's walking out of her room with the same clothes she wore the day before. She even looks sweaty. I tried asking her about it, but she just brushed me off. Jason runs a hand over his hair and I take a deep breath trying to process all of this as fast as I can. During practice she was better than the day before. I mean, she was hitting every target and she wasn't even tired. It's like she was pushing herself without the effect of wearing herself out. Next thing I know, Russell has her try something new and all the weapons in the training arena hit the target. I've never seen her like that. Jason shakes his head and my head is filled with millions of questions, but I let Jason finish. And ever since then I haven't seen her. Whatever's happening can't be good. Jason says and leans on the wall for support since all the chaos were taken. She's been training. For what? I ask. I knew Russell wanted her for her powers, but why train her with targets and weapons? He wants her to be his perfect weapon. Jason says and we all face him. Perfect weapon. As in she'll kill everything in sight weapon. Emily asks worried. Jason nods his head and suddenly this whole plan got more complicated than we thought. How'd that happen? Tyler asks. I'm not sure, but Russell must have known something was up. Jason says. Emily and Tyler went to get some food and Jason stayed behind to help out with the plan. There's no way we're gonna get out of this alive. I say once Jason tells me what he has in mind. It's a suicide mission, but right now, it's the best one we've got. We don't include your pack in this, just us. If anything happens, we make sure that your pack stays safe. Jason says looking at the map splayed out on the desk. It was a map of the forest. We calculated the distance between the pack house and Russell's pack house. It was pretty far away. We don't think they'd be able to find our pack house. We tried out different strategies on how to take Riley out of there without any casualties, but once Jason explained how tight security is over there, it would be impossible not get out of there without a fight. We went through different scenarios over and over again. Once Emily and Tyler came back, they gave out their own ideas and Jason gave them feedback as to whether it would work or not. After multiple hours, we finally had reached our plan. It was plain and simply really, Jason would find us a way in and take us straight to Riley or Russell, whichever came first. You do realize this isn't going to be pretty. I say and look over at everyone to make sure they're with me on this. We know. But I'd rather save Riley than lose her. Emily says. I could hear the fear in her voice. She knows the consequences of this, but the way she stepped up to do this is impressive. We decide to do this in a couple of days so everyone can rest up and get ready. I tell Jason he can sleep in my room since I don't really use it anymore, but he decides to stay here. Whatever happens, I'm going to do my best to get you all out of there alive. Even if it kills me, he says in a serious tone. Thank you. I tell him in a small voice. For the first time since all of this happened, I feel tired. I can feel the weight standing on top of my shoulders trying to push me down. And for the time in a long time, I finally get some sleep. Emily's POV. Once we leave Adam's office, we stay in silence. Neither of us know what to say. The one thing we both know is that we're probably not going to make it out of there alive. It's the air and we can all feel it. Hey, Tyler says, snapping me out of my thoughts. I look at him and he gives me a small smile. Can we go outside for a minute? I kinda need some fresh air. He says in a small voice. I nod at him and he holds my hand while we make our way out. It's pretty dark and chilly, but I highly doubt both of us feel it. We sit down on the steps and I look at the ground thinking of something to say. Whatever happens, promise me you'll be safe. Tyler says in almost a whisper, scared as if someone is going to hear us. You say that like we're going to die. I say in an attempt to make a joke. I chuckle and look into his eyes. He's scared just like me, and when he doesn't say anything I break down. Tyler wraps his arms around me and he doesn't say anything. We stay like that for a long time. Chapter 43. Riley's POV. It was clear now I was straying away from the mission and it was time to make things right. That morning I lay in bed staring at the ceiling wondering how I could be so blind. Adam had betrayed me in the first place. He had lied to me and I forgave him for what? Because he was my mate. No. Russell was right. This is the right choice, and in order for me to achieve my true powers, I can't have any distractions. I was currently in Russell's office with Kevin by my side. Russell was explaining to us how Jason hadn't come back last night, and how he suspected that Jason had gone to my old pack house. Of course he would. He was Russell's favorite guard. Why wouldn't he also try to stab me in the back? So what's the plan? I said, interrupting Russell. They both looked at me but didn't say anything. I'm assuming there's a plan. I say, stating the obvious. For now there's no plan. You'll continue your training, and if anything suspicious pops up we'll take it from there. Russell said, watching us carefully. Since Jason wasn't here anymore, Kevin would be in charge of our training sessions. You'll train harder than you ever have. Russell said in a serious tone, and in response I gave him a nod. Russell dismissed us and Kevin and I were in our way to the training arena. Something in the back of my mind was telling me that something wasn't adding up, but I pushed it aside. This wasn't the time to let my thoughts wander. I had to focus on my training. That afternoon, Kevin was having me do everything, from shooting blanks to focusing all my energy on the target. I was exhausted, but he kept yelling at me to keep pushing and working harder. At one point I got fed up and took a knife to his throat. Yell at me one more time and I'll slit your throat in a second, I said with gritted teeth. That's cute, he said, grinning. I furrowed my eyebrows, and in that second, he punched me in the stomach and pushed me. I fell to the floor gasping for breath, and Kevin took the knife and walked over to me. You think you can threaten me? Don't forget I was the one who tortured you, princess, he said in a serious tone and slid the knife across my cheek in a fast motion. After that he left and I stood there holding my cheek. In that moment I remembered how worried Adam was that Kevin had hurt me, and how, even though he could barely stand, he pulled me into his arms. Why am I thinking about this? I got up and went to the bathroom to clean my cut. Just as I was going to put a band-aid on it, the light went off and an explosion was heard coming from outside. There was silence and the emergency lights came on. They were red, and even though you couldn't see clearly, the whole point of it was to direct you outside as fast as possible. I slowly opened the door and poked my head out. There was smoke everywhere, but no one was walking down the hallway. I took the blade that was in the side pocket and slowly made my way out the bathroom and through the hallway. I was startled when Kevin came up behind me and tapped me in the shoulder. What the hell, Kevin? I whispered, slapping his arm. He rolled his eyes at me. What the hell is going on? He asked through gritted teeth. I don't know, I was in the bathroom cleaning the cut you gave me, I said, and continued walking down the hall. People started to leave their rooms and go out the nearest exit. Some of them were panicking, but other members of the pack made sure to get them out as soon as possible. As we kept walking, someone pulled me back by my arm and put their hand around my mouth. I tried to scream and kick, but they had a strong hold on me. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Jason knocking Kevin out and pushing Kevin by his legs and locking him in the nearest room. Jason even broke the handle of the door to assure that he wouldn't leave. I mimicked what Kevin had done to me, and I elbowed the person who had a hold on me in the stomach. In an instant I turned around and pressed the blade to their throat. My breath caught in my throat once I saw who it was. Adam? I asked in disbelief. He was pressed up against the wall and our bodies were pressed up against each other. His hair was disheveled and the bags under his eye were prominent. He gave a small smile and took the blade out of my hand just as quickly as I pressed it up against him. What are you doing here? I asked and took a step back from me. A flash of hurt danced across his eye, but it left as quickly as it came. We're here to rescue you, he said, taking my hand. Come on, we have to go now if we want this to work. I retrieved my hand from his and started to shake my head. No, I said in a serious tone. I'm not leaving with you, I said, looking into his eyes. I could tell he was taken aback, but I wasn't going to leave with him when I was so close of unlocking all my powers. Riley, you're falling into his trap. This is exactly what he wants you to do. What happened to finding a way out of here and coming back to me? Adam was screaming now. People were still leaving, but none of them were focused on what was going on around them. Adam, it's too late, we have to go. Jason spoke up and stood by Adam. I looked at Jason in disbelief. It's too late. No. I'm finally at a place where I'm doing what I want. I can become more powerful than you would ever believe. And I'm not gonna let anyone come in the way of that. With that I stormed off and went to find Russell. Jason tried to pull me back by my arm, but I turned around and punched him in the face. He stumbled back to the floor and held a hand up to lip and looked back at it to see blood. You really want to do this? Jason said, standing up. I cracked my neck and took out my blade. Now this is going to be fun. Chapter 44, Adam's POV. The scene that was unfolding in front of me was one that I would have never imagined. Riley was fighting like she was a weapon. I couldn't understand what was happening or why was she acting like this. I stood frozen in my spot and watched them go at each other. Jason was doing a good job of evading Riley's hits, but she was going too fast. It was only a matter of time before she actually hurt him. Just as she took out her blade, something hit the back of her head and she fell to the floor. Right behind her was Emily holding a brick in her hand. "Sorry, I didn't know what else to do," she said with an apologetic smile and threw the brick on the floor. We all looked at each other, not knowing what to do next, until Tyler spoke up. "Well, since our plan took a turn, why don't we put Riley into a room and deal with this Russell guy first? Clearly, it seems like the easiest way to go since we have a murder weapon here." We all agreed. Emily tied her wrist and Jason was the one who took charge and carried her. "I know a room, but we have to move fast," he says, leading us to the room. We reached a room that looks like a training arena. There's all sorts of weapons laid out on a table, and there's several targets lined up on a wall in front of us. "What is this place?" asked Emily as she looked around. "It's where Riley trained," said Jason, putting Riley down on a corner of the room. "Holy Jesus. Okay, let's talk about the obvious elephant in the room. Why the hell is Riley acting like this?" Emily said, crossing her arms across her chest. Tyler stood next to her in a protective manner. "I used to do that with Riley, protect her from anything that might come towards us. But the one thing I couldn't protect her from was the truth. The one thing that broke us apart. As I looked at Riley, I started thinking of the possibilities that we might actually save her. What if whatever happened to Riley was something that we couldn't fix? What then? Were we supposed to kill her if it came to that? Would I even survive without my mate? I closed my eyes in order to stop these thoughts from running through my mind. I have to take things one step at a time. That's the only way we can make it out of this. I think Russell injected something into her," Jason said, walking over to Riley. We all followed him and he moved Riley's next to the side. We saw 3 dots in her neck that were starting to bruise like a shot. I have no idea what it is, but I think it's what made Riley turn like this. One night she just disappeared, and when I asked her about it she just brushed it off. I don't think she even knew what happened to her," Jason said, standing up. "How do we fix it?" Tyler asked. Jason shrugged his shoulders and we all looked defeated. "Wait, if they injected something into her, there must be something that can reverse it back. Like an antidote for a cure," Emily said. "Why would there be an antidote?" I asked. "Think about it. If this is what's making Riley the perfect weapon, then Russell must be the one who's providing the injections. Which explains why she has 3 bruises. The more injections she gets, the more powerful she is. But what if she gets to be more powerful than Russell? Obviously, he wouldn't let that happen, so when he injects the antidote into her, the weaker she'll be and the more control Russell will have over her," Tyler said, finishing her sentence. "Exactly," Emily said. Suddenly we heard clapping in the room, and we all turned around to find Russell and Jackson watching down on us from the 2nd floor of the training arena. "She's not wrong," said Russell with a smirk on his face. "The only flaw in your plan is the antidote is far away from here. You were just a little bit too late," he said. Tyler stepped in front of Emily and I looked at Riley and saw that she was still unconscious. "Take care of them," he said to Jason, and 2 more people appeared at his side. "Crap," I said under my breath. They jumped from the 2nd floor to the first one. "I've been waiting for this moment a long time," said Jason to me. Luckily, the weapons were on our side of the room, so I quickly took what I could. Some ninja stars and a dagger. Tyler and Jason also chose their weapons. "Let's get this show on the road. Emily, it's up to you to find that antidote," Jason said to her. I didn't turn to look at her, but I knew from her silence that she was scared. Just like us. And then we all started fighting. Jason and I went head to head. I hadn't fought in a long time, so I was mostly dodging his hits. I was too weak to activate my wolf, but I gathered enough strength to have my wolf eyes. Although it didn't make me stronger, I could see Jackson's hit almost in slow motion and it made it better to fight. I was able to dodge his hits and hit him back. I used the dagger so slice his skin and I was beating him. Slowly but surely. We hit each other back and forth and we were both bleeding. I gathered as much strength I could and pushed him into the wall. I didn't realize I stabbed him until he started bleeding from his mouth. I took the blade out of him and he fell to the ground. I was so immersed in fighting with Jackson that I didn't help Tyler or Jason. I looked back to find Tyler crouching over Jason's body. The other fighters were dead. I ran to them and saw that Jason was bleeding too much. He was breathing heavily, but I knew he wasn't going to make it. It's here. The antidote's still here. There's no way he knew we were coming. It must be in his office. Jason said, struggling. It's okay, we'll take care of it. You did good, Jason. I told him as his body went paler. He let out one last breath and closed his eyes. Tyler and I stayed there for a few minutes. The reality of the situation was just too much to bear. But we needed to find Emily and the antidote. We needed to save Riley. We looked at each other and gave a small nod. We made our way to find Emily in Russell's office, but we had no idea where to go, where Russell's office was or where Emily was. We started walking down a hallway, and we checked every room carefully just so we didn't miss the office. The pack house was completely empty after the bomb had gone off, but we weren't sure if there were other people around waiting to attack. We walked for what felt like hours and we still couldn't find the office or Emily. Chapter 45. Emily's POV. After Jason had told me that it was up to me to find the antidote, I left Riley where she was and ran down the hallway as fast as I could to figure out where this antidote might be. I kept racking my brain for anything, but I came up short. Could Russell have an office where he would keep the antidote? Maybe there's a shack somewhere on the outskirts of the pack where he kept it. Could it be in the training arena? Or is it really far away from here and we really were too late? I had no answers, and it's not like I can go back and ask those guys to tell me if they know anything about where the antidote might be. Riley's life was in my hands now, and as much as I would love to play hero, I had no idea where to begin looking. I went down several halls and entered many rooms until I found myself at a dead end. I hit the wall out of frustration and there was a hollow sound. My breathing stopped for a moment. I pressed my ear against the wall and hit it again, and the sound came back hollow. Although it was drywall, there was no way I could break that with my bare hands. I looked around for anything that might give me leverage, but sadly there weren't any axes hanged up on the walls in case of an emergency. I entered a room that was down the hall and began searching for anything sharp. The room was pretty empty, except for a bed and a nightstand. I quickly looked in the nightstand and found a small dagger, which almost looked like a letter opener. Well, this would have to do. I went back to the dead end and started to pierce the wall, and a little bit of wall came off. It would take some time to actually make a hole big enough to find out what's behind it, but I had no other choice. Even though I wasn't sure if the antidote was here, I needed to try. After what seemed like forever, I finally made a hole big enough to see what was behind it. Sure enough, there was a small briefcase in there. I started to pick at the wall with the letter opener in my hands, not caring if the wood splinters were slicing my skin. I got the briefcase out and opened it. Theirs was only one syringe that had a green liquid in it. Green usually means antidote, right? I picked it up, and at the bottom of the syringe was the word antidote. Geez, who's the idiot that would put a label on this? I said. The same idiot who's gonna kill you. A voice whispered in my ear as something sharp pressed up against my throat. Come on, honey. We don't have enough time. Pick up the briefcase, and if you behave, I won't slit your throat. The voice, which I recognized was Russell's, said. I followed his instructions. We started walking down the hall again. We made some turns and kept walking down more halls until we reached what I assumed was his office. He slashed my hand and I screamed in pain. The cut was burning my arm and I fell down and put my hand over it to ease the pain. Russell knelt down in front of me and placed the knife under my chin. Bleach can hurt pretty bad, right? He said with a smirk on his face while tears streamed down my face. You try anything, and I mean anything, and I will kill you slowly. I'll cut, poke and stab that body of yours with this knife and bleach. It'll hurt so bad you'll wish you were dead, he said in a serious tone. With that, he got up and put my arms behind my back, tying them up. They're gonna find me. And when they do, they'll kill you and we'll save Riley, I said through gritted teeth. He chuckled and sat down in the chair that was behind his desk. Adam's POV. We were walking down the hall when we heard a scream. Emily. We both said at the same time. We started running down the halls when we came face to face with a room that had double doors. This is it, this is his office, I said in a low voice. Tyler opened the door and there was Russell standing in front of his desk with a knife pressed up against Emily's throat. Emily, Tyler said and held a tight grip on his hand so that she wouldn't go near her. Stay right there or she dies, screamed Russell. Emily's face was red and tears were silently streaming down her face. Let her go, she has nothing to do with this. said Tyler. But you see, she has everything to do with this. Your precious girl here found the antidote. But without her you won't know where it is. Now you have two choices. You can either let Riley and me go and save your girl, or you take your chances on finding the antidote and save Riley and I kill her, he said. I looked around trying to find anything that would possibly tell me where the antidote is. Although Tyler and I had our weapons, we couldn't do anything without hurting Emily. I see Riley's not with you. I choose quickly if you don't want her waking up. You can only be unconscious for so long, he said. You little dash, Tyler said, storming towards him. Russell ran his knife across Emily's cheek and she screamed. You don't want me to kill your little pet now, do we? He said, and Emily thrashed in his arms. What the hell did you do to her? Something sharp poked at my back and a voice spoke up. There's no way out, Adam, Riley said. I looked over at Tyler and I shook my head. Even though Riley was on the enemy's side, we couldn't risk hurting her either. Without her, Russell might as well kill Emily. Riley stepped in front of me with the knife pointing at my chest. Let me go and save Emily, she said, looking straight into my eyes. You don't want this, I told her, trying to reason with her. Remember when you used to sneak out and meet me at the lake? I told you I was going to get you out of here and you tried to push me away, but I came back. I came back because you can't push me away no matter how hard you try. For a second, something passed through Riley's eyes and she lowered the knife just the tiniest bit. I furrowed my eyebrows a bit and just like that she went back to the Riley she was now. Oh God. Not this again, Russell said. I looked over at Emily and she took the opportunity to kick Russell in his shin with the back of her foot, and she fell to the ground before the knife got here. Tyler lunged forward and cut Russell's arm and he let go of the knife. I slapped Riley's knife out of her hand and pushed her into the wall. She brought her knee up to my stomach and that sent me on my back. She straddled me and got hold of the knife and brought it down on me. I dodged it at the last second and punched her in the face. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. Without thinking, I grabbed the knife and stabbed Russell in the back. He screamed in pain and fell on his knees. Crap, I hope that saves us some time. Tyler quickly cut Emily's restraints and before Riley got back up, I grabbed her arms. Let me go. She thrashed and kicked at my legs. Emily, hurry up, I said, feeling my grip loosening up. She quickly got the antidote that was under Russell's desk and injected it in her neck. Riley's breathing started to slow down and I laid her down on the floor. Her eyes were closed and all we could do was wait. Behind us, Russell started laughing. You think the antidote's gonna save her? Ha! You don't get a whiff of power and not crave it again. Let's see what you'll do then, Russell said with blood running down his mouth. Guess we'll just have to wait and see, Tyler said, and he removed the knife from his back and stabbed him in the chest. Russell slumped forward, marking the end of his life. Riley groaned and we all stood over here watching her slowly open her eyes. She sat up and looked over at us. She brought her hand to her lip and looked at the small drop of blood on her fingers. Did you punch me? She said, looking at me. Yes, I said in a slow voice, not knowing what Riley was in front of me. You came back for me. Her voice broke a little and she got up and wrapped her arms around me. My Riley was back. I wrapped my arms around tightly as she cried into my arms. I always did, I said into her ear. Epilogue. Riley's POV. A few months after Adam saved me, we were all back at the pack. Emily was in the hospital for a few days so that the nurses could take care of her cuts. My nose wasn't broken, but it did bruise pretty bad. Adam kept apologizing for it even though I told him I deserved it. We still couldn't explain how that one antidote worked, but we decided that we would leave it in the past. We buried Jason in the back of the pack house and I found myself standing across his grave almost every day. Jason had become important to me. He had my back and he had become a close friend of mine. He was the only one I could trust and I never got to thank him for all the things he did for me. Kevin was never found, and as much as I wanted to track him down and make him pay for everything I went through, Adam would tell me that it was best to leave it aside. He couldn't take us on his own and his pack was long gone by now. We were all currently in the backyard staring at the moonlight. Emily was wrapped up in Tyler's arms and I was sitting down next to Adam. What are you thinking about? He says, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I look over at him and see that the dark circles under his eyes have gone away, and his eyes were shining as bright as the moon. I say, giving him a small smile. Before he can say anything else, I kiss him and lay my head against his shoulders. I kept replaying all of our moments before everything went down. The day we met, when I first met his dad, our detention together, and how ridiculous I was about the whole heat thing. He was absolutely perfect, and I still couldn't believe he came back for me. What I never told Adam was that I was conscious when Russell told Adam that I would crave that power again. I didn't want something else to be fixed, I just wanted everything to be over. But how do I tell him that Russell was right? That I started to crave for that power, that feeling of euphoria? How do I tell him that each day they get stronger and stronger? The video ends here, but Riley and Adam's adventure has just begun. Subscribe to continue the journey with them.